Good morning from the DP World Wanderers Stadium, where the sun is starting to shine brightly on the field, which is good news. I'm Ken Borland, and alongside me I have Dion Crace. Dion, I think at 160 for 2 we can all agree that the Lions are ahead of the game. But given the conditions, just how far ahead do you think they are? How good a score is that?
At the moment, I think it is a really good score. Batting at 4 and over, we know the Wanderers is traditionally a fast-scoring ground. I'm not sure whether the intention was to try and score at 4 runs and over, but they have managed it. So despite losing all the time that we have, they have bought a little bit of time for themselves. But you expect them to have to bat at 4, probably 4.5, even going forward, to give yourself time to take 20 wickets. So the Lions are probably ahead. They need to, ideally, I would say, look at 400, 450, then try and put the Titans under pressure. But we also know the Titans batting lineup looked formidable last week.
Yeah, how much do you think that Titans batting lineup, that's, we all know, capable of scoring really quickly, and also the fact that we lost a day and a half, factored into what, you know, the Lions were extremely positive up front. Normally at the Wanderers against the new ball, you take a little bit of time, but no, they went for their shots.
They certainly did. I think it depends on the attitude of the Titans, whether they feel like we want to try and make a game of this, or whether they're happy to settle for a draw and whatever happens, happens. The one thing that I do wonder about is the surface. I know we'll have a pitch report later, but for me, this pitch was drier and different to what we normally experience at the Wanderers. Normally you turn up here, especially test matches, 4-day cricket, it's a slow seamer. This surface was a lot drier. So once again, can the Lions get to 400, 450, play a couple of spinners? Can they have an effect? We'll have to wait and see.
Chepo and Ndwandwe, the left-arm spinner, has already bowled 9 of the 42 overs. And we also saw some funky plans of the Titans, people at short cover, that sort of thing. So it is a bit unusual for the Wanderers. How do you feel the Titans can go about getting wickets today?
You've got to maybe try and stop the scoring. It's that old adage, if you control the run rate, you can put teams under pressure. But when teams are scoring at 4, close to 4, even over 4 runs and over, you've got no control, because even if they do lose wickets, they've gone so far ahead in the game. First of all, try and get 2 bowlers to build pressure from an end. The first half an hour of a day we know is always crucial. They need to strike early, and if they strike once or twice, just try and keep their foot on the gas.
We've had back-to-back 50 partnerships for the Lions. Mitchell van Buren, Zubair Hamza, both going well. What have you made of their batting so far?
The bits I saw was impressive. You spoke about the left-arm spinner. I thought they played him particularly well. Never let him settle, because maybe they realised with the surface the way it is, he could potentially put pressure on them, and they didn't allow that. So I love the attitude. You can see why they finished top of the log, and I think they are the team that will probably dominate this game.
Thank you, Dion Crace, and stand by for the pitch report.
Yeah, we continue this four-day final, and unfortunately yesterday we managed to get a bit of play, but it didn't come with some teething issues. Yesterday there was a bit of wet patches that we found from the call it drive end. Yesterday though, after a couple of overs that were bowled, a couple of issues that came up. It started with this particular area being involved where the ground staff had to be creative. They took a bit of this particular area and had to replace it all over at the crease. And it's important because the comfort of the bowlers is always a big concern. Junior Dalla had a bit of a struggle yesterday. This area is something that they had to replace, and it looks a lot better. And as always, it's important to have your bowlers very comfortable in terms of their landing. But talking about the wicket, yesterday we saw a bit of a slow wicket, I have to say, at the Wanderers for a day 2 wicket. It's not your typical type wicket at the Wanderers. But what's important, the surface is still hard. But what's interesting about this Wanderers pitch at the moment, I'll say there's a couple of areas where you see standing grass slightly thicker than what we would normally get on day 3 here at the Wanderers, and you find these areas, maybe that's where the bowlers might find a bit of life, where it's a lot thicker than this particular area or bare in this particular area. But if you're finding that 4.5 meter length, I think you might find a bit of joy. But what's interesting about this wicket at the moment, you might say it's not going to be easy for the bowlers. You might require a bit more bowling effort in terms of applying a lot of pressure. With that pressure, it might result to some wickets. But it's important you stay on that 4.5 meter length, ask a lot of questions on that front foot, and hopefully you get some purchase in terms of nick-offs, LBW, and get some bowls. So it's going to be an interesting day. A lot of work for the bowlers. And it's all about the lengths, 4.5 meters to 5 meters. And if you're there consistently, you might find a bit of joy.
Welcome back to the DP World Wanderers Stadium, where the third day of play, but only the second where we've actually seen action, is about to get underway with the DP World Lions on 160 for 2, Mitchell van Buren and Zube Hamza at the crease, and Dayan Khalim is going to get things underway with the ball from the corner drive end. I'm Ken Borland, and alongside me, Dion Crace. Dion, how do the Titans get back into this game?
Good morning, Ken. Wickets. It's the modern era. You need wickets to get back into the game. Khalim has been the man to deliver for them this season mostly. He was economical yesterday without getting the breakthrough. The ball obviously a little bit older now, so will we see swing? It's also quite cold. Quite a damp outfield still. Although the Kookaburra ball has got a layer on top of it now, it doesn't tend to handle the moisture as well.
First ball down leg and put away for 4.
Looking for swing, but it's not there. Just started too straight, and Van Buren has left off, or started where he left off yesterday. His timing was so good. What was noticeable for me yesterday also was the Lions batters were all sitting fairly deep in their crease. And I think it's maybe something that you can do at the Wanderers, because the bounce more often than not is consistent and good. And the Titans just haven't quite found that perfect length yet for the surface.
That's Mitchell van Buren's 10th 4 to go with 2 sixes. So 52 of his 60 runs in boundaries. Dion, often here at the Wanderers, the first sort of hour of play can be a good time to bowl. There's normally a bit of movement around. But do you think with the ball now getting damp that run through the outfield, that's going to be a problem?
We've already seen 2 players with the small little towels trying to get that ball dry. So it will be an issue. It's even the bowler is rubbing it now, Khalim. So that could be a massive factor.
Dayan Khalim did get a little bit of shape yesterday morning with the new ball. Bowled he was really disciplined with his lines and his lengths yesterday. I thought he bowled really well. Don't let the 0 in the wickets column fool you.
Yeah, sometimes you bowl well and you don't pick up wickets, and sometimes you bowl badly and you pick up wickets. It's a funny old game, but law of averages says if you do the right things often enough that you will be successful. But it's just the surface is a little bit slower for me than what it normally is here at the Wanderers.
And we saw that through the field placings that Neil Brunt, Titans captain, employed. We had short covers. We had some really funky fielding positions, a couple of mid-ons at one stage.
I think you have to be creative as a captain on a surface like this, because normally you would just run in and if you get enough balls in the right area, something will happen. This is different, so it tests a different skill, not just from the captain, but from the bowlers too.
Nicely punched just through the extra cover region for 1 by Van Buren.
Another thing where I normally gauge the pace of the surface is you look at point. If he's square or how far behind. The further behind he is, the quicker the surface is. And from our angle, he's probably just behind square, if not square at the moment, the point fielder. So that also shows you the surface is not a normal Wanderers surface.
So much of success in cricket is about adapting to the conditions quickly, summing up the conditions. More so probably in limited overs cricket because you have less time, but even in the red ball game, it's about who reads the conditions first best.
I couldn't agree more, and I think that's one of the criticisms and things I've had over the years is that I feel surfaces around the world have become too similar. If you speak to some of the older county players, they would tell you Worcester's would be different to Sussex, to Leeds, to wherever you go, Derby. So you need to be able to adapt as a player to those surfaces. And some will suit certain players better than others.
I used to love it back in the day that, you knew up here on the Highveld, Wanderers, Centurion, Kingsmead would be the fast bowlers' grounds. Good bounce and carry, a bit of grass left on the pitch. You'd go down to Newlands where it was probably the best batting pitch, but spinners would come into it towards the end. Paarl and places, St George's Park, spinners really came into the game there. And I think that's good for cricket. I think it's good that players get to play in different conditions and learn.
What about the old Kingsmead that used to be as green as anything? Now it's a spinner's paradise.
Amazing, yeah. The Green Mamba. Junior Dala is going to open the bowling from the golf course end, which was the end from which he had difficulties yesterday. Really didn't like the footholds in his run-up. Tee had to be taken early while those were repaired. I presume some more work has been done on them, and he's happy to bowl from that end today. Just paddle pulled away by Mitchell van Buren for one.
Well, that first ball, if that's an indication, it doesn't look like it's any different for him, because that was either very much a loosener or a ball where you felt uncomfortable once you landed. It's a bit of a nude ball. There was nothing on it.
Yeah, down leg, halfway down the pitch. Very little energy behind it.
Also, the field's completely different. You've got your point all the way back on the boundary. You've got two men out on the leg side also. Very defensive field. And for me, he's your strike bowler. If you start the day with a field setting like this, in my mind, the captain's saying, I've got no confidence in you.
Yeah, and it was a bit of a surprise that Junior Dala didn't open the bowling on the first day. Instead, they entrusted the rookie, Janko Smit, from that end. And he struggled, really. 3 overs for 19 runs. Came back well. That'll be a single for Zubair Hamza to get underway this morning.
I've got to come up for the bowlers here and just say that sometimes there is an end that you just don't feel comfortable at. And no matter how hard you try, you just can't get it right, whether it's a rhythm thing, whether it's a visual thing. And I know as a professional athlete, you've got to try and be better and try and find something that you can still make it work. But it's often not that easy.
Edged between the solitary slip and the gully, and that'll be another boundary for Mitchell van Buren.
This is what happens when things aren't going your way. You haven't got enough fielders and catching positions because you haven't got control. The opposition are batting at 4 runs and over. When you do find the edge, there's no one there to catch it.
Van Buren controlled that fairly well, I think. Got it down to ground quickly. Just on your point about the ends, though, it was noticeable yesterday how as soon as Janko Smit changed to the quarter drive end, he was like a different bowler. He bowled really well from this end. And it's not as if it was the footmarks on the golf course end that were troubling him, because he bowled, 90% of his deliveries from around the wicket to the left-handed Dom Hendricks.
No, it's just it's a slight angle. It's a visual thing. It's a slight raise just before you have to jump or just after you jumped. It's hard to pinpoint one thing sometimes, but it's just the overall experience of the run-up just doesn't work.
We see again there's a catching man, Neil Brunt, at a very straight mid-wicket or a shortish mid-on, if you like, which again indicates the slowness of the pitch. End of the 44th over, 171 for 2.
it'll be so nice actually to be a fly on the wall in the dressing room and just know what teams are thinking. We sort of sitting here guessing and looking at the game evolve as we go along, and you're making assumptions as to what people are thinking and what the ideas are. But no doubt that the Lions will feel that the best way for us to win this game is to bat once, bat big, and try and bowl the Titans out twice. Because we still almost have 300 overs left in this game, which is quite a few.
Yeah, if the Lions bat for most of today, 96 overs left in the day. Junior Dana had to be sharp there. That was firmly struck by Zubair Hamza. So if the Lions bat for most of the day, they'll certainly get over 400. And then, as you say, 2 full days left in which to try and bowl the Titans out twice.
Which they have done here before. Maybe the surface was different, but still the mentality. It's when things are going your way, the momentum and the decisions, the small margins seem to go your way in the match too.
And although it's certainly not a conscious thing, I think when a team no longer feels that they have a chance to win a game, some of the intensity comes out, and it actually becomes difficult to even draw the game sometimes when you can no longer win it. Again, Khalim just straying down the leg side a bit.
He's just not finding both line and length at the same time. It's either one or the other. Felt to me like that was a better length, but the line was just too straight. With some of the other deliveries, I felt the line was quite good. So he's still, for me, searching for that ideal spot this morning.
We had quite a heavy dew overnight. So you can see the pile of sawdust there, and this is the run-up that caused all the problems on the first day and a half. But the weather seems to be getting better and better. A lot more blue sky, and the sun is shining nicely on the ground, as you can see. It's interesting that normally we see the bowlers have painted lines on the field where their run-ups begin. None of that.
I think there are one or two of them, but not too many. I think with the moisture around, and it doesn't show up on the grass as brightly as it normally does. But the field has improved from the first day to where it is now. It's still a lot more damp than I think we've ever seen the Wanderers before, but at least it's playable. That's the main thing.
Absolutely, and for those who are watching from afar, we've had an extraordinary amount of rain up on the Highveld this year.
And it seems it's not done yet. Apparently by the end of the week again it's building up, so it's not quite winter yet.
Easter next week. It always seems to rain over Easter. End of the over, 172 for 2. Zubair Hamza is just 2 runs away from what will be his 6th half century of the campaign. No hundreds yet, and we spoke about it yesterday. I'm sure he's very hungry to cap off what has been an excellent season for him with the big one, though, a big score in a final.
Good signing as well for me for the Lions, someone that loves batting, and I think it was it was good for him also to get into a different system, different environment, come out of a comfort zone maybe.
And I still think someone who should be in conversations around Proteas batting lineups. I'm not saying he should be in the team now by any means, but someone who I think the selectors shouldn't forget about.
Totally agree. And to your point, I think that's where he would feel disappointed not scoring hundreds, because if you score 150s, that's what gets you noticed.
They've run well between the wickets, these two, and have been very good at picking up the ones. There's another one.
Because it's often those big scores that also allow you to win games. I know the Lions have been successful anyway, but I still think if he's honest, he'll say, yes, it was a good season, but this is what I can improve and what I need to get better.
And generally, for a team to get over 400, you need one guy to make 100. Well, that just shows you how slow this pitch is. Junior Dala is proper pacey. He's not a medium pacer by any stretch of the imagination. And Mitchell van Buren really had to wait for that one.
And clothed it to cover.
Speaking of batsmen in the national interest, the Titans have a couple of really in-form, exciting youngsters in Diewald Brevis, Luandre Pretorius, Rivaldo Moonsam, he's been in great form, Neil Brunt, Keegan Peterson, who a few years ago looked like he was going to have a long and successful international career. He's found some form towards the back end of this summer.
I think it's also important the surfaces that you play on. You want surfaces where you feel you can score big runs, because that's what selectors notice. I know it's also an advantage playing at the coast, because I feel technically you get better where here in the Highveld, yes, the ball might bounce and you might nick it and it might carry more, but you also do get more value for your shots. It is easier to score. So it is a bit of a trade-off still. I personally like surfaces where you score between sort of 320 and 350. One guy maybe gets 100 and has to work really hard for it. And also for bowlers, you mustn't just run up and get 5. If you bowl really well, you get rewarded.
I agree. I'm not a fan of really bowler-friendly surfaces as Dala's over comes to an end. Just in terms of developing players for the national team. Because generally at international level, pitches are pretty flat for bowlers, and you've got to develop the skills to be able to get wickets on those surfaces. And I think there's no doubt also that for batters, you improve and you grow your game in good batting conditions. You know, if it's a bit of a lottery out there, then batters aren't going to improve.
Well, they don't have I wouldn't say the ability, but it is harder than to survive for long periods of time. And you think about someone that was probably one of the most successful batters of all time in Test cricket, Rahul Dravid, how he used to be able to bat for long times. And it is a skill. It is something you need to train. But if you don't have wickets that allow you to do that, you're not going to be able to do it.
No timing on that cut shot from Hamza. Quick single, but a better line by Dayan Khalim. And 50 up. for Zubair Hamza with that quick single.
Well played. It's an important innings once again for his team with Mitchell van Buren. The partnership's also just short of 100. Now, things could have gone differently when these two came together. But a mature innings, a good innings by a solid player. And as we were mentioning a few moments ago, he'd like to at least double it. Get to those triple figures.
Hint of shape there for Dayan Khalim. Yeah, and Zubair Hamza, he's always good to watch as well, isn't he? Easy on the eye.
Very good technique, and I think that's what you need. You need to be able to play the ball late under your eyes, not get out of your little box where you need to play. And he's got the experience now. And once again, I think the move up here with the environment has suited him and has allowed him to blossom.
This partnership is worth 94 now, and we're coming up to 20 minutes of play on the third morning. Titans, how long do you think it is before they start getting a bit anxious, Dion?
I think they already are. In a way, but this brings us back to the discussion we had on the way back up this morning. Are they really anxious? Because if you draw the game, you still win a trophy. So there's no consequence in a way. The longer they can drag this innings out, almost the better for them.
Yeah, I think there will come a time where we see the Titans just go into holding pattern, very defensive fields, just try and reduce the scoring rate, force the Lions to take as long as possible in building that total.
It's also the first bouncer we've seen, or proper bouncer this morning. And I was just thinking also, why haven't they tried it? Especially on flat wickets, I feel you need to use it because batters get comfortable. You need to find a way to try and take their feet away.
It's interesting that both the wickets that have fallen have been deliveries banged into the pitch fairly short, that have kind of stopped on the batsman, or the bounce hasn't quite been what they expected. Dom Hendricks just punching one to mid-off, and Josh Richards skying a pull.
For me, looking at the surface, without a doubt, it's the kind of surface where I feel you need to hit the deck. Even go as far as at some stage bowling cross-seam deliveries. See whether you can exaggerate the up and down movement, whether it skids on or whether it bounces if it catches the seam. It's not the normal Wanderers surface where you probably just should have the ability to sit in and wait for things to happen.
Just a delay for person walking across the side screen. Might be called wide. It is.
That almost hit us on the head, yeah, it was that high. And we 4 stories up. So bowling the bouncer is also a skill. Everyone says, yeah, you must bowl a bouncer, but to get it in the right position, the right line, is also a skill. If it's like that, it's almost a scared bouncer, that, because no one's going to play it. It's ineffective. But if you get it the right line, sort of just over shoulder height and just below head height, or top of head height, then it's effective.
That's a bit better from Darla. Straighter line. Because it is energy sapping, isn't it? To bowl bouncers, so you want to make sure they're well directed when you do.
It definitely is. But I think Darla is your guy that if someone's going to do it, he's probably the guy. And we spoke about it in the previous match where I feel he should bowl in 4 over spells and then allow him to run in and bowl flat out instead of bowling 5 or 6 overs at 90%.
Again, the cut well in front of square, and again, straight to cover.
I was watching some old Ashes footage yesterday, 2005, 2009, and just Brett Lee, he was one of my heroes. McGrath was an absolute legend, the control and everything he gave you. But on surfaces like this, the faster guys actually have the ability to make things happen. And I feel Dala is that sort of guy in this team.
Junior Dala, very much the enforcer in the attack.
He's not the guy that's going to have the responsibility of bowling 5 overs for 10 runs. You need him to come in. He can go 4 overs for 20, but he needs to get a wicket or 2. Then that's his role.
Yeah, we spoke about his first-class record. It's quite astonishing that he averages 40 with the ball in first-class cricket, but it took him a long time to work out what he needed to do in red ball cricket. Nicely cut away over the gully area. Third man, or more of a backward point actually, will intercept. Just a couple more to Hamza.
Khalim doing the fielding down there was moving very gingerly. I don't know if it's because it's so wet down at third man. A bit of hand on hip, also walking back to his mark at deep backward point.
So Junior Dala will tell you himself that when Mark Boucher became coach of the Titans, things really changed for him in red ball cricket, because Boucher said, I just want you to run in and bowl and take wickets. Don't worry about your run rate.
And I totally agree. And I don't know why they've gone away from it. Surely it's something that you as a player then can discuss with the new coach and say, this is my role, this has worked, and the stats will be there. So why go away from it?
And of course, there will be a new coach for the Momentum Multiply Titans from next season. This is the last game under the interim curatorship of Richard Dasneves. Oh, it's well stopped by Junior Dala.
Ball might have a spike mark or 2 on it now. It's well timed. It's one of the few balls that we actually have seen some good timing this morning. It's almost the fuller the ball is, the easier it is to time than that ball sort of bowled into the surface on a hard length.
That's why I said I think the bowlers will need to employ at least a couple of times and over those balls that really hit the deck hard. Just read the Titans coaching position. Richard Dasneves has obviously done a great job getting the Titans into this 4-day final. Rivesh Gobind is taking over the reins in the new season. Although Dasneves will have some involvement still in a yet-to-be-created position at the Titans. A little bit on the move there, Mitchell van Buren in defence.
He's become a good player too, hasn't he? He's got the ability to take the game forward, and that's what you need from your number 4 batter. You need to be able to have the technique to survive when you're 10 for 2, but also when you are 177 for 2, to be able to just give yourself a bit more time to bowl the opposition out. I think that's what he did so well yesterday, is he didn't allow the Titans bowlers to really settle.
Yeah, Mitchell van Buren came out just about all guns blazing, raced to his 50 at a run a ball, slowed down a bit then, I think, as they could see stumps approaching, just to make sure that he was still there today. But he's another man who I think is going to be very hungry to end the season in big style, because he's had an injury-disrupted season. He's been in and out the side a bit, so I'm sure he wants to really end on a high note.
I'll stake your claim, and you know the old adage again: you're only as good as your last game.
Another good drive, but picking out the fielder again.
Excuse me. Definitely the timing seems a lot easier when the ball is full. And when it is that back of a length, and I know you can't just bowl back of a length all the time. You have to try and go for that fuller delivery. This ball's almost 50 overs old now. This is the ideal time to bat. Get through the first half an hour, first bowling change. Things might get easier and you'll pick up that scoring rate again.
Just over mid-wicket, punched away by Mitchell van Buren for 4.
There was a shout of catch it, but this was dismissive from Van Buren. Pitched up. It's the 100 partnership also between these two. What a wonderful partnership it has been. And they've absolutely dominated the Titans. This was dismissive.
Khalim has gone for a few through the leg side this morning, unlike yesterday.
That's what happens when you just search for something that isn't quite there. Just looking for a little bit of swing. Just started too straight. Looking at the body language also of the bowler, you can see there's a bit of irritation creeping in. And if you don't take wickets, it's not going to get any better.
Oh, that one spat up from the surface. Mitchell van Buren looking at the pitch with great suspicion. It's the end of the over, 49 overs gone, and we are going to have a commentary change. Nono Pongolo and 6 Sotilewa taking over. Yeah.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Dion. A complete contrast to what we've seen these past 2 days. Sun's out. But the only difference is that we started on time this morning. Plenty of work for Brendan Frost, the local ground staff, who's done an impeccable job in trying to get this final underway. You've had chats with him. He's looked nervous these past 2 days. How did he look this morning, Nono Pongolo?
Yeah, good morning, Six. Good to be with you this morning. And it's really good to be here. Glorious day in Johannesburg. Is starting well and starting on time as well. And I got to say, looking at him this morning, he was smiling a lot more. Happy that the game is underway. Had a couple of teething issues yesterday. He started with, of course, the wet outfield, especially behind the bowlers from the College Drive end.
Yeah, even himself, he's easily missable as he trots around the ground. You can almost miss him in terms of what he's actually doing on the ground, which is taking care of the actual pitch.
Yeah, it got worse as well, especially from the end of Junior Dalla, call it the golf course end, where they had to kind of dig up. There was an area in the end where there was a trench that was starting to form. How Junior Dalla lands hard at the crease. So there was a trench that was forming. I saw something that we don't often see in domestic cricket. They had to dig up a piece just to two surfaces or two wickets to the right of the current wicket we're playing on.
Go on, bring us closer, no, because I ask, when you're sitting up there in the changing room as players, you almost want every bit of information available to you before coming onto the park. And as you make your way onto the field, you start seeing these patches, and it starts playing in your mind. I know the chat yesterday was about the two different ends as to which one Dayan Khalim prefers, Junior Dalla prefers. It's just those nuances that perhaps the novice won't know about the game of cricket. Sitting at home, you're wondering, why is the game not getting underway? The sun's out, the players are there, the umpires are there, but it's just that one patch that a particular bowler is not quite comfortable with.
Yeah, especially as well when you think of where the patches was, you know. We've seen that the boundary has him shortened in that third man region. That's not necessarily an important area. But the most significant one is just behind where the wicketkeeper Luandri Pretorius is. And as a bowler, as you're running in, you want to be comfortable on the foot.
Now, what you saw there is not cheating. Both teams are well aware that the boundary rope has been brought in because it's still damp in that cow corner region, as you see there on the screen.
I heard as well, just being down with the players. The DPL Lions were not necessarily the most happiest of players, seeing that boundary being shortened, but because of course they were worried about two players. I think it's Devil Brevis, Luandri Pretorius.
Junior Dalla completes the 50th over of this, the final between the Momentum Multiply Titans and the Lions. Into the over, 184 for 2. Still in the first innings. Almost want to resign to the fact that approaching the game, approaching today's play, the Lions might just think of batting once. Is that what you're leaning towards? Yes, match situation, the time lost in the game. Bat one surface. What do you make of the surface and how it's played, particularly in the first hour this morning and yesterday late afternoon?
Yeah, you're always thinking about how can we win the game. I think that's the most important part. And after losing a day and a session, it already makes things difficult. I'd mentioned the point of the amount of draws that we've seen this season in the 4-day series. And it's going to require teams being creative or trying to force this result and winning this final.
Janko Smith, hoping for a better day today. One word that I walked away with from yesterday in his efforts, determination. Yes, we saw his first spell, trying to find his lengths and his lines, given an opportunity, the youngster from Tuks. And how he quickly made those adjustments, for me, is what is always telling with a first-class cricketer. How you're able to, yes, get yourself into the side, get the opportunity, get that first over going, get that first spell. But it's always about how you come back in fixing that. And there was a break in play yesterday, as this one goes past the inside edge, where just before tee, he got a spell, went into tee, came back from tee, and he almost got into his shell, Janko Smith.
Yeah, as well, I think what's important, just looking at this previous delivery, is that he found his lengths a lot better from the corner drive end. He really struggled from the golf course end. And most of his spells, then soon after, they mostly came from the from the corner drive end. So it's so important as well to find the ends. Yes, he had a left-right combination between Dom Hendricks and Josh Richards. Early on, maybe struggled to adjust to the left hand and the right hand up top. But since he's had a spell from the corner drive end, he's really enjoyed himself, found the lengths. And again, just speaking to some of the Lions players about what they thought in terms of the Titans' lengths, they said maybe they were slightly on the shorter side. If they were a lot fuller, asking the questions around off stump, making the players or batters play a lot more, maybe they could have had a couple more wickets in that first session yesterday.
And often these are chats we have in commentary with teams that are coming from outside South Africa with the excitement of coming to the Wanderers, bowlers, particularly the subcontinent bowlers from Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, who these conditions are very unfamiliar to them. Get to South Africa, get to the Wanderers, you almost want to pitch it short, and every delivery is going past the stumps, being caught at shoulder height behind the stumps, and throughout the day you're just bowling good balls, oohs and ahs throughout the day. It's also just quite fascinating for me then if you switch it up with the local players, with all the cricket that they play around the country, still them struggling when they come to the Wanderers.
I want to add as well to a point that you look at the style of the Titans bowlers, they're more into the surface as what they have. And this particular surface, because of all the rain that we had in Johannesburg, it requires you to be a lot fuller. So now it's guys that are used to banging the ball into the surface, having to adjust to a surface that requires them to be a lot fuller, and that's never the easiest of things.
Keep that in mind, because there's a particular bowler who was once with the Lions, went to the UK to play county cricket, and upon return, end of the over, 186 for 2. Duan Olivier comes to mind.
Yeah, a couple of seasons at Yorkshire, playing at Leeds. We know it can be cold up north. The wickets require you to be a lot fuller. And unfortunately, going from Bloemfontein to Leeds, all of a sudden, it's a completely different way of bowling. These are the bowlers that we saw yesterday. Taim Khalim, obviously, being the bowling lead. Probably the best lengths in terms of finding that fuller lengths, asking the right questions on that front foot. And but I think the most important part is, again, I think there are 3 seamers that we've seen from the Titans that they're looking to deploy.
Dala clipped away nicely towards fine leg. This partnership really just emphasizing their approach. The approach of just looking to bat once here, the deep world Lions.
Yeah.
At that point, it's a very interesting one, because when you are inserted into any squad, you're brought in to add something different. You're brought in to add value. And often at times we've seen, even in the SA20, where teams almost look similar in the sense that there's nothing different in that bowling attack. Look at Dala here. He's someone who bangs it in, who will bang it in the whole day. Dayan Khalim will look to float it up and get any lateral movement he can get. So in a bowling attack, generally you want a bit of this, a bit of that, a bit of this, for conditions where you as a captain at the toss, you looked at it and you assessed it, but 2 hours or 2 sessions into the match, things are slightly different.
Yeah, it's a balanced bowling attack. I mean, as a coach, if you could have a left arm seamer, Marco Jansen, Kagiso Rabada, Andrich Nokia, who can run in and bowl 150, and then mix it up with a bit of Vian Mulder as well as the all-rounder, that's the type of bowling attack you want, to covering all your bases. Because what that gives you is that in any conditions, your bowling attack can still be effective. That's what you're always looking for. And again, I mentioned yesterday, you think about these 2 teams, they both play on the high felt, but the conditions that they play in are completely different conditions, even though they're both on the high felt. Wanderers, you don't tend to play on the center wickets, you tend to play on the slope a lot more if you're playing a franchise game for the Lions. Supersport Park, you can play on any surface. They don't tend to offer a lot of lateral movement.
And those differences are quite clear in the white ball, particularly in T20 cricket, where you see the differences in the 2 surfaces.
So that means then when you're doing your recruitment then speaks to, okay, our games at home, do we have options that can utilize our home conditions? And at Supersport Park, banging the ball into the surface, and on day 3, day 4, when the cracks start to open up, it's something that can be used well by the home side, and that's why Junior Dalla has become the bowler that he is.
Misses out there. Van Buren looking to lunge forward and pierce the offside. Better this and a better that. that left arm option is gold. Going back to the point you were making about Smith, that he perhaps struggled with the left hand, right hand. But if you've got a left armer, he comes with that option for the captain. Short. That's a particular delivery that they've stuck to this morning. Junior Dalla coming from the golf course. These two have been equal to the task, Hamza and Van Buren. 109 is the partnership. Final ball. Fuller this time. Hands on head. Targeting that leg stump. Equal to the task is Zubair Hamza in his defense. It's 189 for 2. It is day 3, or rather day 2 in terms of play. Only getting just the one session yesterday. And we started on time this morning. And looking at the number of overs lost, and almost do summations and the averages in about a day and a half. That's about, what, 5 sessions? A session yields about 35 overs at a run rate of 3.5. People might say we've lost time, we've lost overs. That's about 500 runs we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, and also the opportunity for some of the bowlers that they could have had on day 1 and day 2. Maybe a lot more lateral movement we could have seen on day 1. And I honestly felt, you know, probably the Lions would have wanted the opportunity to put the Titans team in and kind of see how they respond with lateral movement, a bit of movement, because they are a very powerful batting attack, very aggressive batting attack. But I don't think they've been tested in maybe trying conditions where all of a sudden you've got the likes of Tsepo Moregi, Lotho Sepamla, Cody Youssef asking questions.
Oh, cries and cries, that is bowled him. In 2 minds was Van Buren, caught in no man's land, and as they break through.
Yeah, and mentioned that Fuller lengths. Fuller in area, Fuller in terms of asking questions to Mitchell Van Buren. And I do believe just in the last second, just ducking back into the middle stump of Mitchell Van Buren. Not quite forward, not quite back, but a bowler gets his reward. It's that man once more, Jacob Smith, who gets the second wicket. 189 for 3. And Mitchell Van Buren has to go for 73 of 106 deliveries.
And again, it's a partnership we've been talking about. Junior Dalla from the golf course end has been peppering them with the short stuff. And Jacob Smith sees an opportunity to just pitch it up. Good line, bit of movement. And as they break through this morning, 189 for 3. Well played, 73 from Van Buren. More importantly, the partnership that has really propelled the Lions towards 200.
Yeah, he's a player as well who will be bitterly disappointed. He always wants to be in the middle, Mitchell Van Buren, especially that he's done all the hard work getting himself to 73 runs and falling short what would have been a well-deserved 100 as well, considering the type of season that he's had. But it brings an opportunity, yeah, for a rising star to me, Connor Esterhuizen. Still a young career, only playing his 12th match so far. But he's got a promising career ahead of him. And he'll be similar in his approach as well. He's someone who looked to be aggressive as well. Looked to be positive, but again, it's all about how you start. There's a small window here for the momentum multiplier Titans. You want to bowl as many deliveries as well to Connor Esterhuizen. And this is a small window that you probably been talking about in the change room, guys. When you do have a new batter in, it's so important for us to apply the pressure. Often teams will speak about bang bang, getting 2-3 wickets in a cluster, and these are the opportunities that you're looking for.
And what it does when there's a brewing partnership well beyond 100, that of 109, the voices start going down. You don't hear the chirps from third man and fine leg no longer. until there's a wicket, until there's a new batter and everybody's geared up again. And that's the hope from the Lions, or rather the Titans, that they can find an opening, which they have found, not just to get everybody geared up again in trying to pick up their fourth. Early on in the day, didn't have the 2 slips. Now they've got the 2 slips and a gully for the new batter.
Yeah, some change rooms you hear the coaches telling the fielders to support the bowlers. And at times you have this feeling that it comes from the bowlers. The bowlers set the tone. If you are putting the ball in the right areas, it automatically gets the fielders supporting you. We just heard oohs and ahs immediately there because the ball was in the correct area. You asked the question. So it's so important for bowlers to also remember their responsibility of setting the tone, asking the right questions, and that means you also get the support.
That's good. That's a good length that equal to the task is Estes, and he gets himself off the mark.
It's driven nicely as well. They've managed to run well on the third one. And again, it's that man, Junior Dala, was always in the action.
He just threw that to Santon, in fact. I think it's on top of the Michelangelo.
Yeah, it might be on the other side of his career, but in terms of his arm, it's never in doubt. He's got one of the strongest arms going around in the circuit.
If I bumped into him at the mall and he casually told me that he's part of the bomb squad, I'd actually believe him.
I'll be interested to hear what position you think he plays. It feels like he'll probably be one of the flanks.
Yeah. Next to Kwagga Smith, maybe. Smith. That's wide. Outside of stub. Hamza says, thank you very much. All eyes now on Hamza and how he operates his partnership. Now all is just, as we're talking about the differences in a bowling attack, you want a left armour, you want someone with express pace, even in that top 6. I mentioned Connor Estes, and I really want to see his approach here. Will it be something similar and that we expect of a Brevis when he's gotten a platform of 190 for 2, you come in, you play a natural game? With that in mind, at the other end, Hamza will know if we lose another wicket here, all the hard work we did yesterday and this morning. 193 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, as much as cricket has changed these days, T20 has influenced a lot of the modern cricketers. It's so important to realize how you start is important. I mean, you've got 20 deliveries where you feel you might be vulnerable as a batter. And that's your opportunity as a bowler to where the feet are not quite as sharp as they would be. As we look at this card so far, 3 wickets have fallen. There's been a couple of starts there. 73 was Mitchell van Buren, who recently departed. Some starts up top. The partnership between Dom Hendricks and Joshua Richards. It's a platform that Lions often give to their batters, but now it's about kicking on, ensuring that at least one guy gets a big 100 here. We've spoken about possibly batting once, and that's only possible if one of your top 4 batters gets a big one.
Clipped away nicely, good balance there. So Hamza looking nice and tidy on his legs.
And he's one of those players as well. I mean, we've mentioned yesterday, he's had a solid season, not necessarily scoring the hundreds that he would like as a batter. But again, the last game of the season, being in a final, such a great opportunity to convert it and make it a big one, especially considering, like we keep talking about the amount of time that's been lost. And I'd have a feeling that we're not going to complete play in each of the days that are left because of the time of the season we are in. I mean, it was around, 4:30 to 5 where we had close of play yesterday. So that's another consideration as well from the players that they need to have. We're not going to have a completed day.
Which then talks about the approach from a Connor Estes and a Björn for the Delano Potgieter in trying to chase that time to give yourself a buffer.
100%. I mean, that's exactly what you want. And again, they had a nice partnership, 109. And again, it's about building another partnership. Don't give the opposition that window where they get a cluster of wickets and now you are battling to get yourself to maybe a 400, 450 to give yourself maybe an opportunity to only bat once. And that, for me, is going to be the game. I think the Lions will be thinking on the lines of batting once, hopefully bowling well in your first innings. Maybe there is a collapse from the Titans. It feels like a game where one team has to make considerable amount of mistakes for the opposition to have an opportunity to win.
Lovely. Lunges forward, Esterhazen. Yeah, you look at some of the big players that are missing from this Lions setup. 3 that just stand out. One of those 3 who, for the past 4 or 5 years, is the reason why this top order from the Lions has been so successful in a Ryan Rickleton, Rasifana Disson, Temba Bavuma, where if they are on the team, you almost expect a 400, 450.
Hey, you feel it's a transitional period from the Lions. It's been a very successful period with Rasifana Disson, Temba Bavuma, and now Ryan Rickleton, Reza Hendricks being one of those as well. Rickleton being one of the latest now to be fully fledged Protea, playing in all 3 formats. And all of a sudden now for Russell Domingo, now you have to find the next Rickleton within the Lions.
Lovely, lovely. For the first time that he pitches it up, Junior Dala to Esterhazen, he says, thank you very much, through the covers. That's 4 more.
Yeah, it's a really good shot from Connor Esterhazen. Just looking for that fuller delivery with a slip. Keegan Peterson being that second slip, but too full. And a player quality of Connor Esterhazen, even early in his innings, you certainly make you pay. But again, I do feel Junior Dala, yes, got that one too full. Again, that's the correct type of delivery that you want to be bowling, so it shouldn't be too despondent with the result.
I don't think he's getting the encouragement that he perhaps wants looking at that slip cordon, because there was early on in the day a ball that went through that cordon area. And so it's just those small little encouragements that you look for as a bowler. And at the moment, I think it's quite clear. Operate with the short stuff and pitch it up ever so slightly. End of the over, 198 for 3.
I think yesterday I had thought of it's one of those surfaces where, as a skipper, as a bowler, you got to have in mind, hold your nerve. And when I say hold your nerve, is that sometimes as a bowler you can respond to the bad ball that has been bowled. You put a sweeper out. Whereas you should be encouraged by the shot that Connor Esterhazen has played, because again, I think at this surface you want players driving and not cutting, not pulling.
And within the first hour, we saw a sweeper and almost one slip or second slip and a gully area, and immediately a ball went through there.
And again, because the nature of the surface is not your typical day 3 surface at the DP World Wonders. Early on in the morning, it's the first time we've actually had a morning session. And when you're starting with a sweeper out, you're not giving yourself that chance, because you want to start with some slips, give yourself a chance. If they do get away with you, then you put those sweepers out. It's always just the mindset that's important to me.
Pitched up.
Because once that opportunity goes 6 between the slips, now you've brought that slip up. Now you're hoping that another opportunity comes.
And it almost plays in your head throughout the day. Comes far worse when the player then goes and reaches 3 figures in the Zubair Hamza. He's really looking solid this morning. For me, one thing that's always encouraging is the numbers between those brackets. It moves the games. It moves the match. It puts you in a commanding position. 115 deliveries for his 57.
And he was allowed to kind of play second foil as well because Mitchell van Buren got really positive, got aggressive in terms of looking after or taking care of Tsepo Ndwandwe. And speaking to the captain as well, Dom Hendricks this morning, it was the encouragement from Zubair Hamza. He said, you can't let him just bowl to you. There's not a lot of turn. Go after him. And that's when Mitchell van Buren, it clicked and he started being aggressive against Tsepo Ndwandwe. So it's these experienced players being around and saying, don't just block it out and be comfortable what's on offer.
And what it does is this one goes into that inside edge. It allows you as a bowling attack to almost see the situation of the game and realize it. And what we're seeing here, there's a bit of movement that he's getting in now, Janko Smith.
I think we've got to keep a close eye there. It will be interested if it's normal swing or is it starting to tail in a bit. Reverse swing.
Going back to that Ndwandwe chat, the 9 overs that he bowled yesterday for 46. And what it does to you as the captain, it almost brings one less bowler to your arsenal because you know they're looking to attack him. There is no turn and they're looking to be positive. So you're almost one bowler less in your attack.
Yeah, also considering that I'd mentioned yesterday that they're basically playing Dayam Khalim, Junior Dala and Yaku Smith as they 3 out-and-out seamer. And the support from Andile Pehlukwayo for me was the concern because on this surface, he should be one of those bowlers who's going to be effective. Bowling that particular length, bringing the batters forward with an occasional bouncer. So that was a disappointing part in terms of the amount of overs that he bowled. It's 55 overs gone, 198 for 3.
Yeah, I was also quite disappointed with his efforts. Andile Pehlukwayo yesterday, looking at the conditions, slightly overcast. And as you mentioned that, it looks like he's being brought into the attack. And some more repair work done from the golf course end. Lots has been done to the surface and the outfield. Hasn't rained in these past 2 days, but the outfield's still a bit damp. And some damp patches on the surface. A change in commentary. Dion Grace, Ken Boland.
Hammering away. The Titans attack at the Lions batting. They've got 1 wicket this morning, but Junior Dala expressing some concerns about the footmarks again at the golf course end. And Dion Grace, you were expressing some concern about Junior Dala bowling all morning so far.
Obviously, they aren't listening to us, Ken. Yeah, it's definitely not the role for me for him to bowl for an hour, 7 over spell. Yeah, I just think you lose his effectiveness, and towards the end of the day, although he's super fit and strong, you might not get out of him, especially with a second new ball or even his 3rd, 4th spell today, that you could. But I think the fact that Ndwandwe was taken apart in a way yesterday, that's created a problem for the Titans. Also, Pehlukwayo on the slower surface hasn't been that effective. I'm surprised Neil Brunt hasn't bowled himself, even if it's just for an over or 2, just to see if he can get some control.
Yeah, and we've also a little bit surprised with the way Andile Pehlukwayo was used yesterday. Sliding down leg to start. Could be 2 here. It could even be 4. It is 4. As Janko Smit couldn't claw that one back. So not a great start for Andile Pecklequire as the 200 comes up for the Titans. Yeah, when Pecklequire came on yesterday and straight away Luandre Pretorius, the wicketkeeper, stood up to the stumps as he's doing now, we all thought he'd be bowling pretty much wicket to wicket, just do a holding job, vary it a bit, maybe bowl some cutters, but he seemed to be bowling to some sort of short pitch bowling plan, which seemed a bit weird.
I'll try and be diplomatic in my answer. I think this is the discussion we've had around his bowling for a long time. Does he actually have the control? Someone bowling at the pace that he does should have better control and should be able to bowl to this field and just tie up an end. But I don't know if he does. In one-day cricket, T20 cricket, in a way you get away with it, but in 4-day cricket you don't.
He bowled so many short balls that it looked like it must be a plan. But yeah, maybe it just wasn't landing where he wanted it to. Again, he's got 2 men back on the leg side boundary. This one goes to the one in front of square for a single. Mitchell van Buren's out, and he was the guy who really took the attack to Tsepo Ndwandwe. So I would think it's worth giving Ndwandwe a go fairly soon. It's a new day, you know. Van Buren's out.
Exactly. I think Esterhazy can play a similar role. But I agree 100% with you. You've got to give him another chance. It is a new day. It's a new start. You never know what could happen.
Oh, also don't mind your suggestion of Neil Brunt giving himself a bowl. It is Neil Brunt's birthday, by the way, today, so he could give himself a present or maybe because it's his birthday, he's saying, I'm not doing any bowling.
That's what I was thinking. That's the present. But who says you can't bowl both left-arm spinners in tandem? There's no rule that says you're not allowed to.
Steered nicely by Hamza. There's no third man, and he's picked that gap really well for 4.
It's just too easy. I'm sorry. This is... I know... As bowlers, we always bowl bad balls, but there's also a certain amount. Someone that's got his experience, his exposure to international cricket, this just isn't good enough. I'd rather get driven than cut for 4, surely.
Especially with no third man in place. Just on the left-arm spinners, Ndwandwe and Neil Brunt are also 2 very different left-arm spinners. Again, too short from Pecklequire, and Hamza says, thank you very much once again. 4 more.
It's quite an over, isn't it? 13 runs off it. It feels like one-day cricket, except we're playing with a red ball.
So we've got the strike bowler bowling for an hour, and then the guy who should be doing the holding job coming on and bowling more attacking lengths and going for 13 in his first over.
I thought I was being diplomatic, but it seems like you're diplomatic calling them attacking lengths. There's let's not go there. But anyway, that's the problem that's been created now for the Titans. Who can they turn to try and just contain the run rate? It was basically at 4 when we started. They got it down to 3.6, but it's gone up to 3.8 again. I think Smit has bowled really well in this spell. Yes, he's got the breakthrough as well, but you've got to apply pressure from both ends. It's as simple as that.
Absolutely right. And we're just saying the 2 different left-arm spinners. Neil Brunt, very tall, utilises bounce more than turn. Tsepo Ndwandwe is a shortish guy, slides it in a bit more of a classical left-arm spinner, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's why you can bowl them together. And I think it's probably going to have to happen pretty soon.
Janko Smith is definitely getting a bit of shape into the right-handers.
He is. So, also just thinking about other bowling options. Since last week, we know that Khalim can bowl off spin. We know that Luhandre Pretorius can bowl off spin. So we've got the option of Munsami taking the gloves and Pretorius potentially bowling a few overs. I think it's gotten to that stage where if you are seriously considering winning this game, you've got to try and find some options now.
Well, wicket-taking options. Dewald Brevis, leg spinner, has a bit of a golden arm. Beautifully bowled again. And we know that Janko Smith from the previous game up at Supersport Park, he's got that ability to slant it into the right-hander, tail it in, but he's also got that one that straightens, bounces a bit, and, well, the one slip in the gully, we'll be waiting for that. Good bounce as well.
I must say, the first couple of games that we've seen from Smith, he looks a good prospect. A tall, gangly, runs in hard. He's got a big heart. He's not scared to bowl with an old ball. And, I think those are all attributes that you need as a bowler, because there are going to be tough days like today. You've got to realize as a captain who your bowlers are that you can throw them the old ball to and say, do something for me.
And I like the energy he's bringing to his bowling. .211 for 3. The ball is 56 overs old. It would be easy as a fast bowler to think, well, everything's going to be against me here. But he's running in and bowling with good intensity, and there's a bit of pace on the ball.
Compared to the senior bowlers, he's almost been the standout. Not almost, I think he has been. He's got his point up. Yes, you've got two guys back, but I think for his type of bowling, I like this field. It's an attacking option, not a defensive option, where I felt for Khalim and Dala, it was a defensive option.
Another short ball, called wide by umpire Palika.
Batter's game, isn't it? But once again, I like the, like you say, the energy. I really do enjoy it. I think from a batting point of view, I always look at batters that aren't scared of the ball. And from a bowling point of view, I'm always asking a bowler, do you love bowling? Because there are going to be times when you're actually going to hate it, but you have to still have the same intensity and run in hard and try and make something happen.
Yeah, the tough overs. The ones like this match situation where, yeah, you've got to love bowling to be able to get through them. And Janko Smith certainly seems to be that guy. Of course, this is all very new and exciting for him. He's playing just his second first-class game at the age of 24. So thrilling for him, no doubt.
Yeah, for a younger bowler, I think he's got pretty good control as well, from what we've seen. It's mainly been in red ball cricket, obviously. We'll have to wait and see how and when he does get an opportunity in white ball cricket, how he goes. But it's without a doubt someone I would look at and try and look after.
I think he's made a really exciting introduction to senior first-class cricket. One hopes the Titans look after him. I'm sure Tucks are looking after him well as well. They do look after their players really well, and that's why they attract so much talent. But the Titans busy refreshing their bowling stocks, I guess. We've got a guy like Matthew Boast and Merrick Brett, both of them also Tucks bowlers who are coming through, who've played a fair deal. Lesego Coco Klamana looks a good prospect, also making his debut at the back end of the season.
And that's what you've got to do. You've got to now try and put pressure on the senior bowlers. Yes, you want to play. You've still got to learn. They might have the experience, but you can't just think that they'll play. You've got to make it really hard for the selectors to leave you out. And I think that's where my buzzword attitude comes in. Whether you've played 100 games or one game, your attitude has to be good.
Wicketkeeper Pretorius has now gone back to a more normal position for a wicketkeeper standing up to pace.
We'll have to also wait and see whether that actually makes a difference. Some bowlers just don't like the keeper standing up, although it is a good thing. I know in England you've got also a culture of keepers standing up to certain bowlers. The wicket's a little bit slower and so forth, but it also creates problems for the batters.
Steered away through cover point. Thoughts of a second, but they'll just settle for the one. My understanding, though, when a wicketkeeper stands up to a seamer, is that you're basically taking caught behind out of the game, but you want to stop the batsman from getting out of his crease because you're trying to get him LBW. So what batters do when bowlers are trying to bowl straight lines, target the stumps, try and get the LBW, is they come out of their crease to counter that. But you bring the keeper up, so then he stays in the crease. But Bakrakar hasn't done that. He hasn't bowled those straight lines that, keeper standing up would suggest.
Or more importantly, the lengths. Even that one. I know it stayed low, but your field is definitely set for you to bowl a fuller length, and he hasn't found it. It's been very much a mixed bag.
Definitely a disconnect between what the field setting has been telling us and what's being bowled.
There we go. That's the one. It's got to be like a bit of a metronome and just plug away, plug away, plug away, create frustration with the batter, not scoring, and then something might happen.
Yeah, I do think given the nature of the pitch, a scoring rate of 3.7 to the over is quite high by the Lions. So I think it shows the Titans haven't been at their best with the ball.
You can live with 3.2, 3.3 here because we know it's a high scoring ground as we're going to take drinks. Lots of boundaries, a couple of singles in between. But overall, I think the disciplines haven't been great.
So 213 for 3, the DP World Lions in their first innings. They resumed this morning on 160 for 2. So they've added in an hour and a quarter 53 runs, lost just the one wicket. I live in a city where we live, shop and play. A city invested in its future, powered by a world-class banking system. Feel the roar of passionate fans in our world-class arenas. The FNB Stadium, where the 2010 FIFA World Cup opening and final matches were played. Emirates Airline Park, famous for hosting the 1995 Rugby World Cup final. DP World Wanderers Stadium, set to stage the 2027 Cricket World Cup. Houghton Golf Club, host of the Joburg Open. And Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit, a haven for motor racing enthusiasts. Here, we're not just great hosts, we're the stars of the show. Sports so thrilling, you won't just watch, you'll feel it. Welcome to Joburg. This is a city that you must visit, work and play in. Welcome back to the DP World Wanderers Stadium after the morning drinks break. 213 for 3, the Lions, and there's an exciting competition to enter. If you fancy yourselves a signed Proteas ODI jersey, it's as simple as just pressing one button. Subscribe to the CSA YouTube channel that you're currently watching between the 10th and 14th of April, so you've got a couple more days to do it, and you've got a chance to win that lovely jersey. Janko Smit continues from the call at drive end. Again, that shape, and would you be tempted to get a more catching mid-wicket in there, maybe?
I'm not sure. I think the field at the moment is quite good. He seems to be bowling really good lengths. He also, to me, feels like the guy that can make the breakthrough. The batters will no doubt know that and also feel that he's maybe got 1-2 overs left in the spell. So just try and get through this. Because if you add 2 wickets to the score, 220 for 5, all of a sudden you feel this game could still go either way again.
Zubair Hamza's normally quite a free-flowing stroke player, but he's been very solid in defence in this innings, as we saw there. I think he looks like a batter who's set out his store for a big one. He's not going to be satisfied until he gets to 3 figures.
Just also sitting while they're having drinks, thinking again what the thoughts would be in the different dressing rooms at the moment. Are they happy to play for a draw? Do either one of the teams still feel there's enough time in this game to actually get a result? I'd love to know.
I think for there to be a result, one of the teams has to go really big in the first innings. The Lions are well on their way to something approaching a big score. But as you said, Dion, a couple of wickets now before lunch, and suddenly Titans are looking at maybe bowling the Lions out for less than 300.
And with their batting, we know the power that they've got, the ability to bat quickly. They're not scared of doing it. Or the other option, if one of the teams has such a bad session where you lose 7 or 8 wickets in a session, that also changes the complexion of the game.
And we've seen that happen at the Wanderers through the years, more than a few occasions. And I think Janko Smit has shown that there is still a bit in it for the seamers if you bowl well. He's definitely been getting a bit of shape and a bit of assistance off the surface.
It's all about the length. Every surface has a length where it's effective. And he seems to be finding more or less that sort of length at the moment.
Squared up, Zubair Hamza squirts away past Gully. They'll get 2.
There's that length again, as we were saying. Just something happening there. And this is the guy that's been batting for such a long time already. The ball's almost 60 overs old. So it shows you, if you'd maybe done that from the start, could things have been different?
Two of the tallest men on the field together there, Neil Brunt and Janko Smit. It's very good bowling. If he can just plug away there all day, he's going to find some edges eventually.
But now, once again, that conundrum that you sit with as a captain, do you give him one more over and risk him not being that good if he has to bowl a second and third? spell, heaven forbid, a fourth spell today. So you've got to make that decision. And but you also know, as I said, he's probably most likely now to get the breakthrough.
And of course, the second new ball is just 21 overs away, so that'll definitely also factor into Neil Brunt's thinking. Turned away, very far. It might be pad actually. Umpire, yeah, leg byes.
Once again, too straight from Pechlekwaya. Whether it's off the bat or not, it doesn't matter. The line was not good enough. Maybe because of the footholds where everyone's been uncomfortable, he's been forced to come wider of the crease, but he hasn't got the angle right consistently.
Better by Pechlekwaya, but he will concede the single to deep point.
I must say, I'm really surprised that we haven't seen spin yet, whether it's captain or Ndwandwa that's had to bowl from the golf course end. This just looks so easy against Pechlekwaya.
He needs to build some pressure, does Andile Pechlekwaya, just bowling a lot of dot balls in succession, just to create that pressure. And because as you say, Dion, at the moment, there doesn't look to be much threat from his end, and he's leaking runs going at 6 and over.
Sometimes things happen out of the blue. And maybe the Sky Blues are hoping for that.
Here's a good bouncer. That's what you were talking about earlier, Dion. That probably passed over middle stump.
It did. And at least that one was bowled with the intent. I think some of the other shorter balls were drag down balls. At least this one, I felt like he really meant to bowl it. And also, as someone of his pace, you have to use it because batters aren't necessarily expecting it.
And it brings a loose shot next delivery straight away. Hamza trying to whack that square of the wicket from back of a length.
Trying to hit that way too square. Lucky to get away with it. There was a little bit of extra bounce. And if he'd gotten out to this, he would have been very disappointed. And that's what the short ball does. Just has the ability to, at times, unsettle the batters.
Nicely steered through point again for a single to end the 60th over. And 220 for 3 and 221 for 3 and time for a commentary change. 6 Sotyalewa and Nono Pongolo will be joining you.
221 for 3. Into the second hour. Talked about lengths at the pitch report this morning with my fellow colleague who's making his way into the commentary box. Lengths, lines, meters. Talk about cricket being a game of margins, fine margins. You miss your length, you get put to the boundary. You find a good length, you pick up a wicket. Toiling is the name today. That's the name for the bowlers today. Graft, grinding hard. Also talked about how day one, generally slow here at the Wanderers. He talked about a 4-meter mark. Nono Pongolo. You know a lot about the surface. Having played a lot of your first-class cricket here. 4 meters. And we had a lovely illustration of these meters in the test match, South Africa against Sri Lanka in Gqeberha. Looking at the different release points, different lengths, different lines. Makai Antini, Marco Jansen, Delstein, Vernon Philander. The pitch might have something to offer for you, but those margins that I talk of are very important. Those 4 meters, 5 meters, as you look at the surface there. And your length becomes very important if you have lack then in terms of pace. I'll go to a Vernon Philander, Delstein, both looking to swing the ball in, out. But the difference in pace and effectiveness of a Vernon Philander is what makes him a standout bowler. Inside half of the bat.
Yeah, you just mentioned some big names there. Delstein, Vernon Philander. One is a swinger, one is a seamer. But the difference between the two was the pace and how late Delstein swung the ball. The first half of the ball coming at you as a batter, straight. That last part just in front of the eyes, then the swing comes out.
Almost that length. That's where you ought to be, Janko Smith. That's fantastic. That's the end of the over. 221 for 3 here at the Deeper World Wanderers, the Deeper World Lions. Batting first, tottering along. Gone past 200 this morning. It was a partnership between Van Buren and Zubair Hamza of 109. And as we speak, 32 between Connor Esterhuizen and Hamza. Heading towards the interval of lunch here on day 3. This is the man in particular who I will throw everything that we are talking about to. Pace, Andile Petlukwaya, swing, Andile Petlukwaya, short ball, Andile Petlukwaya, and everything that we know of him as a bowler. We know bowling requires a lot of effort, a lot of grit. Because it's going to be a day of toiling, you almost imagine Andy Lepetlukwaya has to put up his hand today as the experienced bowler.
Yeah, certainly. You look at the amount of overs Junior Dalla has bowled. He's bowled 16 overs. Diam Khalim has bowled 13 overs. Yanko Smith has bowled 17. Those are your frontline seamers who tend to bowl the ball into the surface. It requires a lot of effort, as you've mentioned.
Let's look at a product life cycle or a player's life cycle. You leave high school, Cubs, Coquig some, varsity cricket some, and into franchise cricket. And the drive continues because you still want to represent your nation, Proteas, and get a national contract. You've got to really dig deep. When you're a bowler who has represented your national side, you lose your contract, you change unions from Dolphins to Titans. Where does he find that grit again, Andile Petlukwai? Because we can't sit here and assuming that he's lost all ambitions of regaining that contract with the Proteas. Where's the drive? Where's the ambition? Still fairly young. 29 years of age. And because he's been around for so long, you almost forget that he's still a youngster. Where does he find that encouragement? It can only be disappointing to lose your contract, but you find yourself in and around that squad again.
Especially as well, it's not your first time losing it. It's his second time losing his national contract. But I think one of the best things that he did was to move away from Durban, moving to the Titans. We know generally Titans are always competing for trophies. You're in an environment where now you're going to be pushed.
Airborne, just for a second. Short cover. Hands on heads. Talked about toiling. Some chances will come, some chances will go begging.
And that effort for me has come from all of a sudden sending Luandra back, looking to run in and bend his back. Yes, he's outside that off stump, bringing the batter forward, but there's been a couple of bounces as well. So all of a sudden he's given Zubair Hamza something to think about. It's not always going to be on the front foot. And that's just the difference in the mindset. All of a sudden, by having his keeper back, he's given himself a chance. Junior Dalla is at square leg on the boundary. And it's so important for me to always have more than one option. If a batter is 100% confident that every ball is going to be on the front foot, now you're hoping that he makes a mistake. But all of a sudden you put a square leg out, there's a fine leg back, keeper standing back. All of a sudden his attention now is not 100% on front foot deliveries. There's a part of him who's thinking, when is he going to bowl that short ball? And that's the window that you want as a bowler. Element of doubt. When is he bowling the bouncer? And that's where now you get the nick off. All that ball being airborne, being hit straight to the skipper at short cover.
This one jags back in to end the 62nd over in this first innings. 222 for 3. It's by no means, I don't want to say old. He's only 29 years of age. And I'll go back to an example, perhaps Australia, where there was a period where they weren't shy of giving well-experienced domestic cricketers an opportunity well into their 30s. Think of Chris Rogers, Hussey. I say that because you might lose that contract at 29. You still have lots of time to go work on your game, find yourself, and really put up your hand again in that Protea setup. But it's all going to start here with the Titans. He needs to realize himself within this Titans setup with all the bowling options that they have. Brunt, Gidi, etc., etc. That was a bit of a laboured cover drive from Esther Hazen.
Yeah, again, that fuller length not quite as committed to it. Connor Este is in indecision. And if you, it's a bit of a word or two from Junior Dala, just trying to get into the ear of Zubair Hamza. You don't need to coach him through it. Connor Este is in.
Really been those players who have really just improved. Dayan Khalim, season after season, is just developing and improving his game. Someone who plays with his heart on his sleeve. In that mold of Lizard Williams and Oatmeal Bartmans, who really just stood out these past 2-3 seasons.
What does Dayan Khalim and Lizard Williams have in common?
Degrees?
I'll say for one, Lizard Williams will always tell you about it.
I know they're both very learned.
They both come from Cape Town. And they were both seeking consistent playing opportunities. And they both got it at the Titans. Dayan Khalim started at Western Province. Lizard Williams was in the fringes with the likes of Vernon Philander, Rory Kleinveld. Buren Hendricks couldn't get an opportunity at Western Province. Change franchises. The rest is history. Both Proteas players today.
Brendan Frost in the pink there. Looking a lot more relaxed this afternoon. He's in charge of the ground and everything that he's done to prepare the surface for the final. Really has been a surge from domestic bowlers. There he is. Making his rounds. He's done his bit now. Everything is up to the players now. There's nothing absolute, and obviously Mother Nature.
And he will tell you as well the amount of rain he's had in recent months. We mentioned 135 mils in this last week. And I also heard the CEO saying there's been 700 mils in the last two months at the DP World Wanderers. Just tells you about the amount of water that is underneath us and how hard it is now to deal with these wet patches that are at this ground at the moment, because the ground is so saturated. All the super soakers around, they use them, but still.
And the drainage that is all is said about the Wanderers. And with anything that has been short, Zubair Hamza has just been happy to just drop his hands, let it go through to the keeper. And that's the end of the over. 223 for 3.
Yeah, it's a good mix-up from Dayan Khalim. Pitch it up, and then of course, every now and then protect your lengths with a bouncer. Keep him thinking. And it's a partnership now where you feel, because Connor Esterhuizen has been new into the crease and looking to understand the conditions and the bowlers, he's taken his time. And while he's taking his time, Zubair Hamza has also just gone to his shell a bit to ensure that his partner settles in as well. Mitchell van Buren was a great foil to Zubair Hamza in the way and how quickly he batted when he was at the crease.
Particularly with lunch looming. Wouldn't want to lose a wicket now heading into that lunch interval. Would really give encouragement to the Titans setup. They know it's just 7 deliveries they're looking for to get the 10 wickets, but it's going to be hard work.
And you might feel as well, with 17 overs to go to that second new ball, being harder, it might also provide some opportunities. But some teams as well, as you approach that new ball, some teams might be slightly more aggressive with that older ball, knowing that the bowlers will be tired, knowing some of the bowlers might be preparing themselves for that new ball, so will be easing themselves to that new ball. So it could be an opportunity, a window where you could start having some fast scoring.
Clipped away. Esther Hazen. Yeah, you almost feel, looking at his bowling options, he's got just the 5 bowlers. Dala and Khalim, you would assume they'd take the new ball, or even a Smith, based on how he's just bowled this morning. This is where you almost would want a Ndwandwa to get a couple of overs, 5, 6, 7 quick overs, in also wanting to take that new ball soon after that lunch interval, if possible. Come out fresh. You've spoken to everyone. Now you've got a new nut.
I mean, you think about it, after this over, there's going to be 16 overs to that new ball. That means 8 overs from each end. Then as a batter in this moment, then you're asking yourself, how many overs do you feel Andile Pehlukwayo has left in him from the golf course end? There's going to be 8 overs before that new ball from the golf course end after this over. So then if you're taking away 2 overs, you think that Andile Pehlukwayo, someone has to bowl 4 from that golf course end. Someone also from the corner drive end has to bowl 8. Janko Smith has bowled a few already. In the air.
Airborne and just short of mid-on. Hands on hips. What his second opportunity, Andile Pehlukwayo. He's got the ability to just hold the ball at times with the assistance of the surface.
Now, this used to be Andile Pehlukwayo's strength. He had a mean bouncer. Would surprise you with that short ball. Slightly quicker than you think. And he's always at you. That was his strength. And he's got that back now. All of a sudden, by sending Loandre Pretorius back, the wicketkeeper, giving himself a chance.
Is that what goes through the captain at this stage, thinking as you bring us closer to the thought process of there's 8 on the other side, there's 8 on this side, I've got the 5 bowlers. Of the 5, 2 have done a lot of work this morning, but somewhere I have to take the new ball in all of this.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, even as a second change, third change ball, you're thinking the skipper needs to get to the new ball. Which options does he have? Because he needs to rest his frontline seamer so that they're ready when that new ball is available.
Airborne again, Fuller this time. So Bayer Hamza perhaps just losing his concentration in that over. 64 gone. 224 for 3.
Yeah, I'm also talking about, I was the change bowler, so I'll be thinking about those moments myself. Okay, the skipper right now is going to require me to do some work for the team. And if I could bowl a longer spell, a good spell, keeping things quiet and provide an opportunity or 2 before that new ball, I would have done a good job for the captain. Because right now, you feel at the moment, Andile Pehlukwayo bowling a longer spell right now. He's bowled 5 overs this morning. Possibly he could give you 2 more. And then, does that mean they might go double spin as they approach the new ball? Because they've used all their options? How many can Dayam Khalim give me before we reach that 70 mark? Because you also need a rest, and he's someone who generally takes that new ball when it's available. So all the things I'll be going through Neil Brunter's mind at the moment. But certainly, the spell of Andile Pehlukwayo in the last over or 2 certainly would have provided him with a lot of encouragement. But it's about that wicket. A wicket before the new ball is always a key moment.
And so from this end, this is now the 8th over. So we'll be counting down. This end, 8. And it is Dayan Khalim. And you would assume he's going to take the new ball. So what, give him 3, 4 overs here? Then take him out?
I certainly wouldn't give anything more than 2 right now, because you just, 5 overs at least of rest. is something that you want to give the bowler before that new ball. But also bowlers can be different. Some enjoy bowling and some might just like to continue.
I know there are those who will take the penultimate over, heading into that new ball to get himself warmed up.
Yeah, it's all about managing timing of when you give that bowler. I think that's the key part. But I think there's one thing that you want to be careful of on this surface. Probably don't want to see Tsepo Ndwandwe bowling with the skipper together or in tandem. Then maybe you'll feel that he probably didn't manage his bowlers as well as he could have. There's still something on offer for the seamers. Yes, more on the front foot, caught in front.
Top edge towards that fine leg area, and it's 4 more. Kone stays and says, yeah, I'm equal to the task. It is a short ball. The top edge, and it's 4.
Yeah, often as well on slowish wickets, this becomes a really good option. When batters aren't sure of how high or how quickly the ball will reach them off the short ball, it can provide some opportunities. And Connor Esterhuizen was very good off the short ball, not quite there in terms of executing. And I always speak about moral victories for the bowler. And I'm pretty sure it won't be too long to see another bouncer from Taim Khalim.
I want us to go back to the point you've just made. Yes, 4-day cricket, test cricket, it almost sounds like it's unlimited overs. But as you approach the new ball, these sort of thoughts need to come into play. And often at times, as you say, you as a captain don't want to be bowling in tandem with Ndwandwe because it means you haven't used your bowling options well. How many times have you seen that in T20 cricket? Where, because he's searching or he picks up 3 wickets, the captain in that power play, now quickly wants to use all his striking bowlers, come the back end, doesn't have the options. And we saw that a couple of times in the SA20.
I think the most important part about that is, first of all, as captain, you got to have at least 6 options in a T20 match. As soon as I see teams going to T20 matches or 50-over matches with 5 options, I'm always concerned, because it does not give you the flexibility as the captain to say, okay, 6 has started well today, it's given me 2 or 3 wickets in the power play, and I want to continue using him because he's getting the wickets. And as a captain, you want to be aggressive and not almost wait for the game.
Yeah, there's the call. Good running. End of the over. 228 for 3.
Yeah, you always want to strike when it's hot, where if your new ball bowler has got a good start and he gets a couple of wickets, you want to run with him. Give him the opportunity to bowl 3 overs. And sometimes he might be completing his spell in the power play. But then as a skipper, do I have the options? Because if they 4-5 down already in those middle overs, that's exactly where you want to be. We look at the match summary. DPL Lions won the toss and elected to bat first. And it's been a slowish start to the game. It's not your typical wondrous wicket. That means a lot of bowlers had to put in some long spells to get some reward. Yaku Smith being the standout, 2 wickets for 48 runs in 17 overs. Junior Dala as well, 1 for 53. And it's been the spell of Andile Petlukwa just keeping things tidy from the from the golf course end.
Right, scratch your head now, Nono Pongolo. A spell that comes to mind at this ground where you're in partnership with someone, and you remember a spell that that has stood out for you on this ground, playing that role for your captain.
Yeah, it's one game that stands out actually against the Titans where we had Aldred Hawken, myself, Delano Shailen Pillay, And Malusi Sibote wasn't your quickest of bowling attacks. And they had the likes of Aiden Markram, Heinrich Klaassen, a really good side. But how Malusi Sibote managed us on that particular game and beat the Titans, really with just one out-and-out quick bowler of Aldred Hawken. And it requires us to bowl some long spells at times, five bowlers. To beat the Titans comprehensively with that type of bowling attack here.
And at times you might be willing, your body might want to. You probably woke up on the good side of the bed that morning. But there's also a particular way your captain also then looks at you. There's a particular way your captain speaks to you because he knows you to get the best out of you. I know once we spoke to Temba Bavuma, he said jokingly to Kagisto Rabada that you owe me a fiver. You actually haven't picked up a fiver in Centurion. What does KG do the next day? He picks up 5. So you might have those plans at times and everything written down on the boards in the changing room, but there's also that captain-player, captain-bowler relationship, which is very, very important.
One of the most important things you can do as a skipper. And I think some of the mistakes that are done by some captains is to not have that relationship. You become a captain that just makes the changes but doesn't have the rapport with your bowler.
And it sounds to me, it sounds to me like he would then explain everything to you, Siboto, every plan, every field, and at the top of your run-up, you are at ease.
And this is one of the things that I share with all young captains, the length. Can you do this for me? And then the question that you ask him is, what fields do you feel with the plan that I'm suggesting to you? And then he might just say, 2 slips in a gully, maybe keep square leg out.
Oh, what do you, as Graham Smith, ought to say to a Delstein who's fired up? Who are you, as a Temba Bavuma, to say anything to a Kagiso who's fired up? But you've got to say something.
And the interesting part actually about Dale Steyn, he gives Graham Smith a lot of credit for his career.
Tidy over. Andile Petlokwa is in a bit of rhythm at the moment. 2 brilliant back-to-back overs. It's 229 for 3.
And the reason why I say it gives a lot of credit to Graham Smith of how he managed his career is that Graham Smith knew when to pull Delsteyn out of the attack and also when to reintroduce him into the attack again. And sometimes as a bowler, you're feeling, I'm feeling good, I want to continue skip. Then you forget that maybe 4-5 down, just take a break after a long spell. If we do get a breakthrough, now we've got the middle to the tail. There's going to be another window of opportunity where you can come in and clean up the lower order. And it's that thinking as well. Of course, that rapport as well. When the bowler is telling you, skip, I'm still feeling good, give me 2 more. Then also as a skipper, then you learn to trust that bowler. That, because, I mean, one of the biggest battles as a skipper is that you don't want to wait you don't want to be late in terms of making the call to pull someone out of the attack.
Diane continues.
Because that extra 2 overs releases the pressure, you concede runs, then all of a sudden the momentum goes back to the batting side. It's understanding when, and also when do I trust my bowler to give him a longer spell than usual.
And I suppose this is where the conversation, the chat was about Pat Cummins and captaining as a bowler. When and how does he get himself into the attack and out of the attack? Ben Stokes, I'll throw in there as well. Because you might be sitting there, you're the captain, you're seeing all of this, you want to make play, you want things to happen. And often at times it could be as easy as, you know what, let me take the ball, let me bowl.
Probably the 2 culprits are those 2 all-rounders I've mentioned from England, Flintoff, Ben Stokes, probably led to the injuries that he's had in recent times, Flintoff really struggled with that as well, where whenever he thought England needs a wicket, he will bowl himself to the ground. And both of them had issues with their knees, with their ankles. And all of a sudden, you've taken a big part of your career away because of forcing yourself to bowl through spells that maybe you could have been pulled out by a different captain.
Let's stay in the UK. Why not? Talking about spells that could have ended careers or spells that could have fractured someone. Jofra Archer. And how that period was so important from a Joe Root and Ben Stokes in managing him, because no one else seemed to know how to dismiss a Stephen Smith until a Jofra Archer comes about and you don't want him out of the attack. Catch 22. Some potent spells we saw in that Ashes series. The arrival of Jofra Archer, arrival of Manus Labuskaghni.
I think one of the most important things as well, from a coach's point of view and from a captain's point of view, is to understand the bowling attack that you have. If you're going to have two out-and-out quick bowlers, a Vian Mulder, for example, is a medium pacer, bit of a congregation there between the senior players and the skipper, just probably just thinking about the options that are possible for them. It's about knowing who's going to do the donkey work for your side. Who's going to bowl the long spells for your team. Because the last thing I want is my 150 clicks bowler bowling 8 to 9 over spells. And that's the concern that I had when I saw Jofra Archer playing for England under Joe Root, bowling long spells at 155 kilometers an hour.
No, the Wanderers is on their feet. It's packed to the rafters. You want to get that wicket. There are those fine margins, though.
It's the roll. It's the roll. 4 to 5 overs. Yes, it's got momentum, but also, I mean, it's not easy. It takes out a lot out of a Jofra Archer at 155 kilometers. And also, his ability to come back.
Opens the blade, tries to ride the bounce of Bear Hamza. The partnership's on 42. End of the over, 231 for 2.
Yeah, because at times you can get carried away as a skipper where all of a sudden you use them from that long spell. All of a sudden you've lost Jofra Archer for quite a long period while he's recovering to get back to another spell. I thought under Joe Root he misuses bowlers. And Jofra Archer all of a sudden struggled. Mark Wood is another one who tends to bowl long spells and he's had an in and out career with England, and they are rare to have 150 kilometers an hour, these bowlers, so it's so important to use them well. We're going to have a commentary change. Got Ken Boland with Dion Crace, who loves talking about fast bowlers. I'm sure we'll continue the chat.
Wait.
231 for 3, and Andile Pechlaquire bowling his 10th over. He's come back really well, Dion Crace. Since we were on air, he's bowled, let's just look at this, he's bowled his last 5 overs, he's conceded just 4 runs.
What are the odds this one goes for 4? But it has been better, and this is exactly the role we want from him. I think the frustration with the Andile Pechlaquire, as it luckily doesn't go for 4, is that we know he's good enough to do this, but why does it take an over of 13 or the first couple of overs of frustration and allowing the pressure to go away before you do the job that you're supposed to be doing?
I'm not sure where the disconnect was, but he started with the field set for a different plan to what he was bowling, and I don't know if that's the captain or him, or there's a disconnect there somewhere. But this is much better. Keep her back. Just the single to deep square leg.
I personally think it was him not having the control of bowling to his field. Eventually he's found his rhythm, and it's been a lot more effective and exactly what you want from him. And, they have built a bit of pressure from both ends. The scoring rate has dropped to 3.4. We've had 70 runs this morning, which is not a lot. It shows you that the Titans have been very good with the ball.
Yeah, Zubair Hamza, I said he set out his stall for a long innings, but it looks a little bit like he might have got stuck a bit as well.
Well, you have the innings that flows. There are times when you're going to score freely, and there are going to be times when the bowlers are bowling well at you. Maybe this is just that period of play in his innings.
Trying to manufacture something pretty unlikely there. That could only have got himself into trouble, I think.
Or is it mindset? Is he just batting for time? Is he not looking to score? And then all of a sudden you see something like this where you feel you can score and maybe you shouldn't be trying to score off it. And luckily he doesn't get himself out. Because that's a ball you just expect to hit for 4 actually. Or leave alone. So we spoke earlier about Hamza and potentially playing international cricket again. So I suppose this depends on a coaching philosophy, what you're looking for. Are you looking for someone in Test cricket that can occupy the crease, bat for long periods of time and other guys bat around you? Or are you looking for someone that can take the game forward? Because at the moment he's not really taking the game forward, but he's taking bowlers into their second and third spells.
He's since he got to his 50s, Zubair Hamza has added now 21 runs off 66 deliveries.
Can't see him playing in a Brendan McCullum side batting like this. And once again, there's nothing wrong with it. Maybe we have got a little bit spoilt with 4-day and 5-day cricket being quicker than it used to be. This used to be the norm, but I think with, like I say, modern technology, batting-wise, modern ways of thinking about batting, I'm still surprised that this is happening.
It's just a little at odds with the sort of pace and the positivity we saw from Mitchell van Buren and Josh Richards and Dom Hendricks. But perhaps he's just waiting for Connor Esterhuizen to get himself properly in, and then we know Connor Esterhuizen's a stroke player. He might be the one to put the foot down and be aggressive, and as you say, maybe Zubair Hamza's role is to bat long and bat really deep and get a really big score and anchor a sort of 450 total. Junior Dala back into the attack and a change of ends to the Corlock Drive end. Zubair Hamza's scored a lot of runs down behind square on the offside in this innings. He's got such good hands.
This is also what you would expect from the Wanderers, the surface. Although it's an unconventional one, not as quick, you still have the ability to work the ball square and behind square on the offside.
Bit of shape into the right-hander there from Junior Dala.
Nono and 6 were talking about that second new ball. It's less than 12 overs away now, so just shortly after lunch. question is, will the Titans take it, especially when you have a partnership like this, because you know it can increase the scoring? Are you prepared to risk that by taking it and hopefully getting wickets, or are you going to sit back with all the ball and wait for the breakthrough and try and just contain the scoring rate?
That decision will tell us a lot about the mindset of the Titans Brains Trust, whether they still see a win as possible for them. In that case, take the new ball, try and get wickets, or if they've already gone, we're too far behind, we've got to try and play for the draw, then you bowl with the old ball until it falls apart. Nicely bowled by Junior Dala. He stays a little hesitant outside that off stump.
He was expecting the ball to come back in, and that one seemed to just hold its line a little bit, but the length was good from Dala. Smith started this. Me bowled better lengths. That's the length you want to bowl. Maybe even like a fraction fuller, but it's closer to where you want it.
Overpitched a bit by Dala and slashed away through point by Stazen. Coming back for two. The throw is to the middle of the pitch, and so that's an easy two.
Taking on the keeper's arm there. Knowing it's the longest part of the ground, longest boundary, and the running was excellent.
Rivaldo Moonsamy, the man down at... He's really a deep backward point, isn't he? I mean, he's far too square to be considered a third man. Not the greatest ball to end the over, but it's not too bad by Dala, the over as a whole. 69 gone, 236 for 3. The fact that Junior Dala is bowling now and has replaced Diane Khalim suggests that it's going to be Khalim and Janko Smith to take the new ball once again. Peklakwaya starts his 11th over. Nice square drive by Zubair Hamza with a flick of the wrist. He managed to get some really good timing on that, and it races the way for 4.
The double teapot from the bowler as the 50 partnership comes up with this boundary. This was not a bad delivery at all. It's just a majestic shot by Zubair Hamza. Maybe this is also the shot that just breaks the shackles for him a little bit. That wasn't a half volley by any stretch of the imagination. Slight bit of room, but the timing and placement was impeccable.
Good comeback by the bowler. Still no Tepa and Ranwa, and he might get a symbolic over or two before the second new ball, but
Very old school. I'm sure he will, or Neil Brunt himself. But there is quite a long conversation going on at fine leg with Junior Dala and the two coaches. Obviously thinking about still ideas of getting themselves a wicket or two, getting back into this game, getting the game going forward a bit quicker than it is at the moment. It's sort of just lulled a little bit in this session for me. There hasn't been intent from the Lions. There hasn't been, obviously, wicket taking from the Titans either.
I think the Titans will be happy that they haven't let the Lions get away this morning. And that does keep them in the game. Both Richard Dusnevs and Albie Morkel are positive cricketers, so I'd be surprised if they're shutting up shop just yet. It's beaten the dive of Ryan Khalim. And another boundary, 2 boundaries in the over for Zubair Hamza. Takes him to 80.
Slightly full and straight this time. And finds that small gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Desperate dive, but despite all the rain and the outfield being a lot longer than what we are used to, that ball still has enough energy to go all the way to the boundary.
Perhaps these couple of boundaries are the sign that Peklakwa is getting a bit tired. Maybe time for a change. Down leg now.
And Hamza would be furious with himself for missing out. All you had to do was just get some sort of bat on that. And it would be 4 because your fine leg is very square, as it should be.
Oh, again, the very tidy, very clever little dab by Zubair Hamza. Beats Dewald Brevis. Just a couple this time.
It is 10 of the over though. Peklakwa now conceded 46 runs in 11 overs. It's better than it was. But surely there's got to be some sort of change in the last 12 minutes before lunch.
Just try out the spinner. See if he gets a bit of turn, or even just the change of pace could bring, a wicket.
Even if it is Brevis. It's just been steady. And as we spoke, I think the session is sort of taken time out of the game, which is good for the Titans in the sense that there's less time for them to get bowled out twice. But surely you still have to try and make things happen.
Quick single and very well judged.
It's just a nice comfortable length, especially with this field placing with backward point being out all the way to the boundary.
Well, these last 2 deliveries kind of sum up the discussion over a deep point, because the previous delivery, it provides an easy single. But now this delivery, there's a gap there that the batsman tries to force the ball through and can get himself into trouble with an edge behind.
He's missed out on a couple for me where he's just maybe tried to hit it too square or too close to the body. But we all know you need some luck as a batter.
I think when Zubair Hamza is going at 100%, that ball goes to the boundary. He hasn't hit it that well. It's straight to the fielder. It's been a bit of a struggle for him this morning. That was nicely struck. Nice positive stride into the ball.
Now, once again, I think that's batting for you. Not all hundreds are going to be 3-hour hundreds. Not all of them are going to be pretty and free-flowing. You've got to score ugly runs too. Now, there are going to be times when the bowlers are bowling well, and you just got to grind. And as we saw in the previous over, all of a sudden you go bang, bang, boundary, boundary, and you get to the next 10 runs, get to 90, get to 100.
Yeah, the most important thing is Zubair Hamza is still there.
Just out of the corner of my eye, it looks like Ndwandwe is warming up at fine leg. Might get 2 overs before lunch. Spoilt. He might be as hungry as I am for lunch.
These bowlers have engines to fuel, appetites to match. I wonder if Zubair Hamza shouldn't have been more forward, more on the front foot to that delivery. End of the over, 247 for 3.
Just every now and then it seems that if you find that right length, especially here from the caller drive end, that there is something in it. If you think back to Smith's second wicket, it's just the odd one. The batters seem to play it like it's staying low. Or maybe it's just that you found the perfect length for the surface and it makes it uncomfortable for the batter.
I agree. There's enough grass on this pitch to suggest that if you do put it in the right places, you're going to get some assistance. Janko Smith showed that, as you say, and looking for assistance of a different kind now. Maybe some turn. The left-arm spinner Tsepo Ndwandwe is back into the attack. Bowled 9 overs for 46 runs yesterday, and it was a feature of yesterday's play that Mitchell van Buren in particular really took to Ndwandwe, did not allow him to settle.
Should be an easier period of the game to bowl as well, with 7 minutes left till lunch. Probably 3 overs. So even if you find 2 overs for 3 or 4 runs here, it's something positive.
Still bowling with a slip in place, which is good to see.
And so he should. It's still, wickets are still the thing that you are looking for. I think a bit of gamesmanship from the Titans, just sending the ball along the chain and just wasting a bit of time.
Mid-on is fairly deep, probably at the edge of the ring if it was a white ball game. Mid-off is 3/4 of the way back to the boundary, a long off, about 20 metres in from the fence.
I like this field. I think it's a fairly good field. I think maybe the guy doing the fielding now that you just mentioned, that's a little bit deeper, Could have stayed in a conventional mid-off with us being just before lunch. Say to the batter, take me on. I think that's where the game for me has changed a lot, where if I think back, we would say a batter, hit it over there 2 or 3 times, and then you move the guy back. Now it's all about run rates and so forth, and giving bowlers protection.
But also giving the batter an easy one. Like we see there again.
So even if he is closer and they still get one, you just make the batter think, can I go over? Do I want to go over? It's probably the longest over of spin ever, as Keegan Peterson is just rubbing the ball and having a chat to him. All the gamesmanship from the Titans to make sure there's only one more over now before lunch.
Playing from the crease a bit there. Connor Esterhazy, not much footwork. Ends the over, 249 for 3.
And there won't be any rush now to get through this over, that's for sure.
Junior Darlow with the long run-up will almost certainly ensure this is the last over before lunch.
Khalim also just calling the 12th man. Must have an emergency of some sort.
He wants to be first in the lunch queue, Dion.
He's not the only one.
Hamza again, scoring comfortably behind square on the offside to bring up the 250 for the DP World Lions.
It's been slow going. An extended session has yielded less than 90 runs. Where I really expected the Lions to take the game forward.
Yeah, perhaps they've really set out their store for 450 plus and just didn't want to force things and, you know, get bowled out for 320. So
once again, being that fly on the wall and just having insight as to the thinking between captain, coaches and players. I'm sure they would have taken notice of the way the Titans batted in the game last week. The ability that they got 300 in almost no time. There is so much hitting ability and batting ability in this lineup that you got to have respect for them.
Did right, Dion. The Lions don't want to be bowled out for less than 350, and then, you know, that Titans batting lineup, as you say, they could get 500 in 100 overs. And then suddenly the Lions have to come out and bat under a bit of pressure on the last day.
Oh, we want that. We don't want a dull draw. We want this game to go one way or the other.
Absolutely. Neither Dion Crace nor myself are big fans of sharing trophies.
Or sharing lunch. I'm going to have my own.
I thought that was a given, personally.
You never know with some people.
You do know you're doing the interview during the lunch break.
Oh, definitely. After I've eaten.
Just evading. Diving man at cover. There again, we see that back of a length, and the bounce or the pace of the ball coming through is not what the batsman expects.
I mean, it's definitely the pace. It just never gets to the batter. He's so far through the shot, and it goes so far in front of square where you expect that ball to at least go square of the wicket. And that would have been an ideal situation for the Titans to finish this session with.
Josh van Heerden, the man diving at cover, just eluded him and ran away for 4. But Connor Esterhuizen would have had his heart in his throat there. Oh, to get out like that, the last over before lunch. There you hear umpire Alahuddin Palika declaring over and lunch. And so I think both teams will be reasonably satisfied with their work. The Titans have managed to nip 1 wicket out, but more importantly, they've restricted the Lions to just 94 runs in 31 overs. So just above 3 to the over. Zubair Hamza still there on 84 not out. Connor Esterhuizen with him on 31. And Dion Kreis, the bowling figures, suggest Janku Smith has been the most effective Titans bowler.
Without a doubt, he's found a great length and he looked the most threatening. Dala, for me, not at his best. Khalim was economical, but couldn't get the breakthrough. And Pechlakwayo definitely bowled a little bit better towards the end of his spell.
So, Dion Kreis is in a rush to get to lunch, and we won't delay him any further. Do join us back in 35 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
How's it going outside?
It's going okay. Just trying to figure out why.
Some stage the stunt might seem to go off. Came on again.
So I'm coming to check now.
Hello and welcome back to DP World Wanderers Stadium in Johannesburg for the CSA final of the domestic 4-day competition between the DP World Lions and the Memento Multiply Titans. A full day that was lost. Day 1, day 2 got the final session of play, 40-odd overs. Lots of play in that session. And we started on time this morning, 9:30 on the money, ahead of a day that has been promising for the home side. A couple of partnerships. And in this session, all eyes will be on Zubair Hamza, who is approaching another milestone in domestic cricket. But all important is partnerships for the Lions. Still very much inclined to bat once and put Titans under pressure, but still plenty to play for in this second session. And alongside me, co-commentator Dion Grace.
Thank you, Six. Nice welcome from you. Yeah, it was a good session for the home team, the Lions, but I felt it was also a slow one. Ken and I were talking about it and thinking maybe they could have tried to up the ante a little bit and try and get ahead of the game. I mentioned to him a few times I'd love to have been in both dressing rooms to just know the thought pattern. Are the teams both happy to settle for a draw and share the trophy, or does one or both of them feel that there's still enough time for a result?
What have you made of the conditions? What have you made of the surface? Yes, it was very slow yesterday. We are anticipating the conditions to be a lot quicker tomorrow, but what have you assessed in that first session today?
I wonder whether it is going to get quicker. I think that back of a length, it's really not getting to the batter. We've seen quite a few balls where you'd normally expect them to cut it for 4. Here, it's sort of gone to cover, even extra cover. It's been that slow. I was quite surprised they didn't use the spin earlier on. I felt that obviously Van Buren was very good against spin yesterday, but maybe Ndwandwe can now contain the other batters. But it seems like we won't see him again. It's Khalim, and we were hoping and maybe expecting them to take the second new ball, but this to me says that they probably won't.
Yeah, 7 overs until that second new ball. We were doing our math as well. 8 overs from that side, 8 overs from this side, and then Ndwandwe came from that side with Andile Pechlekwaya. But from this side, Dayan Khalim was continuing. And so we weren't quite sure whether they are looking for that second new ball.
All I know is, for Khalim, this is going to hurt. This first ball after lunch, no matter how much you stretch or warm up, it still hurts. Very defensive field as well. It's not what you used to seeing here at the Wanderers.
Second session underway. Gingerly. What is it as a fast bowler? It's a buffet in that changing room, all sorts of food. Do you dabble? Do you nibble? Do you have anything if you can?
I know the Lions bowlers would have had a full buffet. I think it varies from bowler to bowler. Some will have quite a bit, some will have less. You've got to find what works for you. But it isn't nice to have to come out after lunch and bowl straight away.
And these are the sort of challenges we want to see from our domestic players, because we often talk about that jump, almost at times looking like it's a bit of a steep jump coming from domestic cricket going to international. I say that because each and every time you hold a ball in international cricket, something is required of you. You can't have a lull. You can't have a period where I've just come back from lunch, let me just work myself into the spell. No, from ball one, anything can happen.
But also as a captain, as a franchise, you see who your guys are that you can rely on. The guy that doesn't shy away from bowling the tough overs.
Neatly clipped away. Really had his balance sorted out, Zubair Hamza, this morning.
Yeah, but also from my point of view, I think a guy like Khalim has really become a senior player with bat and ball in this Titans team. Obviously rewarded with a national call-up in this past summer in South Africa. And can we see more of him? He should be in the prime of his career now going forward. The next 4 or 5 years should be the best of his life.
Drives and Diane Khalim. Full straight. And that's the big scalp.
All of a sudden, lunch feels better now. 4 balls in, a wicket for Khalim. Deserved it. And it's disappointment. It's Esterhazy that's out. Yeah, our scorecard is still a little bit behind and confusing me now. I wasn't seeing things. But it's on the money. It's one the batter would be disappointed that he's missed. But as a bowler, you're thinking, well, that was the plan. We're trying to bowl straight. My field says to me, I want to bowl straight, reasonably full, and rewarded.
And that's exactly what we're talking about soon after lunch. Experience of Khalim given the ball. And he starts with a beautiful delivery. Full straight, targeting leg stump. And that's the big scalp. Breaks the partnership. It's 255 for 4.
Probably haven't seen enough of those length deliveries. I know you and Nana spoke about it earlier. Whatever the length is here at the Wanderers, it's normally between 6 and 8 meters on various pitches. For seamers, maybe slightly fuller at the Wanderers because of the extra bounce that there is. Umpires also having a look at the screen. And I think for Mr. Smith, that was one of the easier decisions. I don't know if you saw the decision in the first round of the county championship that did the rounds. The Oliveira given out to the off spinner, playing no shot, but it hit him about a meter outside off stump. It was one of the worst umpiring decisions I think I've ever seen.
Wandile Makwe, 2 of the 37 matches. Average, probably something you'll want to work on. Best of 101. A late inclusion in this side, replacing injured Temba Bavuma. That recurring elbow injury of his might be a concern for South Africa.
We've got 2 months to get it right, so hopefully we do, because he is a vital cog in that South African batting lineup. Looking forward to the World Test Championship final.
I think the positive for him is that there's very little, if no cricket at all, between now and then. He's not playing in the IPL. This is the final of the first class competition here at home. Khalim. Makwetu. That's the challenge now. For all those players who will be in that setup, how much cricket can they get between now and mid-June? Some will be going to county. Latest now to go over is Delva Brevis.
Spoke about that last week. I think that's going to be such a crucial part of his education as a cricketer, playing on different conditions and also having the responsibility. That's probably one of the biggest things for me going overseas, is the responsibility you have as an overseas player. Local players are looking up to you. Just whether you're 21 or 25 or 35, it doesn't matter.
Talk about youngsters, Dion. You are a Luandre Pretorius. Just last year you were playing SA under-19. Things working out beautifully for you. Perhaps timelined everything to happen in the next 2 to 3 years. A year later, keeping wicket at the Wanderers in a final. End of the over, 255 for 4.
We do have some exciting prospects in our midst and in our country. These are just a few that you've mentioned now. Then we don't even include the youngster called Kwena Mpaka yet, who's also as exciting, played in the same team as Luandre, of course. So the question is, how do we nurture it? We know, as Brevis had, there is going to be a time where Luandre is going to struggle. It's the reality. You don't wish it on him, but you know in cricket it's going to happen at some stage. And I almost want to say the sooner it happens, the better. So you can get through it and learn.
I think for me, Dion, what I picked up in this 1 year with the inclusion of your Stoltz of this world and and one Pretorius of this world in the Titan setup. Because last year, Brevis would have walked in there 2-3 seasons ago, and he's the youngster. Everybody's talking about him. Everybody's excited about his future. What has happened now? 2 more youngsters have come into the setup, and he's no longer the lighty, if you were, in the team now. Where he takes that pressure off of him. Move away there. Go to a Kagiso Rabada. When you speak to him now, how he sees his cricket, how he approaches cricket. He says for the first time, he gets into that Proteas setup, he looks around. It's either his age mates or guys who are younger. And that has lifted his game because now responsibility. Everybody's looking to KG. KG, please say something. Temba, KG, do you want to throw some words? And that responsibility going around. Akwetu stands tall.
And what a special player he isn't for South Africa. Obviously, not at the IPL at the moment, back home for personal reasons, and we hope things get sorted out quickly for him. But what a magnificent performer for South African cricket over many, many, many years now. And hopefully a few more to come.
And what he enjoyed is almost what you want for a Brevis, to walk into a setup. There's a Miller, there's a Klassen, there's a De Kock. And so pressure, not all eyes are on you, Brevis. Just go about your business. When he walked in, Kagiso, it was the likes of Vernon, Dale, Morne Morkel, and many others who, when he gets to the team, it's not Kagiso pick up wickets, Kagiso pick up wickets. It's we'll put you into the game, we'll find you a place, we'll find your role, and he's flying high today.
I think that's where it's so important having succession planning as well. You don't want to come to a stage in any team, whether it's domestic or international, where you lose all your senior players almost at once. It's just you can't replace that overnight. You need to broaden your base, and then when a guy like a Miller, for example, retires, Brevis is ready.
That's just going down leg. In unison. Over the umpire, not interested at all.
Speaking about the Lions bowlers, I'm sure they'll be looking at this. The last 2 deliveries from the man himself, Junior Dala, the strong man, for me were the right lengths. And it still creates something. The ball's 75 overs old. So maybe the score of 258 for 4 is better than we think it is, just because they haven't found that length often enough. So can the likes of Sapamla go to Yusuf, who I think is a very, very good bowler? Mareki's got experience now. Potgieter also bowls that sort of good length, bringing you forward. So, yeah, personally, I'm maybe a bit selfish, but I'd like to see the game moving forward in some way or the other.
Which is what I was talking about during the lunch interval, in how a Makwetu will play. We almost know how he plays. A typical wicketkeeper, plays his role, times his innings. A player like Delano Potgieter and the brilliance that we saw of him in the SA20. I don't want to say I would have been tempted, but just to see a positive approach, just in one session, to get yourself slightly ahead of the game. Because as we are now, we're not quite sure who's ahead of the game, who's got the game.
What do you think about Potgieter's role with that 100 in last year's final?
So still plenty to play for. End of the over, 259 for 4. Continuing our conversation here with Jan Grace, with youngsters and domestic cricket, and how little cricket, if you compare it to your time, Dion, that there is on offer. So very important, you as well as a youngster, to pick the right union to play for, to get as much game time as you can. Example, Ngabayo Mzipita comes to the Lions. At the Lions, there's a particular Bjorn Forte. Game time do you play? Will the Lions play 2 spinners at the Wanderers? Even though we've seen that with the Proteas. I think it was Simon Harmer who played here with Keshav Maharaj. So it's very important as well. Yes, we're seeing the youngsters, but where they are is also very important.
Without a doubt. And I've said it before. There aren't many better places to be at the moment than here. You haven't just got 1 or 2, you've got 3 world-class coaches. And if they can't teach you anything, you might be uncoachable, surely. I know not every coach is everyone's cup of tea, but surely between the head coach, the bowling coach, and the batting coach, you've got to find something
Got to
somewhere.
find something. Donald, Domingo, Hashim Amla, you've got to elevate your game.
Well, just being in their presence, I think. Even just listening to some of their stories, surely you're going to learn something.
That was the question thrown at Ryan Rickleton, talking about his form and how he's just been brilliant these past 2 years. And he speaks of a particular Hashim Amla. He says, he didn't change much, Hashim Amla, about my game. He just sat me down. We looked at my approach. We looked at my modes of dismissals. We looked at how I was just clutching to get an innings, to get myself into the Proteas setup and kick on. And he just calmed him down, mapped out where he'll be in the next year or two. And look at him now playing IPL at the back end of an SA20 campaign. Someone who had to practice patience for a very long time. There was a period where Ryan couldn't even make it into the strike line side, playing for the Strikers. Brilliant double 100 he scored for the Strikers down at the UJ Oval. Sat alongside Sue Abbott, talking about how does he get himself into the Proteas setup. And at the time, there was a particular Quinton de Kock. So it was always going to be difficult for him, Ryan. And if you're a youngster, anywhere you are, whatever sport you're playing, if you give yourself time, there will be an opportunity along the way. And when the opportunity comes, you've got to put up your hand and score a double 100. And with youngsters coming, I always say, Dion, we don't have to get 10 years of Mapaka. We don't have to get 10 years of Brevis. It might not be the case going forward. If we can get 3 maximum brilliant years out of a player, great. And looking how now series are panned out, these FTP tours, South Africa, are they playing a test series here at home? No. So how does then selection for the squad for the next season go about?
No, it's tough. Obviously, I think everyone dreams of a longer career. But the reality is there are things that happen. Some guys are better than you that come onto the scene. Injuries, once again, we don't wish that on anyone, but it's a reality of professional sport, not just cricket. But then to have someone like a Rabada that's had 10 plus years now international cricket, or guys that had 15 or even longer years of playing international cricket especially, it is something special. It is, I suppose that's what makes you a world great as well.
Airborne. Looking to be positive here. Hamza. And he picks up 2 on the offside. End of the over, 264 for 4.
Yeah, you mentioned, even if you just get 3 years, and I know you mentioned Mapaka, not meaning that it should be him, but I'd be disappointed if we only get 3 years out of him. You know, I think there's something special about him. Call it an air, a presence, whatever you want. Speaking to him, I think there is a belief, and I think once he has proper success at international level, that'll be even more so. And it's not an arrogance. It's a fine line between knowing how good you are and being too arrogant. And I think he's got so many attributes, and I'm really, really excited about him.
Dala continues from the corner drive end. Still very much confusing, all of this. Well, it's probably quite clear that they're not taking the second new ball.
Well, also just getting back to the story that we were on about, you know, and you spoke about the 3 players who were missing out for the Lions. You didn't mention Mapaka. You could have had him here as well. But just being in the IPL, and even last year when he was there, I said to people that I would pay to sit in that dressing room, just with all those guys, with all the experience, all all the things happening, all the learnings, and surely you have to come back a better player, whether you play or not.
Luan Pretorius batting with Joe Root, something you probably dreamt of last year. And now it's a reality. And we saw with each innings with the Paul Royals that he's growing confidence, understanding, and at some point it was spoken of how he was approaching his game on the offside, that he needed to work on that. A week later, he scores another brilliant 50 through the offside. So as much as you're young, you also must be willing to learn and take in the volumes of information that you're given.
Exactly.
And players like KG, I always say KG is a phenomenon. You can't make a player like that. You can't build a player like that. A fast bowler like that is born. And it's not always going to happen for every player like it has happened for Kagiso.
I've told him many times. He makes it look so easy. He's such an athlete. But such a great guy. So humble, always respectful. And I think you look at results, but at the end of the day, he's just a good human being as well. And a lot of people speak about it, and I think that's where coaching and hopefully the outlook around sport has changed dramatically. That you actually have a bigger role to play than just to get 300 or 400 test wickets. You want young boys from all walks of life to aspire to be KG.
Mapaka went and visited St. Stithians not so long ago. The kids were running around screaming his name.
Why not?
Bit of a lull now. Titans have found an opening in bringing to the wicket one dilemma. They need to find another wicket here. Hesitation. It's about that second new ball now. They'll be thinking about it, Hamza Makwetu, and it's always a toss-up. It could bring about runs, and it could bring about wickets, that second new nut.
I can't see them taking it unless you get Hamza out now. But then also these two would have bowled 3 or 4 overs each already. And surely, I know he's bowled better, but you don't want Pehlekwayo to bowl with a new ball.
I tell you who I'd give it. Smith, I'd give him a try with the new ball.
Yeah, but you've got to bowl from both ends, remember? I know in club cricket in England, when you're bowling badly, they say, put him on both ends, but I'm not sure they're going to allow it, yeah?
Into the over, 264 for 4. Deep world lines batting first. Started on time this morning. Crossing fingers that we get all the overs allocated for today. Weather looking very good for the rest of the afternoon and the weekend.
I think you're being a bit optimistic with 63 overs left in the day. I think we'll definitely have some bad light at some stage. It is halfway through April already, so 5:30 even without clouds, I think you're starting to see a little bit of darkness.
Play delicately. That's a deft touch towards third area, and that's a lovely shot. No power, just using the pace, and it's 4 more.
Previs a little bit grumpy with himself for missing that one. It's not the first time we've seen this shot from Zubair Hamza as he goes into the 90s. It is a lower risk shot now because you've only got gully in. And it's obviously a shorter boundary now with all the water that was around and the outfield being wet.
Into the 90s now, Hamza. Oh, in a final. Wouldn't he be pleased with his efforts? Strain down the leg side now, Khalim. Perhaps beginning to tire now.
I think it's been a bit of a mixed bag season for Hamza with the bat. Over 500 runs now, 650s. No hundreds though. Average over 50. So all in all, you would say it is a good season, but we spoke about it earlier. I'm sure he would have loved to have turned 2 of those 50s at least into hundreds. We talk about conversion rates.
Yeah, that is the disappointment when you are an experienced player. Required that if you are able to get a start, go get us a big score. Yes, during the season, round robin matches, you can almost write it off and resign to the fact that there's another match. But in the final, it becomes a completely different game, different ball game, different approach, understanding the price tag on your wicket. Lovely lunge forward. A role in which that we become so accustomed from a player like Dominic Hendricks. Well, the approach for the Lions is really just to batter on Hendricks, batter on Rassie van der Dussen, and the likes of Timba Bafuma when available for the side. Zubair has done a beautiful job in doing that this afternoon. Clipped away. Is he beginning to tire, Deon Grace? There's a couple of deliveries now that are straight down the leg side.
You're obviously trying to bowl as straight as possible, and if you just get it slightly too straight, it's easy pickings for the batter, and that's exactly what Hamza has done here. It's almost a carbon copy of an over against Pichlaquaya, where he was quiet for a while, and all of a sudden you get 2 boundaries, and off you go again.
Three away now, Zubair Hamza. Khalim. He's just happy to just climb on top of the ball. 2 boundaries in an over. Into the over, 272 for 4.
Now, if I look at the body language of the bowler, I think he's had enough.
But surely seeing that cherry, shiny new ball should give you at least a bit of 10% more energy to your game.
You were obviously a batter, weren't you? It all depends. If they're 50 for 7, maybe, but not 272 for 4. I remember this is actually the ground where I had my longest consecutive streak of fielding. We played 40 game. We batted first. It rained. Initially we started late. Then we got over 400, bowled. Then the Gauteng side out in about 90 overs. Only way for us to possibly try and win the game was make them follow on. Ended up bowling another 165 overs in the second innings. And I had bruised heels. So every time I bowled my spell, it felt like someone was sticking a knife in my heel to come off, put my feet in ice. And when they took the third new ball in the second innings, I was, I think I've had enough now.
Famished.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I've had enough pain. So it can be very good to bowl on, but it can also be very flat, as we've seen before, even in international cricket.
And there are those injuries and aches and pains that you play through.
There are many of them, trust me. No toenails, groins are sore, hammies are sore.
And tell me, Dion, that would be the longest you had spent
Consecutively.
Okay.
It was 255 overs on the bounce. That's a decent amount of time.
Can you remember your numbers?
Luckily not. I've tried to blank it out.
Oh, worry, we'll text.
I know Nick Pothas got 100 in about 9 hours.
I think we should text Sue Abbott, Keith Lane, to find out.
This is the fourth story we are, hey? It will hurt if I jump.
Long spells. I think it's only once where I've seen 3 new balls.
I've seen it a few times, but that was in the second innings after having taken 2 in the first innings as well. So,
What does the coach say to you guys after that? What does he encourage? What does the bowling coach say to you? What does the physio do?
I think the physio's hands were falling off. Luckily, we didn't have bowling coaches at that stage. Things have changed. I think the coach was also fairly quiet. It just flattened out. It was, like I say, it was a good wicket, and they had a fairly good side. You know, Bacher played, Pothis.
You left the coach lonely in the changing room alone for 200 odd overs.
Exactly. There were also times in Kimberley where we had 1 innings each in a 4-day game without rain interruptions. So yeah, those are the good old days.
Modern day cricketers will say there's nothing good about that.
Especially when you bowl 46 overs in 1 innings.
46.
46. I do remember my figures from that game. 3 for 89 in 46 overs. I didn't go for 100. I missed out on a first class 100. Often say to people, I got a few first class 100s. None for 100, 1 for 100.
How times have changed. I mean, even when you speak to the likes of Makaya now, he says he averaged something like 15 test matches in a year. You speak to Rabada now, he probably looks at 6, 7 test matches in a year.
In a busy year, yes.
Final ball. Perhaps this is the over to warm himself up. Will they take the new ball? Yet to see. As he wraps up his over in his new spell, it's 275 for 4.
It seems Dion Crace is quite a sucker for punishment, because I found another game where he bowled 44 overs and went for 96, less than 100, as he says. So we'll still try and find the exact game he was talking about. But he has obviously toiled long and hard on cricket fields, and the Titans are toiling a bit here as Dayan Khalim comes in to Wandile Mkwetu on 6, Sube Hamza on 98. We're on 100 watch, Nono Pongolo.
Yeah, certainly is. It would be a good one as well. It might be, I mean, we'd mentioned here on day 2 how important it is for him and to finish the season well, helping Lions and putting Lions in a really good position. Plenty of 50s in the season, so it's about finishing it strong.
In the morning session, there were periods where Hamza maybe looked a little stuck, but maybe we were a bit too critical of that. I think what he has done very well, and Dion Crace alluded to it earlier, is there's been ebbs and flows to his innings, and when the bowling has been good and tight, he's just absorbed it, and then he's managed to capitalise whenever there've been a couple of loose deliveries.
I think it definitely was flowing when Mitchell van Buren was around. I think definite change in his tempo is when he lost the wicket of Mitchell van Buren, who was a great foil to him. How positive he was from the word go, Mitchell van Buren, and you could see he just chose to play the background role, rotating strike, giving Mitchell van Buren a lot of the strike in that partnership. And then I think there was a period where Andile Pehlukwa really tied him down, gave away a couple of opportunities. And that's something I think as well. I remember Stephen Cook used to speak about to some of the batters how important it is to get through those stages of pressure where the opposition is on top of you. It might be 5 to 10 overs where they really are on top, but always be in the position for that pocket of runs. 20 to 30 runs after that pressure moment where you can capitalize. Maybe there's a change bowler coming into the attack. You use that period. And it's about understanding that's batsmanship. Understanding, yes, there will be pressure, but at some point, there might be a pressure release.
This too shall pass, yeah. Get through it and be there to cash in when the bowlers get tired. Hooked away by Makwetu. Will just be a single to the deep square leg. Junior Dala out there.
The only player on this field who would be a single. As soon as you look up and you see Junior Dala, just all settle for one. And I think this is the importance, again, we mentioned yesterday, again, the importance of these type of players. Zubair Hamza has had a taste of the national team. The likes of Dominic Hendricks guiding some of the younger batters through these moments where, because of T20 cricket, some of these younger batters, at times when the pressure is being applied, they opt to, also be aggressive and fire with fire. And that's possibly where you open the door to the opposition losing a wicket in a crucial moment. So it's about understanding the ebbs and flow of the game. It's ended the over. 80 now are finally gone. It's 276 for 4.
No sign of a second new ball, which is now available if the Titans want it. But there is a bowling change. Janku Smith, who we thought would take the new ball, is coming on to bowl. So maybe he's going to bowl a delivery or two just to get loose.
Yeah, something that Six mentioned earlier on today as well. It's the possibility of some of the bowlers to just loosen up with an all ball first, get himself ready. And it's going to be a key moment because there's an opportunity for wickets to fall. And, of course, runs for the batters are harder, newer ball.
Ooh. Stifled appeal in the end by the Titans.
That's certainly how he got Mitchell van Buren as well. One just tailing back into middle stump. He's got the ability to bring one back into the right-handers. And just possibly just missing leg stump, doing too much.
He's consistently managed to get a bit of assistance out of this deck as Janku Smith. The ball's 80 overs old and still moving around for him.
It's the length again. So good for a tall bowler because most batters would be quite reluctant to be on that front foot to Janku Smith. And once he gets that length right, all of a sudden you're finding yourself not quite forward because you're unsure about the bounce that he can get. And that's something that a lot of coaches spoke about Morne Moko for a long time. And when he got it right in his latter part of his career, how difficult it was to face. So it's so important, especially for the tall bowlers.
Yeah, again, it's that good length Janku Smith bowls. Did you ever come across a Wanderers pitch where you felt, as a pace bowler, there's nothing in this deck for me?
I think first of all, as a bowler, there's not such a thing as a flat wicket. You're always required to find ways of taking wickets. I think, yes, certainly I've played on some few flatties in my time. I think Northwest definitely brought out the retirement sooner than anticipated, where all of a sudden you've played 4 games in a row where you're bowling 110 plus overs.
Nicely driven through the covers by Makwetu. He definitely 2, and he's going to get 4 as the fielder has Neil Brunt has landed a bit awkward. It looked like his knee got stuck in the turf there and he tumbled over a bit, but he seems okay, so that's good. But Makwetu goes to 11. You just see Neil Brunt thought he had it there and then just tumbling over on the still damp outfield. Here at the Wanderers, though, Nono, I'm convinced that there's always something in the pitch for quick bowlers. Sure, Potch often a graveyard for pace bowlers, but here at the Wanderers, I think, as you say, if you bowl the right lengths, you will get some reward. Hook shot comes out. He hasn't got all of it, but it's well in front of square. Work for the boundary fielder. He's not going to make it. So back-to-back boundaries for Wandile Makwetu.
Yeah, correction from the bowler. After being driven beautifully through the covers, just changing his lanes, going for the bouncer option. And as much as Wandile Makwetu didn't get a big chunk of that ball, the outfield for me still showing signs, even without all the rain that's fallen in Johannesburg. Back-to-back boundaries. It will be interesting to see how he follows up. This delivery was too full, was driven, short ball. Now he needs to find that 4 to 5 meter length.
Better length, just left alone by Makwetu to end the over. A good over for the DP World Lions and for Wandile Makwetu specifically. He's gone to 15. Zubair Hamza will be on strike on 98.
I think a point as well that's so important to add, Ken, is that looking at the ground today, I mean, because it's a final, Brendan Frost, the groundsman, has been kind to these Lions players. He's prepared a centre wicket. It's actually a test match wicket. There are 2 wickets here at the Wanderers where test match will be played. It's the current one we're playing on, wicket number 8, and the bare one to left of screen is the other one where that can be used for test cricket. And what that means now, straight away, you've taken away the slope that is generally on offer for some of these domestic players. And all of a sudden, you feel, I mean, they're playing on a normal flat wicket, and now that purchase that you used to get when you're playing a franchise game, it's no longer there. You're not relying on the slope. Now it's about skill. Can your skill now help you in terms of creating opportunities, being consistent with your lengths, asking questions around that off stump?
Easy single for Zubair Hamza, 99, not out.
Yeah, because at times as a Lions players, you can, because you're always used to all the sea movement that's always on offer because you're playing on the side wicket with the slope. And all of a sudden, maybe your skill set has been masked by the movement that you are always getting at the Wanderers. And now all of a sudden playing on a flat wicket, then you struggle to now extract that movement or find consistency. And that's why at times you find that guys have played in Bloemfontein, Paarl, become better skilled bowlers because they have to deal with flat tracks a lot more than the high foul bowlers.
Long off is a lot closer in for Makwetu, but he still manages to get the single.
Yeah, he's 1 away. Zubair Hamza now to his 8th.
And good to see fielders coming in now from the boundary. Long off is up, mid on in. The deep point is coming into the ring as well. The only fielder left on the boundary is that deep backward square leg. Down the ground he goes. Lovely strike. And a wonderful innings, a wonderful graft innings by Zubair Hamza. And I'm sure there's great relief as he has capped an excellent season with his first century of the summer.
And absolutely fantastic from one of the senior players of the Lions. Has had a stop-start season, good contributions, but what a way in the most important game, playing in a final against one of your rivals, to really stand up in such an important game, a game of this magnitude.
Exactly 6 hours at the crease for Zubair Hamza.
I love the fact he didn't hesitate as soon as the field, you mentioned how the field was brought up. As soon as he had the opportunity to go over the top, he trusted himself. Because at times you can see batters that do tend to be hesitant as soon as they're that 99 mark, 98. And he went for it straight away. So really good batting. It's 82 overs gone, 286 for 4.
Yeah, Zubair Hamza has really been the foundation of this Lions innings. In a final, this is what you want. You want someone to go big. Someone in the top order. If it's someone in the top 3, that's brilliant. And that's what Zubair Hamza has done. The Lions very handily placed on 290 for 4.
I think as well, you probably find momentum multiplied Titans are holding back that new ball because you don't want to offer that opportunity now. All of a sudden, with the set batter, Lions can run away and start scoring quicker, and that decent position that it in becomes a better one in no time.
Bit of shape in, but beautifully driven down the ground by Wandile Makwetu. What a lovely shot that is. And it gets its reward, 4 runs.
Yeah, some good commentary as well from Zubair Hamza. From the non-strikers in, he was clearly impressed immediately. Driven beautifully down the ground as a batter as well. Once you start seeing these type of shots early on, you feel your balance is good, timing was good, the placement as well. Just past of the bowler. And I've mentioned how the outfield has still been good with all the rain.
The other thing Zubair Hamza has done really well is allowed other batters to bat around him. Successive partnerships of 52, 109, 66. And now this one's worth 39. And that's how you go about building a substantial total.
Yeah, I mean, it's so important to have in batter in the top 4. We spoke about the importance of Titans getting that wicket of Dom Hendricks, who generally is the foil for the Lions. And I think he certainly, as soon as Dom was out, he took that responsibility upon himself. And guys have batted around him, keep creating those partnerships. You always want to prevent a cluster of wickets.
Quick single again.
And yes, at times, I mean, the coaches always speak about those 50, 80, 100 partnerships. Even though it's a 39, but it's taken that momentum away from the Titans where they don't get a succession of wickets. They still have to toil for the next wicket. They still have to bowl good lengths and keep asking questions to get that next wicket. 39, 109, a 50 partnership, that's exactly what you want. But of course, when you start being greedy, you say, can we extend those partnerships and make them bigger?
Janko Smith is bowling with that man who fielded at a short cover. And on the other side of the wicket, there's a short mid-wicket in a similar sort of position. Catching fielders.
I'm really interested to see how, at some point, when the Lions put their foot down, you've got the likes of Delano Potgieter, you've got the likes of Bjorn Fontaine, who's been in fantastic form this season.
Gone. It's a shot that's earned him a lot of runs for Zubair Hamza. And previously he's placed it very well and got it to ground quickly. But that time, straight into the midriff of Gully. And having worked so hard to get to 103, you can see how disappointed Zubair Hamza is that he's got out shortly afterwards.
Yeah, we often see this immediately after 100. Sometimes we feel that celebration can take away from a player. And just guarding it, there's a nothing shot really, guarding it straight to Devil Brevis at Gully. He had one man to beat, and unfortunately, he found him. He departs after a fantastic knock, though. 103 of 197 deliveries. And 5 wickets down now for the Lions for 295 runs.
And we could well see the second new ball now, as to your earlier point, Nono, about a set batsman being in. In fact, it might be recommendable with a guy like Delano Potgieter at the crease, because you don't want him to get in.
And he would like that, because it feels like a harder ball, gives him a better opportunity of run scoring. But like you said, Ken, I think it will create opportunities for the momentum multiplied Titans. And again, it's just always looking for these small windows. Right now, let's go for it. Yes, back of the mind, maybe you might keep a deep point out just to curb the run scoring from the lines. But Delano being new, Wandile Makwetu hasn't been too long at the crease, so it's still good enough time to test yourself and give yourself that window. All of a sudden, if you take 2-3 wickets, no time. The score now, 330 for 8, is a completely different score, which gives you an opportunity as well in the manner that the Titans look to bat as well.
I agree. If the Titans take 5 for 50 here, they'll feel that, if they bat big and quickly, which they're quite capable of, they could put the Lions under pressure on the final day. So, as you say, a little window of opportunity for the Titans. They've worked hard today with the ball, kept plugging away, and they've got their 5th wicket now. But now we enter a really crucial phase of the game. The Lions have been ahead, you would say, for the first 82 overs. But could the Titans finish this innings strongly? As Delano Potgieter, you saw his numbers briefly there. Very good first-class average of 36. And lest we forget, the man whose batting was decisive in last season's final for the DP World Lions. Much the same field, still just the Gully is the only catcher behind the wicket, although it looks like a slip might now be coming into place. Yeah, slip coming in. 2 men back on the leg side and a deep backward point. I have a mental picture of Potgieter cutting in the air, I must admit. End of a successful over. Once again, Janko Smit coming to the party for the Titans, getting his 3rd wicket. 295 for 5.
I mean, just looking at his numbers, and he has 400s, Delano Potgieter. I remember 2. You mentioned one of them in that final against Western Province. I remember one as well in 2018-19 when he made his debut. Under all sorts of pressure against the Warriors, looking to win the 4-day series. And the game in Maritzburg, the Dolphins and Western Province, was drawn. And then it became about the Lions. If we could pull off the result against the Warriors, we'd become the champions. And unfortunately, early on, I think the Lions were 5 down in no time, maybe 120 for 5. And Delano making his debut scores a massive 140. Bjort Fortuin as well, also scoring 140. I had a pad rash for a day, Ken, waiting to bat. And one of those days where after a wicket falling, I went in and kicked one myself early on in my innings.
That's almost inevitable, isn't it? You sit there with the pads on for hours and hours. 2 batters making it look like an absolute road out there.
I tried all the tricks. I took my pads off, walked around the change room, tried to switch myself on and off. And when the wicket fell, Sisanda Magala bowling, and I knew exactly where he'll be going. He bowled quite full, quite fast. And I was pleading to umpire Spelele Casa. I quickly ran away to square leg, hoping that he wouldn't know what line it was.
Potgieter gets his first runs.
It was such an interesting field to see what Tsepondwandwa started with to Delano Potgieter. Had a cow corner, square leg out, and a long on. That's a bowler that's conceding that this player could be after me. And that for me is a slight concern, considering that Delano Potgieter had only faced one delivery. And we often speak about cat and mouse between the bowler and the batter. Playing with the ego of Delano Potgieter, keep fielders up. Are you going to go down the track early on in the innings? If you do make a mistake, we get another wicket.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Ndwandwe started like that, because yesterday, when he started bowling, there was a wonderful battle of wills, a game of cat and mouse, as you say, between him and Josh Richards and Zubair Hamza, where he started with the field up. I mean, I know Delano Potgieter can be a very punishing hitter, can hit it a long way, but gee, I mean, at least, you know, first up, he's only faced one ball. Let's see if you can do it from the start if you want to.
Sometimes you say, are you playing the situation or are you playing the man? He comes with a lot of confidence in this particular season, Delano, as we finish the 84th over, 297 for 5. He's had some good successes in this season, especially in that SA20, being one of the most prolific finishers in the SA20. But it's a completely new day, different surface, in a different situation. And just reminding him, if you lose your wicket once more with Bjorn Fortuin next, certainly opens a window for us. So you're just playing with his mind, playing with his ego.
Yeah, and there'll be a bit of anxiety for the Lions in that they've felt in control all through this innings. Things are going really well, and now suddenly it's back in the balance a little bit. You know, Delano, you get out, and you know, you guys have wasted you've wasted Zubair Hamza's 100 basically.
And it's come through because of taking 3 wickets today. That's the difference. We know that wickets provides an opportunity to put the handbrake up from run scoring. The opportunity all of a sudden, where now a new batter has to give himself time to get used to the conditions, get used to the surface, and by slowing the play down, being in control of the run rate, all of a sudden, when you get a cluster of wickets, the game changes. That's why we always say add 2 wickets to the scorecard, and it might be a completely different picture.
Young Chris Smith still with the old ball. That helmet coming on for, no doubt, a short leg fielder. One can understand not taking the new ball with Potgieter at the crease. Thrives on the ball coming on and using the pace. And we have seen hints of what might be a bit of reverse swing today as well.
I think as well, if we had our typical surface, the Wanderers, without all the rain that's fallen around Johannesburg, I think that reverse swing would have been, we're seeing it a lot more. I like the sign that I'm seeing there. Umpire Bongani Jele bringing out the box, which means that new ball can't be too far away right now.
Good bounce again from young Chris Smith. Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't the fielding captain choose the second new ball before the start of play? And like, it's a very big bag that Bongani Jele is carrying.
Yeah, certainly.
Possibly because there's a light meter in there as well. I see he's thrown the new ball on, but now he's also signalling something else.
Yeah, certainly. The second new ball has been taken. And you're correct. And generally at the toss, the umpires, when a decision has been made to bowl, they'll make you choose 2 balls at least. And once you've made that choice, he'll bring that second new ball. But what's important as well is often you can always tell from the bowler's point of view how far they toss that old ball. They tend to throw it as far as possible because you don't want to see that anywhere near the middle.
I'm a little surprised there's still only one slip and a gully. We know how Delano Potgieter can bat, but he's just at the start of his innings, and yeah, everyone is a little bit vulnerable at the start of their innings. Slashed away by Potgieter. That's where he's dangerous. You cannot give him width, and that's a very meaty cut shot through the covers for 4.
And that's the reason why we're not seeing more slips for Delano Potgieter, because his reputation now certainly has given a lot of teams something to think about. Backs himself, not a bad delivery in the end, just a bit of width on offer. And such is the confidence of Delano Potgieter. He's made it count quite early in his innings. Immediately, short leg has been put aside. It's 300 on the board.
And a second slip being brought in. I like that. That's good. Especially since we have seen in this innings that Janko Smit is going to be able to take the ball away from the left-hander. He's been bringing it back nicely to the right-handers.
Yeah, it's been a really good find for the Titans when you've seen so many injuries in South Africa. A lot of the fast bowlers, unfortunately, maybe with the stop-start nature of the season in South Africa now, with the SA20 in the middle, it's provided an opportunity for a young bowler. What a place to be involved in, being involved in the final against the Lions at the DPL Wanderers. 85 overs gone, 301 for 5, and the players are about to take a drinks break. There's going to be a commentary change. Aslam Kota and Dion Chris.
Good afternoon, everyone, and that's drinks on day 3. But only 85 overs have been bowled in total in this innings, and that's the summary for the time being. Zubair Hamza having notched up yet his 18th century in fine style, supported by Mitchell van Buren in that upper middle order, and Joshua Richards in the upper order, of course, getting 38. That was early yesterday, and then Corner Esterhazen bowled with an absolute beauty. Jaco Smith has bowled manfully, 21 overs, 3 for 68. Dan Khalim has been excellent as well. He's really tried his best on a pitch which has been rather not one for the fast bowlers, as they've seen. And then Junior Dala, who got the early break, has also just managed his way through a whole lot of 21 overs. So the game stands at this stage with 56 overs left here on the third day, with 2 days to go in this 5-day cup final. and an equivalent of 255 overs that remain in the game. Scoring at 3.5 runs and over. Dion Crace is with me. Dion, whilst the guys are having a welcome break, how do you see the game standing right now, and which way do you think it's heading?
Ideally, well, not ideally. I think at the moment it's probably still looking most likely to be a draw. If we get a flurry of wickets, we could still potentially see a result either way. Alternatively, if the Lions maybe get to 400 quite quickly now, and then somehow the Titans have a bad batting effort, we could still see a result. But I think there's, if I was a gambling man, I would put my money on a draw.
Yeah, I think that's been the consensus around the media center. But it is a game of great uncertainties. Hey, listen, it's a wonderful opportunity to win this replica top. Subscribe to CSA's YouTube channel between the 10th and the 14th of April. You don't have too much time left. And stand a chance to win a signed Proteas ODI jersey. Wars on Nawe. Go for it, guys. It's certainly one for keeps. Beautiful sunshine over the Wanderers. Good to see also that the game started on time this morning.
At last. It took us 3 days to get there.
Indeed.
But you know what they say, rather late than never.
For sure. So now, new ball in hand. 3 balls, 3 deliveries old. And it will be Junior Dala who will be sharing the new cherry. And he's bowling. He's going to operate from the golf course end. So 2 slips and a gully in position. And can he make these early breaks? 1 follows 2, as we just heard Nolo say. And they could perhaps end this innings within the next 50 runs or so. 301 for 5 immediately after drinks. And it's a short delivery. And once again, Makwetu has shown that he's really adept to the pull and does a fabulous job there in dispatching that for 4.
Nice little gentle loosener from Junior Dala. I don't think he's been at his best and at his most comfortable bowling from the golf course end. And this one dispatched. He bowled also similar warm-up delivery first thing this morning. Half tracker, nothing behind it. And Makwetu looks in good touch.
Yeah, that boundary's taken him along to 28 or 26. Depending on the big scoreboard there, it's quite a distance from us. So immediately, 1 slip in a gully. That delivery and that shot has forced a change in the field. So it looks to me as though Brunt is looking to just plug the gaps with the Lions in such a healthy position.
Yeah, for me, that's just setting fields for bad bowling. You've got to give your bowler, this is the plan I want. I want you to bowl the 2 slips in a gully, and if he doesn't, then he's got to get taken off, or someone else has got to come and do the job that you want him to do.
Absolutely right. And the thing is, then the message goes to the bowler. You give it at least an over or 2, 3 overs at most, to see how the ball reacts, how the bowlers react on this 3rd day pitch, which has been under the sun for 3 days almost now. And it has certainly been a very excellent surface for batting, as we've seen.
It seems to be, I think, a little bit on the slower side than what we normally experience here at the Wanderers.
Would that have been earlier on?
No, the whole day. There were quite a few shorter deliveries where the timing wasn't particularly good. And it's gone a lot squarer, or straighter, should I rather say, than the batters wanted.
Dala in again. So I didn't get to watch the innings of Zubair Hamza. But if during this over we can just talk about some of the batting. There's been some very good batting at the top of the order. Richards, as we said, 38. And then 73 for Van Buren in a very, very good partnership there along with Zubair Hamza. How would you describe that 103 runs?
I think it would have been very satisfying for him.
Down the leg side there, appealing for the catch behind and given, and he's walking. It's a slow walk. He immediately turned towards the dressing room. No hard work for the umpire, so a disconcerting delivery, uncertain how he wanted to play it. Eventually, that's what happens. You get burgled down the leg side, and Makwetu's good innings has come to a finish, and Junior Dala does get the break with the new ball.
This is an absolute bonus. I was going to say caught behind, and obviously it is. It's not the classical way, but it's still an effective way. Just nip back, and unfortunately didn't get it far enough away from the keeper. It was an innings, as you said, that showed some promise, and he's going to be disgusted and disappointed in getting out in this fashion.
Indeed. So 26 of 40 deliveries, 4 fours in that innings, short innings of his. But that's also the response of the newer ball, a little bit of extra bounce. But he played at that. It looked like he got a good edge on that.
Yeah, it was a
good catch too.
It was an easy decision for the umpire. It was blatant. He also, for me, you always look at the reaction of the players, and it was just a natural reaction. There was no acting involved, as we sometimes see. And getting back to that innings of Zubair Hamza, it's his 8th first-class 100, first of the season, and I think the relief would have been there because of making 550s before this innings and not going on. He probably would have liked to have gone on and got more than the 103 that he did. But it was good. He had to graft at times. There was some times when the innings flowed nicely. I think it's the kind of innings you expect from a number 3 batter, and he showed again his class. And then and Ken and I spoke about it before earlier, that he should be a guy that you also shouldn't throw away when looking at international teams, especially in Test cricket.
Pion Fortuin, 850s and 700s in 70 matches. So clearly a batting or a bowling all-rounder. Very useful. Played one of the most fantastic innings you would have seen this particular season, where he took the game away from the Titans, literally all on his own, and then picked up another 3 wickets to post a very, very important win. It was earlier in the season, and he's off the mark.
His batting certainly has improved a lot. And I also think you mentioned that 100. He started the 4-day season on fire with the bat. Went a little bit cold towards the end, but played some unbelievable innings. And I think that's the ability that he does have, is that he can take the game forward. He puts you under pressure. That's the game you're referring to. 116 of just 95 balls. And it wasn't slogging. It was good cricket shots.
Yeah, 12 fours and 2 sixes in that rollicking innings of his. So you can see it was very close. 316 playing 302. And then that 295 was made up of their superb 100. And then they then went on to bowl the Titans out for 156. Cody getting the 4 and 3 wickets for Fortuin to finish a really good game as an all-rounder. They won by 153 runs, and I think that was an important win given the fact that there have been 60% of draws in this particular competition, and having posted wins early in the early part of the season just ensured that Lions would hover on the top of the log and qualified for this final. So Smith will continue. Very impressive in the way he's tried to extract as much out of this pitch, which, as we've heard from Dion, hasn't given too much of assistance to the bowlers, maybe a little on the slower side.
The length has been so important. He's found it more so than any of the other bowlers. And I think that's why he has got the figures that he does. It probably could have been better than this, but it's a great learning curve and learning school for him. Having to work hard, come back for a 3rd, 4th spell, see how his body reacts. It's nice to still be young, of course.
You make a good point there, because early on he was probably a little loose in his opening spell, but I think he's come back quite nicely. More rhythm in the way he's bowled, and there were times and the opening batsman really tried to get behind him early on in his bowling spell, and I think it was in his 2nd spell where he did generate quite a bit of pace on that length, as you say. He's one of few who's found the right length on this particular pitch. Generally, at the Wanderers, the bowlers tend to bowl back of a length or slightly short. But this has been a demanding pitch from a bowling point of view, and apparently, sometime today on the boundary line, Junior Dala was actually saying to one of the handlers out there, I can just maybe call them that he's very disappointed with this pitch, because generally, when you come to the Wanderers, you're expecting pace, bounce, a bit of movement as well. Not much on offer, but it's dried out now, and who knows, maybe with this new cherry on this third afternoon, they may get something out of the pitch. Yeah, just talking about Zubair Hamza, I was looking at the fact that there's an injury to the South African captain, and he's still 2 months away from the Cup final, the World Test Championship, rather. And I was just wondering who would be the incumbent. Well, the incumbent certainly is Stubbs, who's playing really well at the moment in the white ball match, in the white ball series or the IPL. I reckon that Zubair Hamza with his 100 probably giving himself a better chance to actually sneak into the South African team as well. This is really well played, punched off the back foot straight to Junior Dala, who's guarding that third man area for a single.
I agree with you. He's done himself no harm in putting his hand up and scoring the amount of runs, over 500 runs this season. As I mentioned earlier, I think it depends on what the coach is looking for. What kind of player, what position. I know Brevis has been brought into that side, so that shows to me that maybe Shukri Conrad is looking at batters that can take the game forward, maybe not so much guys that occupy the crease. But that could change, obviously Lords, England, also which kind of player will suit the bowling attack that you play against. Brevis might be more of an option subcontinent because he gives you a little bit of bowling. But if you go to England, you probably want someone with a better technique, especially when you play against Australia and their potent seam attack.
Absolutely right. And I've just been reminded that Tony Dezorzi didn't play in the last two, so there's possibly an opening there as well. But it's good to see that the coach does have a number of options. It's all going to be about experience that they've had and how they can put it together on the most important stage. 50 overs to go. That's what you've heard. 54, in fact, left in the day. There's still so much of cricket to be played in this particular match. And whilst there's been no real demons in the pitch, and I must say that we saw from the first day, Dion, that there was such a good, healthy covering of grass that even though it may dry out, it still will hold together. And I reckon it will still be conducive to good batting. There's no doubt about it. And as it dries off a lot more on the top surface, generally we talk about the end towards the middle of the second day and the third day is the best day to bat. Given the fact that we've had so much moisture, perhaps today and tomorrow would be the good days to be batting on this particular pitch. So we're talking off air with Potgieter batting and hit that wonderful shot of Jaco Smit 2-3 overs back, and Dion Grace was talking about coming around the wicket to Potgieter, but this ball is straying down that leg side and easily pushed to the onside. And you say that because of the angle, you're giving the left-hander less chance to play these strokes.
Yeah, but you're also making him play a bit more. So with Jaco Smit going over the wicket, you've got to almost start the ball leg stump or even outside leg with the angle going across the left-hander for him to play. If it pitches on with the angle, it's going to miss off stump, so it's easier to leave. When you come around the wicket, it's a lot more, I have to play at this, because if it doesn't go away, it's always challenging to hit the stumps.
So that single have been taken, and 14 about to face. The bowler's gone over the wicket again. 2 slips in a gully in position. Short gets nicely up on his toes and plays this magnificent strokes with so much of ease and comfort through the covers for 4. Not even a forcing shot off the back foot, which is how you would normally describe that punch, but just beautifully timed for 4. 314 for 6.
The advantage now of the newer ball, you don't have to overhit it. Field is relatively spread, but whether the point was up or not, this would have been 4. It's probably one of the shots of the game so far for me.
Yeah, lovely stroke. I thought Mitchell van Buren played some good ones too. Esther Hazen always looks very, very good at the crease. But no doubt, and just the way that shot was played was exceptional. So one more run to the total, and the the one thing we've noticed, as much as we've spoken about the surface and maybe not the most conducive for let's just say, affluent and flowing batting, but they've been scoring it. At one stage, they were touching 4 runs and over.
Started the day more or less there. So it shows you the Titans have controlled the run rate a little bit better today.
So around the wicket again is Junior Dala to Potgieter. I'd like to chat about this Potgieter fellow. I really like him. And I must say I had a closer look at him in the last cup final, which he was eventually also voted as man of the match. Lions were in deep trouble at 7 for 112, and he got 81, betting at number 8. And there was Cody Yusuf with 34 and Malusi Siboto that got 32, that actually saw them get to 225. There's a bit of bounce there to deal with, but he's handled that quite nicely. And then Western Province replied with 312 and with a very healthy lead. So eventually setting a target. The Lions then obviously were having been in a deficit of 87, again found themselves in a spot of bother. 102 for 4 and 111 for 6, 113 for 7. He went on to score a magnificent 155. And that ensured that they set a target of 300 plus for the 4th innings, and eventually they won by 99 runs, and the championship was in the bag for the Lions. The manner in which he went about both those innings was exceptional, and I feel he's one of those players in the domestic arena that's under the radar. And I also feel that he's got enough of a temperament that perhaps he could go one step up.
Well, he showed us that he's got the temperament in the SA20.
Correct.
Getting Pfeiffer at Gqeberha in the first game.
Yeah.
Making crucial runs. I agree with you. I've always liked him as well. I think it's a big advantage being a left-hand batter in South Africa. Bowls nicely, bowls quick enough, swings it. He seems to be a good team man as well. But I remember that final quite clearly. And it was, if I remember also correctly, it wasn't the easiest surface to play on. There was just enough in it, especially if you look at the Lions top order, how they struggled, and then to play both innings under pressure and basically score 200s or 100 and 150, that's exceptional.
Yeah, no, top performance. I remember speaking to him before the start of the match when we were hovering around this wet outfield, wondering when the game's actually going to start. That's exactly what I spoke to him about, that you're under the radar, you've got to keep playing. And I reminded him that at one stage you were actually looking to give up the game. So fantastic that he's come back strong. And it's also good to see that Khalim, who had gone off about 15 minutes back, there's always a concern when bowlers leave the field. Happy to say that it may have been a comfort break, and he's back on into the attack.
Yeah, luckily he's not suffering from flat wicketitis, it seems.
I haven't heard that one for a long time.
There are a few bowlers that suffered from that dreadful disease.
Yeah. I don't mind being dropped on this particular occasion. You guys, you can have your all-seeing attack and continue, please. You can do it without me.
Or an early injury, and honey, I shrunk the bowling attack.
Wonder who'd be the honey in that case. Certainly not the coach or the captain.
No, definitely not. Or should just be sorry. I shrunk the bowling attack. Yeah. Umpire just telling him, "You're bowling no balls, come back."
Always very close to it, yeah.
Always literally towing the line, the South African bowlers. Or should I say healing the line, not so much toe. You would have seen you're old enough, hey, to have seen the old back foot no ball rule?
No, not that old. Not that old. I've read about it. I think it was in the early 60s when they readjusted that.
But you were about 30 odd then, weren't you?
A little more than that, I reckon.
Gandalf the Grey. I see you're not biting. I'm putting out a little bit of bait there for you, but you're not biting today.
No, I'll just say that I was certainly young enough I mean, I've read about it, but then I read too that it was the whole rule that had changed in the early 1960s, and much to the detriment to the bowlers, because they could pick up that extra meter or two on that popping crease and really have a full go on those sometimes spongy pitches which they didn't cover in the old days.
Yeah, just covered the foothold or the areas where the bowlers landed.
Correct. There's a lovely story to maybe just talk about those spongy pitches or those sticky dogs, as they spoke about after it rained. And then umpires would say, right, we're ready to play. And on a number of occasions, the great Sir Donald Bradman would then change his batting lineup completely and have some of the tailenders actually guard their bat long enough to dry off the surface, and then allow the top order to actually go in there, including himself, and milk the runs of the dried pitch. So those were some of the tactics that they had to use then as well. And some of those matches were timeless.
Sounds like some of the net sessions we also had when there was a little bit in it. No, the bowlers can have a hit today, and the batters will bat later.
So you were one of those because you were the bowler.
I was one of the donkeys. I suppose it's not the only reason why Sir Donald Bradman averaged 99.96.
No, he was a phenomenon. He was a freak. You can't take anything away. He may have only played against 3 countries and on surfaces which he was very familiar with. Never went to India or Pakistan for that matter. And also didn't go to the West Indies. And that's going to run away for 4. That's beautifully clipped off the hip by Potgieter to pick up his second boundary, and 320 is on the board now. What were we saying?
Talking about Sir Donald Bradman.
Yeah, there was a point. Oh yes, and then he was on his way to South Africa, and an injury kept him back. So which means that South Africans never got to see the great Donald Bradman. So it was just the English, and for a short time, I think it was New Zealand that got to watch Sir Donald play. And it was against those two countries that he piled up all of those runs.
I've got 2 great stories about him, and the first one is the late Hilton Ackerman arriving in Australia, and this little man there, and
I know this one. Yeah,
collected his luggage, and it was Sir Donald Bradman. Didn't know it was Sir Donald.
Yeah.
But my favourite is apparently he was having an interview or something somewhere, and a journalist or somebody asked him, "Do you think you would have averaged 100 in the modern game?" And he said, "Probably not, but you have to remember, I am 70 years old already."
No, in fact, this is how the story went, Dion. He was asked, "Listen, do you think you'll be able to manage a 90 average again?" And he said, "Probably about 60. And the guy said, "Why?" He says, "Because I'm 85.
Yeah. So he obviously had a wonderful sense of humor too.
Yeah, ran Australian cricket for a long time. He was one of those that, in fact, was responsible for the change in the front foot law as far as bowling is concerned. And the other decision he made, of course, was eventually when it was Australia who decided that they're not going to be allowing the South African tour to take place in 1971. That was really the final nail in the coffin. Because in 68, the English were going to come here, and that didn't happen because of the Dolly affair. And then, of course, South Africa expected that they will go to England in 1970. That didn't happen. And 1971, oh, that's beautifully steered. My God, he's in fantastic form. Pitch up to him. He'll hit you for 4 with the most elegant of drive. And off the back foot as well, we saw earlier. So 14 picks up his second, 324 for 6.
Talking about legendary cricketers, another one, if he was commentating now, Jeffrey Boycott would have said, "This is an absolute buffet ball." Nice little full toss outside the off stump, help yourself. And that's exactly what Bjorn Fortuin did.
And he would have added one more line to it. My mum would have played that through the covers as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, gets into a good position. Again, good timing. No flurry, no follow through, just placement and picking up runs ever so nicely.
Don't you feel that's something that's, well, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm not, but something that's gone out of the game a little bit? It's like sitting afterwards, having all these stories, reminiscing about the great players in the past, learning from them.
Sharing ideas and tactics and technique and all of that. You're absolutely right. I think that was very much a discussion for a long time throughout the 80s and 90s, perhaps even the early 2000s. But I think what has actually allowed that to perhaps ease off a bit, and we're seeing a lot more of that, let's just say, camaraderie between rival nations, is because of all of these T20 tournaments that are going on around the world. There's such a mixed bag of players from all over that you're beginning to understand each other's culture, each other's makeup. And I think that's been one of the other positives that has actually come out of these tournaments. I mean, look at the SA20. We're hosting foreigners here who may not make their one-day international teams or even their test teams, but they're out here. Again, this time on the leg side, and he eases it across so nicely, does 14. So I see a bit of that, Dion.
The players that have played here have definitely added a lot of flavour to the SA20, but also you think back to the era where you had a lot of the great West Indians that played out here in South Africa. You know, obviously, some of them stayed after the Rebel series, and just the knowledge and the impact they had in South African cricket was unbelievable.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the likes of Franklin Stevenson had a lot to do with how Free State cricket actually progressed in the 80s after those Rebel tours. Alvin Kalicharan's time out here in Gauteng or Transvaal at that time was very beneficial as well. 327 for 6 after 90 overs.
Who had the biggest impact? A guy like playing-wise, maybe Sylvester Clark. Coaching-wise, Malcolm Marshall, Desmond Haynes.
I was going to say Desmond Haynes. Much has been spoken about Desmond Haynes, his influence on the likes of Jacques Cullis. And then Sean Pollock always talks about Malcolm Marshall and his presence. Eldin Baptiste comes to mind as a player and then coach.
He helped me a lot personally.
And just shows, and I think it almost endorses the point that I've been trying to make, where in domestic cricket we need to maybe consider bringing some international players into our domestic game, one, maybe two in the lineup, because of the fact that so many of the incumbent South African players, internationals, no ball called, and they don't really play in domestic cricket. So that may be something to consider or reconsider, only to maybe up the standards. And more importantly, I think if you get 2 or 3 really big names, that you get bums on the seats, because that's the other concern that most of the unions have right now.
Well, it's definitely worked in the SA20. I think it might be difficult in the other competitions. There's so much international cricket going on too at the moment that will you really get such a good overseas guy? How much money is it going to cost you as well as a union?
I remember telling the Lions coach just a few days ago, John O'Leaf Wright, that whilst money is the concern, I did make the point that just recently retired internationals who still have a lot of cricket left in them, who've just given up the game. And you actually sign them up for 2 seasons, and you could actually sign them, box them. You're going to come and play the 4-day series, or you're going to help the guys in the 50 over stuff, especially now with South Africa gearing up to host the World Cup. Those are just ideas that, and it's all part of how do we get the crowds back, how do we get the interest back in the game.
I think it depends on your need. If you need someone with experience, you're probably going to look that way. Otherwise, I've always liked signing younger guys that are hungry and want to make an impact.
Yeah, I mean, if we were commentating in a few weeks' time in the UK, you'd be talking about Sir Jimmy Anderson running in from the Kirkstall lane and in a county match. And of course, Sir Cook, Alistair Cook, continued to play for 7 seasons after his retirement, which is quite phenomenal. So there's a slight delay for some reason. I'm not too sure what it is, but it will allow us to vacate our seats and leave it in the capable hands of Nona Pongolo and 6 Sochialelwa.
Finish, I think, is the 7th over since they've taken the new ball. It's resulted in a couple of wickets as well from the momentum multiplier Titans. Really just continuing with their good work thus far in this game. 328 is a score. After, on day 2, the Lions won the toss and opted to bat first. And unfortunately for us, we've lost quite a lot of time. A day and a half. 328 for 6. There's going to be a lot of questions being asked around. What is the game plan from the Lions? At what point do they declare? What is the score they're thinking of? Maybe possibly just batting once. And then it becomes a job of the bowlers. Bjorn Fortuin, just a quick change in his equipment. Maybe looking for the heavier batter, 6.
Yeah, why not? Particularly what we saw in the SA20 from the youngster, his approach. I hear you mention declaration. I think they've lost the right for that. I say they've lost the right. Subaya Hamza, him batting, continuing to go get a big 100, would have allowed that thought. I think at this stage it's just bat as long as you can. And I know there are players who are against declarations of some sort, in the sense that if you've got a team against the wall, have them against the wall.
I mean, you're always thinking about the amount of time that you have. I mean, we only day 3, and we've only had one team batting, and there still needs to be second innings to have a winner. So at some point, either the Lions either bat poorly in their last innings, or the momentum multiplied Titans have a poor start in their first innings. All of a sudden, it opens up the game. But what it says, it's that someone has to bat poorly for us to all of a sudden have a game on our hands. So then, it's about Lions now making the play. I think the 4 wickets that the Titans have taken in today's sessions has certainly allowed them to come back into the game. You felt that the Lions were in control of the game, and getting these 4 wickets has just brought a bit of control to the Titans and just stopping Lions from running away with it.
Cut away smartly. Bjorn Fortuin, definitely no slouch. You'll know all about his contributions with the bat, no?
Yeah, certainly he's been in fine form. And I always joke around with Bjorn Fortuin. He's probably his least favorite format is the red ball. But I said, Bjorn, with the continuing performances that you have, surely you must be putting questions in the coaching staff that could be doing a lot more in this red ball format that you keep saying that you don't enjoy as much. Maturity, I think he's relished the captaincy in the white ball formats.
Yeah, just going back to your point, I think it might be a case where As we see the end of the over, 332 for 6, where it's one of those situations where we're waiting for an interval, and then it's the captain from the Lions side who's waiting for that interval. Do we declare before that lunch, or do we declare after tea? I think it's going to be one of those where they probably want an hour tonight.
I think that's definitely the case. The Lions have to be bowling by the evening session. You want to give yourself a chance. The Titans would have had two days at least in the middle. And you want to use those opportunities, maybe slightly heavy legs. Currently, they've been on the field for 91 overs. 2 in that session, 2 wickets in that session, possibly 3. All of a sudden, we have a really good game on our hands.
"49 overs. We'll do a good job to get all 49 in today. And so from the 49, let's just subtract 19, let's say. Let's say we lose 19 overs. It's really about the next 30 overs. And will give us an indication as to where this match is going. And we often wonder what the conversation is. Is it the license that you're given or no? When the top order has done such a brilliant job to get us to 300, and then you're in that middle to latter part of your batting order. What is the chat? What does the coach say? Do you allow them to play their game? Do you talk time with them? Do you talk declaration? What is the thought process at this stage between Delano, Potgieter and Forte?
I think what we mentioned as well earlier, that these two have batted with each other on plenty of occasions. And there will be a level of understanding between the two of them from the word go. But again, I think the most important part goes back to the blueprint of the team, how they're looking to play. Some teams might say in the top 4, we want a 130 plus partnership. Between 5 and 7, we want a 100 plus partnership. From 7 onwards, we'd like an 80 plus partnership. Then already as a player, it's giving you certain goals that you can achieve, taking away yourself from the picture and thinking about what the team demands. And generally, outside of a final, you're thinking all the bonus points, batting points come within the 100 overs. Lions currently at 332. I mean, if it was a normal 4-day game, this is a great position to be in within 100 overs. But such is the nature now of the final, where we've lost so much time. There's an element now where at some point Lions need to force the play, make the play. Because a draw won't be good enough. So we're all anticipating now at some point where this game somehow accelerates forward. I think it might come from the Titans. Think of Brevis, the way he's been batting this season. Luandre Pretorius, Rivaldo Munsami.
I think that's what makes the prospect, because it's bubbling up at the moment for that grand finale, or that grand final day. And those two particular players play a huge role in the rapidness of this match. They might be going at 3.6. The Lions happy to set it up, batting first as the over comes to an end. 332 for 6. They'll be mindful of those two players in Pretorius and Brevis, in that they could score that rapidly and at ease.
Yeah, I dub this match as the convergence of contrasting style. Is that the Titans are more aggressive, modern approach, looking to be really positive when the platform is there for them to take it on. And then the Lions, I think it's more of a cumulative type of batting. You've got players like Zubair Hamza, Bjort Fortuin, who be the key, and some of the younger players, Mitchell van Buren, really take it on. Connor Esterhuizen. So it's different approaches. Then you get to the likes of Fortin, Delano Potgieter, who will really put you down when they set. But I think that's certainly something that is top of mind from the Lions. What is a good enough score, considering those two players that we've mentioned? Because you don't want yourself all of a sudden on the last day 150 behind, and all of a sudden the pressure now is on you. And that's why now this getting at least that 400, 450 in the first innings, you give yourself a chance.
Giving yourself a chance. It is bubbling up. That's generally the case with 4-day or test cricket. It almost just meanders through. There's a lull at some point, and then everything just happens quickly. Lovely. Quick run, and a shy at the stumps. You get the sense that was a clear chance for the Titans.
Yeah, certainly looks like Bjorn Fortin was under all sorts of pressure. And what I like about Jacob Smith as well for a bowler, I mean, he's moved really well. He took a good catch of Dominic Hendricks coming forward. And right now, he just felt that there was another great opportunity there for the Titans. Quick one, moving to his left quickly, putting himself in a good position. Yeah, gone for all money.
Protection on the leg side now. Deep square leg. That's it through to the keeper. And really, it's just been hard grafting for the Titans bowlers. And you did talk about the 5 bowlers that they have. I'm looking at the Lions now. They themselves have 5 bowlers, just the 5. So it's really going to be hard work both ends. Talking about the comparisons of the batting lineups. I think what's also nice as we introduce all these youngsters year in, year out, we're talking about a final year hanging in the balance and how fluid this match can get. And the prospect of this final lies with the youngsters. The prospect of a domestic 4-day cup final resting on the shoulders of youngsters. Good line. And I want you to make mention of the decision to delay taking the new ball, the thought process there. What did you make of, I don't want to call it mind games, because I'm sure Zubair Hamza would have been anticipating that new ball. Final ball of the over. It's been a good, tidy one. Flirting outside that off stump. Good line. Once again, angling it across the left-hander. The dotty in the over, 1 from it. It's 333 for 6.
Yeah, just thinking about that new ball opportunity. I mean, straight away when you think of the surface, what it's shown us thus far is that it certainly is a new ball surface. And there would have been a lot of consideration, deliberation from the momentum multiplied Titans because of an in-batter, Zubair Hamza. And the thought process would have been, yes, Wandile Makwetu at the time was settled. Then do we bring out the new ball and then offer opportunities of fast scoring? I think at times then captains get obsessed with what the opposition could do with that new ball, whereas it's brought in a couple of wickets, all of a sudden it's brought them back right into the game once more. So I think there would have been a lot of consideration just being scared of what Lions could do, running away with it, and all of a sudden it's 380.
Is it a case of overthinking as they scamper through for a overthinking, over-preparing, and avoiding just playing what's in front of you?
Exactly that. I mean, if you're also backing your new ball bowlers, for example, I mean, I'm going to use a national team example. Vernon Fulana, they'll certainly be saying, give us the new ball. We know what we can do. And that's almost what you want as a skipper as well. The bowlers pestering you to want to take that new ball.
And this is with Joe Root, who's on 99 on the other end, and Brooke is on 55, and they'd still want to take that new ball.
Yeah, because wicket taking, we saw, wasn't easy with an all ball. And what that means then is that it's about as soon as you have the opportunity to get into that new ball, that's when you can obviously run with it, be in the game a lot more. And we have to give them credit as well, how they've bowled since they've had that new ball. Player like Delano Porchetta is only of 11 of 31 deliveries. We know that he's someone who likes to take it on. So that means they've been tidy to him, bowled the right areas.
And also what's encouraging for the Lions, and these two in particular, they're not chasing anything. It's still, as we say, plenty of time on offer. It is still the Titans who are chasing wickets, looking for the 4.
And to be honest, they are the current champions as well. So if you want to take it away from us, earn it. Do something to take it away from us.
Because with all this encouragement of being positive and flaying at everything and Bazball-like, if you were, I still enjoy good old first-class innings, that of a Zubair Hamza. Giving himself time, just drifting away, letting the game drift, letting the day drift in and out of sessions as bowlers. Short. Onto it, pulled away nicely towards fine leg. 4 more.
Not overly impressed. There's Junior Dala. It's a shortened boundary as well in that fine leg region. Possibly coming a lot quicker there for Rivaldo Munsami. It's a ploy that they use quite often to Delano Porchetta. You got to say, guided it nicely away from the fielder at fine leg.
And it shouldn't be a delivery that he puts away. Junior Dalla. He's got a square leg. He's coming around the wicket now to the left-hander. Short again. Cut away. 26. He's into his 26th over, Junior Dalla.
And they'll be hoping as well that their batting lineup will also do the same. At least 100 overs back into the Lions bowling attack. Then it becomes who's got more legs in those second innings.
Well, it's an interesting one because we could be back here tomorrow, or we will be back here tomorrow, but by close of play tomorrow, it could be Lions batting again. If they get the 1 hour that they want this evening, let's say they pick up 1 or 2, we start early tomorrow. Who knows, by tea time we could see the Lions adding on to whatever lead that they have or whatever deficit is there. 339 for 6. We are in the second session of this, the final of the CSA Domestic 4-Day Cup between the DP World Lions and the Momentum Multiply Titans. And Mahindra is celebrating 20 years of driving South Africa forward with authentic SUVs and authentic bakkies built for every lifestyle. From the adventure SUV of the year, the Scorpio N, to the high-tech XUV 3XO and the high-performance XUV 700. You do not have to compromise between style, performance, and practicality. Prefer true, authentic reliability. The proudly South African-built pickup has your back. Sedan, SUV? Where are you, Nono? Hold it, because I've got option 2 for you. I've got option 2 for you, because for 20 years, Mahindra has been part of South Africa's journey with SUVs and bakkies, as I've said. Whether your journey takes you off-road in our adventure SUV of the year, the Scorpio N, or in our proudly South African-built pickup Karoo, or your choose our performance-orientated XUV and XUV 700. Sounds like a mouthful, but it's an easy one for you. Sedan, SUV?
I think you know my answer.
You like them long. Pulled away. Taking up parking, Nono Bongolo.
I'm a sedan 6. I'm not sure about the last statement, but I'm a sedan.
You don't like off-road?
No, I'm a...
Areas of Johannesburg.
You're more of a well-traveled, always exploring. I'm more of a beach, city life.
You grew up by the beach, man.
It's more than
Go
enough
inland.
For me. More than enough for me. I don't need to constantly see the big 5.
I mean, you woke up every day to the sight of the Table Mountain, wasn't it? From Langa?
Then I gave it up for 14 years.
14 years on call it. You swapped the mountain for concrete. Yeah, born and raised in Cape Town, Nono Pongolo. Played his cricket here for the Lions. Mr. MSL. Mr. Unthinkable. Obviously finishing off with the Dragons in Potchefstroom. Pot Vegas. Cutaway, once again, heavily packed cordon this time around. Clear indication that they are still searching for those wickets, still new, the second nut. And that's where you would fall in love with the game of cricket. Wasn't it? Cape Town, Newlands, first round.
It certainly is. Watched a lot of cricket at Newlands. Especially now colleagues that you work with in commentary.
Was the dream Cobras, or was the dream Lions, or was the dream Border maybe? Who knows?
To be honest, the dream only really became a thing when I was in Johannesburg. After 2 years in England, playing club cricket, after matriculating, doing well in England, you think, okay, that could possibly be something. And then speaking to a couple of people, then you say, where do I want to study? And someone said Johannesburg might be a place where there might be opportunity for you. So made the trip to up north. And a couple of years playing club cricket, things going well at club cricket structures, and got the invite to join the academy. And that's when when things started bubbling up, and those early years was amazing because to be honest, most of it wasn't planned. Doing well in the academy game as we see the end of the 95th over, 342 for 6. Played a couple of warm-up games. Northerns. Aiden Markram was still there. 100 Klaasen.
Well, here's a question for you. Oh, well, I hope you had no issues with the exchange rate coming back. Because the pound must have been good at the time, wasn't it?
In the 20s, man. There were some good years. I was around 2020, 2009, 2008. I think those were the Jacob Zuma years.
Yeah, there are many youngsters who've traveled your journey, and one who comes to mind now is a Thando Ndini, who spent some time in Australia playing club cricket there, is still playing club cricket now in Cape Town. And like I always say, it's not always going to happen from first team, Coke week, contract, you are Luandra Pretorius. No. Yes. It's not going to happen with everybody. Some, like a Bosch, it's going to take 10 years to get your call up, and it will eventually come, and when it comes, you must be ready.
I think there's something important that you always say, is that not everyone is meant to have a 10-plus career. It's so important to also, you might have some late bloomers, Vernon Philander, who had a phenomenal period as well when he had the chance to represent the Proteas. Good, solid 8 years where he really just blew the world on how good he was, how consistent he was. And he had a fantastic record. Nandre Berger is a late bloomer as well.
And no, it's the numbers that Vernon Philander arrives with when he makes his debut. Yes, what we saw in Cape Town and everything he did to New Zealand and Australia, it was nice to see. But you have to realize the work done to get there.
I think if you see any success of a domestic setup, I mean, you had mentioned two names earlier on, Michael Hussey, Rogers, guys who've served years and years in domestic circuit. And it's so good to see those players being rewarded. And again, it's about timing. There was a period in South African cricket where we had Mark Boucher for years. And all of a sudden, when we lost Mark Boucher, yes, A.B. de Villiers filled in. And there was a lot of thought on who's going to be the next wicketkeeper. Out of nowhere, Quentin de Kock became the next name, and he held that position for a long period. When he decides to retire, all of a sudden again, there's that, who is the next guy?
I think we were also in a spot of bother in around 2017, 18, if I'm not mistaken, with the opening pair when it comes to South African cricket. And to what we're talking about, it presented an opportunity I'm sure he was waiting for so many years. A player like Stephen Cook, Heino Kun, who got a chance, I think South Africa and New Zealand, and then
England.
they toured to England. And that didn't quite work out, but to what we're talking about, that Stephen Cook stayed with domestic cricket, played in domestic cricket for years, and then got an opportunity and scored 100 as well, got a test 100 for South Africa.
Hey, it's also, I mean, I think at times we get obsessed with aesthetics, how he looks when he plays. But he's one of those guys who found his own way of scoring. And we often see that in the UK, where guys will find their own way of scoring runs. And we can be obsessed with how the technique looks, but
it's an ongoing conversation. The techniques, does it work, does it not work? You go ask Rory Burns, it worked for him until it didn't work. You ask Dean Alga, it worked for him until it didn't work. Right, tea time on day 2. On what is supposed to be day 3 of this, the final of the CSA 4-day competition between the Deep World Lions and the Momentum Multiply Titans. There's the scorecard. The Lions winning the toss, electing to bat first. Stop start the first 2 days. Today starting on time. Zubair Hamza, all eyes on him, and Mitch van Buren. A wonderful partnership. In the end, Zubair Hamza getting his 18th first-class 100, helped by van Buren with his 73. Joshua Richards, 38 of 70. And the Lions, 343 for 6. Still plenty of batting to come. Plenty of bowling to come from Young Smith, Junior Dalla, Dayan Khalim, and Dilepetluquayo. And we hope you at home stay with us as we continue our live broadcast of this final match here in South Africa. Until then, 15 minutes or so. Goodbye.
Yeah, ngiphendula ngenhliziyo. Relationship yami iphelile i-cricket. Ashuthi akafuni usebenze ke lowo muntu. Right. Sebezamile abafana.
Bazamile mara mina benze
400 yeah. Ayifaya phaa ikhona kodwa nakhona ePitori. Yo.
Yazimpendula makathi
Bathi
yathi isession iphelile I thought kuzongena ama-titles.
mayithini?
Makathi isession iphelile.
Welcome back to the DP World Wanderers Stadium for the final session of day 3 of the CSA 4-day series final. It's only the second full day of play we've had, of course, due to a wet outfield. The DP World Lions winning the toss, electing to bat first, 343 for 6. And as we go into the final session of this third day, Dion Kras, very interesting to see what A, the approach of the Lions will be, and B, whether the Titans can bowl them out.
I've got a feeling the Titans will have to bowl the Lions out, yeah. I don't see them playing, well, especially not in the first hour, any differently. We've spoken about getting to 400, 450, and then from there dominating the match. So you got Cody Yusuf who can hold the bat, Moreki and Sapamla still to come. So this is actually quite a crucial partnership for the Lions.
I get the importance of getting a big total, but time must also come into it a bit. I mean, you presumably want the majority of 2 days to bowl the Titans out twice.
Well, that's the thing in 4-day cricket. Well, in this case, 5-day cricket, you do need to take 20 wickets to win a game. And it would seem on this surface that you will need enough time to be able to do that. One thing I do like now is young Janku Smit coming around the wicket to the left-hander. I think it's a better angle. It's going to make him play a bit more, bring slip and gully into play.
Especially since Janku Smit has shown the ability to get the ball to straighten.
That's nice. That's the length he was so good at throughout the day. If he can consistently find that, I think there's just something in the surface every now and then that keeps you interested.
For an inexperienced guy, Janku Smit has done really well because the Wanderers is a tricky place to find that right leg. I mean, we've seen seasoned bowlers come here and get it wrong. And I think if I'm right, Nono Pongolo mentioned that it's only the second time he's ever played at the Wanderers. And he started poorly as well. His first 3 overs, I think everyone told him don't bowl too short, so he overcorrected and bowled a bit too full. But since then, he really has been spot on.
I really like what I see. And I think you've got to sometimes be a bit careful. We're not being too lyrical about him, but we see some potential, and hopefully he can come and keep on improving on these performances. See, that's so much better because the batter has to play at that. If you bowl the same line bowling from over the wicket, he can leave that with the greatest of ease.
LBW might become a little bit harder to achieve, but
well, you say that. I actually think it might be easier because now you can pitch on and straighten, where from over the wicket it's always, because it comes quite wide of the crease as well, it's always going to pitch outside leg because he hasn't got the ability to swing it back at the left-hander. So I was just thinking, remember we spoke about that Ashes series that I watched as we come to over number 97, 343 for 6. Flintoff was the man for me that really started this, call it revolution, of bowling around the wicket to the left-handed batters and taking the ball away. It's just a different angle, and it's almost like it's more difficult for the left-handers to line you up and know where off-stump is.
Makai Antini was also very good at it. But it just makes sense to me because also you cramping up the left-hander as well, bring the slips into play.
And I think in modern cricket, you have to have the ability. I personally didn't like it. I think it's also got to do with whether you're a round arm bowler that I was, or past the vertical bowler. I think the past vertical bowlers seem to find it easier to bowl around the wicket to the left-handers. As that natural line will almost then be wicket to wicket and take it away. Whereas a little bit more round-arm bowler, it doesn't always necessarily swing back towards off stump. That's one of my theories.
Nice boy. Ball Dewey. Nice tips. Out. Ready out.
Very useful partnership, this 38 for the 7th wicket, coming after the Lions had been shaken a little bit by the loss of 2 quick wickets, both Zubair Hamza and Wandile Makwetu getting out in the space of 10 runs.
If you look at that batting lineup of the Lions, everyone basically got in. With Dominic Hendricks' 15, the lowest score, and Hamza getting his 100 in his 100th match, 73, but quite a few batters actually will feel that they've missed out on this surface.
I think we've seen enough to know that it's going to be hard work for bowlers on this surface. Very easy paced pitch.
That's lovely, buddy.
Slightly unusual for Delano Potgieter to have scored only 19 runs off 50 deliveries. Must be a greater plan that he's batting towards. End of the over, 344 for 6.
Just sitting here again thinking that I think once again we've become a little bit spoilt with how longer format matches have been a lot quicker than they used to be. But I must say also the exception now is that we have lost so much time out of this game that you would have thought that maybe the Lions would have looked to push on a little bit.
I think if these two get in again in this session after tea, they might look to be a bit more expansive a bit later on. The last thing the Lions wanted was to be bowled out for 350, because then you really haven't put yourself in a dominant enough position.
100%. Maybe bat normally for an hour or so, see where you are, reassess, and then try and attack for 20, 30 minutes and have an hour or so at the Titans tonight, because that also allows you to have 2 bites of the cherry. The ball still being fairly new tomorrow morning.
Bjorn Fortuyn's looking very comfortable and accomplished out there, as befits someone who's got 2 centuries this season already.
Interesting enough, that back foot just slid towards leg stump there, his trigger. So it's something I'll be monitoring now, whether it's something he's aware of. Just a little bit of extra bounce and pace of young Janku Smit. Maybe just unsettling him a little bit.
Looking for 2, but no, they'll settle for 1. You fast bowlers always notice those tiny little leg side movements, don't you?
Definitely. Obviously as a coach now, and I've said this many times, the first thing I look for in a batter is he scared of the ball or not? Because it doesn't matter how good your technique is, at some level you will get found out if you are scared of the ball. So if you're not scared of the ball, there's something to work with. You can work on technique, but it's hard to get that scaredness out of you as a batter.
Yeah, you end up with all sorts of purely instinctual movements that you actually can't control.
And there again, his back foot just went towards leg stump. We used to call it the Gauteng shuffle. But it's often the short ball that's the issue. And I think that's where a guy like Brevis has improved. And having played 4-day cricket, we spoke about it in the previous game, it's less of an issue for him now. I think it's still something, level up, that they will test him with. This is probably the slowest I've seen this Wanderers wicket. That's barely got, well, it's actually bounced in front of the keeper.
End of season pitch, I guess. April, the temperature's a lot cooler than it normally would be during cricket season. Lots of rain about as well.
I think the rain's probably the biggest factor, because you knew there was going to be so much rain, so you had to prepare it so far in advance. And that's for me also why it's so much drier than it would be.
Outside half of the bat. Some interest from the bowler there. I think he'll count that as a moral victory. Will Janko Smith to end his 24th over. 3 for 73. He took 3 for 54 last week on debut for the Titans. Got another 3 wickets today. It's been a great start to his career.
Can definitely be happy with the way it has started.
And you'll be very happy if you end up winning that lovely Proteas signed ODI jersey. And all you have to do is subscribe to this Cricket South Africa YouTube channel. You've got a couple of days left to do that. Really not hard. All you have to do is press the subscribe button.
Going to be seeing a lot more of the coloured clothing than the white clothing this year, unfortunately. At least we've got a couple of test matches more than we thought we were going to have.
That's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Just a little bit too short from Tsepo and Ndwandwe.
Beautifully played. On the slower surface, you have to force yourself to wait for the ball. I know it was short and wide, but a lot of batters have struggled today in putting these bad balls away, but not Bjorn Fortuin on this occasion. And it also brings up the 350 for the Lions.
Dashed away again through that same region, but this time it is intercepted by Dewald Brevis. Sprawling save, and then Frosty the groundsman will be happy. He's doing a bit of repairs to the outfield.
I think he was doing more damage than repairs there. That body language was definitely one of irritation.
Oh, just over square leg. Not the greatest delivery, though, from Ndwandwe, must be said.
And this has been one of the problems for me for the Titans, and the fact that Ndwandwe is only into his 15th over now out of 100 on a surface like this. You probably would have expected him to have bowled at least 25 to 30 overs. Would have lessened the workload of the seamers. I think you have to credit Van Buren and the way he played against him yesterday in creating that uncertainty, probably from the captain, as to whether I should bowl Ndwandwe or not.
End of Ndwandwe's 15th over. He's gone for 65 runs, so he's been a bit expensive, it must be said.
Ideally, as I said, if he'd bowled 25 to 30 overs for 50 to 60 runs, this would be a completely different match. You know, there's maybe sometimes a lot of criticism of Paul Harris. He doesn't turn it, he doesn't do this, he doesn't do that. But his role was to tie up an end and go for 2 runs and over, and he did that so well. And that made the fact that your seamers didn't have to bowl as much. They can bowl in shorter spells, and you've always got pressure from one end.
Punch through the covers by Forte. Nice shot for a couple.
50 partnership. There have been quite a few for the Lions in this innings. Another one, 88 balls. And as you mentioned earlier, just as it seemed like the Titans could grab a bit of a stranglehold on this match, these two have made it so that the Lions keep dominating.
Very important partnership, and setting them up for maybe a late dash for runs later on this evening.
Going to be some sore bodies tomorrow, that's for sure. Also the heavy outfield, especially that you just sink in with your calf a little bit more than what you're used to. So hammies take a bit more strain, calves take a bit more strain. So some R&R will be needed for these bowlers.
Nicely worked by Fortain. Again, a lovely punch off the back foot by Potgieter, and well, that looks like a bit of a tired body, a bit of a tired chase by a bowler there who's bowled quite a few overs, and it's a boundary for Delano Potgieter.
24 overs to be exact, as Khalim got in his legs, plus fielding for just over 100 overs now, but this is a wonderful shot. Didn't try and overhit it, just let the ball come to him. Found a smallish gap between the two fielders. And these two have really looked comfortable in front of the stumps.
This time Fuller and a nice free-flowing drive from Potgieter. It's going to be another boundary. So back-to-back fours for Delano Potgieter. Is this the switch that has been flicked?
I'm not sure about that, but I do know these have been 2 great shots. The bowler has adjusted his length slightly. This is not a bad delivery at all. But just the position, slight bit of room given. And the timing once again from Potgieter, outstanding.
Bit tighter onto the batsman there, and a dot ball to end the over. 365 for 6.
You see, that's what I like. In the stump mic, I'm not sure if you picked it up. He said, I can bowl some more. And the captain said, no, you've done enough. And that's what you want. But also it's sensible from the captain knowing there's a longer term picture in this match for his bowler. But I love the fact that he says, I know it's tough, but give it to me.
He's looked like that guy in this game, Janku Smit. the guy happy to bowl the tough overs. The way he's rebounded from a bad start has been really impressive. And every over he's bowled, there's been an energy and an intensity about it that you could just tell he's busting a gut to deliver his absolute best.
I think there might be a few opinions in that little huddle. Maybe the umpire, Mr. Smith, will also give his opinion and as who to bowl or who not to bowl and where to put the field. Looks like we do have a bowling change as Peklakwayo has the ball in hand again.
Got better and better the longer he bowled previously. He's got a ball now that's only 21 overs old. So it's going to be a bit different to when he bowled earlier. Luanda Pretorius is standing back.
You talk about times when batting is easy in the longer format of the game, and the times when it's going to be a lot more tough. This is one of those easier times for these two batters, and that's when you really have to try and fill your boots, as they would say, and make sure you get as many as you can, because you are going to get onto a surface that's going to turn a lot or might seem a lot. It's overcast. So it's never that easy, but it's definitely easier than it can be.
Good start by Peklakwayo. Chopper being the nickname of umpire Dennis Smith. Wicketkeeper batsman back in his day. I think he was part of that Easterns team that won the Supersport Series, as it was called back in the day, the 4-day competition. Big surprise result.
When Jennings was coach.
Again, a very nice shot off the back foot by Bjorn Forte. Lovely timing, a misfield, so it'll be an easy 2.
Yeah, I played my initial cricket with him at Northerns. He was there for a start. So I know him quite well. Before he was as grey as he is now. Looks a lot older than he actually is.
Stressful work umpiring, Dion.
Apparently. He's been around doing this for quite a while now.
It's a good pairing for the final, isn't it? Probably the most experienced domestic umpire on the panel in Dennis Smith. And the umpire who's just been promoted to the ICC elite panel in Alahuddin Palika. So this might be the last domestic game he does for a while.
Before he starts earning some dollars and Voyager miles. Yeah, we're happy for him. It's an honor. It's a nice recognition for you, but surely it comes with a bit of stress too. I know you always under the microscope, and with technology, any mistakes get shown up. But we wish him all the best.
Yeah, I think in the SA20, our umpires showed that they are world class. DRS didn't overturn too many decisions in the SA20. I thought Luanda Pretorius was moving fielders around, but I think he was actually just stretching. Probably worth a try. Just fling the wide half volley out there, see if he bites.
I think that's a tactic that the Titans haven't used in this match. It's just setting an offside field and bowling a good length outside off stump, a foot or two outside off, and try and control it that way and see what the patience is like from the Lions batters.
I agree. As a bowling side, nothing wrong with making it boring. Make it up to the batsman to make a play. I think now that Andile Peklakwaya has the keeper back and a clearer plan, he's bowled a lot better.
At last, we're going to have the captain bowl, Neil Brunt. Junior Dala just leaving the field for a moment. I think this has also been long overdue to see him in the bowling attack. He's got a test six for.
And yet Neil Brunt has admitted that he's a little bit of a reluctant bowler. Lacks a bit of confidence with the red ball.
Surely it should be easier than with the white ball, actually.
Yeah, he said it to me, so yeah, I was also a little surprised. But he's got decent attributes as a spinner. Tall, he gets bounce. He's pretty accurate generally.
Well, just the fact that you're a left-arm spinner, they are the most valuable bowlers in almost every format. I know the wrist spinners, the mystery spinners as they're also called, are quite important in T20 cricket. But in any format, the left-arm spinner is the bowler who actually gets the most balls to hit the stumps and create opportunities. I've got no doubt that Bjorn Fortuin, now obviously with the bat, but when it comes to the Lions bowling, will play a big role in the way they go about things.
Edged the drive, and you could hear the frustration from the batter as he doesn't get a run off that delivery. We saw Bjorn Fortuin was really missed by the Lions when they played the Dolphins here in the 4-day game. They just didn't have that bowler who could hold the game, who, as you were talking about earlier, could allow the seamers to rotate at the other end. And I think as a bowler, also Bjorn Fortuin's the sort of character who will thrive on the challenge of the Lions needing 20 wickets over 2 days to win the trophy.
Also a player that's almost never let South Africa down when he's played for them. Also just a pity he plays in an era where Keshav Maharaj plays, who for me has been our best spinner since readmission.
I might offer you Imran Tahir in white ball cricket.
Just because he's 60 and he's been playing for 40 years. Now, I agree. I think you can debate it differently and everyone's got their opinion, but I think all round Keshav has been exceptional.
Absolutely world class, no question about that. Keshav Maharaj, 369 for 6. Yeah, Bjorn Fortuin, certainly with the ball, has done a very tidy job for the Proteas. My one disappointment is that he hasn't shown his batting ability, because he's a better batter than what he's shown at that level. But it's hard coming in at number 9 and you've only got very few balls left. as we say goodbye to Dion Kreis. Andile Peklakwaya to continue over number 104. Glorious sunshine now at the Wanderers, but as ever, in the last session, the shadow from the western stand is starting to creep onto the field. And creeping into commentary, we have Nono Pongola with Aslam Kota.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ken and Dion. Not sure if they brought us a wicket, but continue with Andile Petlukwayo. Starts with a short pitch delivery. 103 overs now have been bowled by the Lions. By the Titans. 369 for 6. You're getting to a point where you feel we might have an hour and a half of play left, considering where we finished yesterday's play. How much do the Lions feel they have enough? And again, it's all about thinking about how much do you have to get the Titans bowled out. First innings and the second innings. Got to consider the likes of Devil Brevis. Got to consider the likes of Rivaldo Munsami, who've been in superb form in recent weeks. Can the Lions bowling attack really ask some questions of this momentum multiplied Titans batting lineup? Now we're going to see a bit of turn maybe on day 4. Maybe cracks widening and providing a bit of opportunity for some of the seamers of the Lions. Because we're all sitting here anticipating some time where maybe the game accelerates forward. To see even that delivery bowled into the surface, not coming as quickly as Bjort Fortuin as anticipated. As I welcome Aslam Kota into his seat. It's been some time, I think a year now since we've had an opportunity to be together. Good afternoon.
And it's always a pleasure to be in your company. No. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And as Kenneth just said, the Wanderers is in full bloom, magnificent sunshine, perfect early autumn afternoon for cricket. And yeah, you feel something's got to give. Either these guys go for the runs or are they waiting for 400 and then look to push it on from there. In the meantime, it's interesting to see, and it's good to see that Neil Brunt finally, after 100 overs, actually brought himself on to see if he could do something differently, because Ndandwana, did I say that correctly? Ndandwana basically is a holding type of bowler, doesn't get much turn. He's a natural finger spinner, and he relies very much on his accuracy and also maybe just change of pace. But it's a good thing that he also brought himself on here from the golf course, from the Collard Drive end, because the other end of the pitch, the far end of the pitch, is more shorn of grass. So if there's any chance of turn, it's going to be from this end. And he will continue 370 for 6 after 104 overs. And these two really looking very comfortable in their partnership. The boundaries have come quite easily. Some of them of really good deliveries, which to me indicates also that it's becoming more and more of a surface to be batting on. And they've really profited with run scoring quite easily on the surface. Run rate 3.6. Single easily found into the deep. Potgieter 29, Bjorn 14, 39. Two of them have fashioned a partnership of 66. There have been a number of good partnerships already in this innings. The primary one of 109 for the third wicket. Oh, there's a bit of turn. Turn and bounce. Sometimes, I mean, we're seeing this team that have two orthodox left-arm spinners, and then you see when matches like this, when you're looking for something to happen, who do you perhaps look to? You realize the importance of a very good off-spinner, or maybe even just an ordinary trundler from time to time who maybe just gets some kind of purchase out of this pitch. Keegan Peterson does turn his arm over. Who else?
Yeah, Devil Brevis, a bit of leg spin from Devil Brevis.
That could help a bit. Oh, good straight drive. Picked it up so nicely. He would have probably had two choices and went for the straight drive. Once again, foolish length delivery and put away by 14.
Yeah, Bjorn Fortuin has been outstanding form this season, particularly in this format, with a couple of hundreds as well. Pitched up this occasion and decides to hit it straight past the bowler.
I really thought he was going to play that pickup shot over mid-wicket, but chose to go along the ground. Again, just coming wide of the crease, perhaps just looking to push that angle in towards the batsman, but once again, reading it off the surface so nicely, it's 14, able to make room and then punch it to the offside. Yeah, nice and close to the stumps from over the wicket is Neil Brandt, and getting good turn as well. So I'm sure this will encourage him to continue bowling more, especially in that he's getting turn into the bodywork of, into the pads of Potgieter, end of over 72, oh sorry, end of 105, 377 for 6. It's 72-run partnership, just to confirm that. And that's the scorecard of the bowlers, and most of them have toiled manfully, but 3 wickets for Janko Smit, who's tried his heart out here on the surface, and then a wicket for Dayan Khalim, and 2 for Junior Dala. Got the break yesterday, and then picked up the wicket of Makretu earlier, just before the tea interval. Betlakwayo into his 13th over. He's an occasional seam bowler these days, and plays in that lower middle order as a batsman, and does from time to time swing his arm. He's getting a bit of lift off the seam. Let's see what he looks to do here against the right-hander. Potgieter wanted 2, and Fortuin says one's enough.
It's probably after seeing who the fielder was once more.
Dala.
There's one player in South African cricket at the moment where there's a lot of hesitation when you see him going around the ball, and it's got a strong arm, fantastic fielder. Even at a golden age of 35.
Now, look, I mean, it's a point well made, and more so, I think you sometimes underestimate the speed that he is able to generate when he does field in the outfield. He covers ground very quickly, and then, as you say, a powerful arm. We've seen him execute a number of runouts and has always had teams in doubt. But being a bowler, you always see him in the deep. He's the type of a fielder you could have in that inner ring and really putting the batters under some kind of pressure when they're looking for those easy, cheeky singles, especially in the white ball formats. Just a third slip in position for Betlakwayo. Quite a fortified field on the offside in front of the batsman. This is short and played away. Keegan Peterson will tidy up. So earlier, just after lunch, I was putting something together here. 36 overs remain in the day, and another 200 over the next two. There's still a lot of cricket to be played. But this pitch really looks one to be almost tailor-made for batting. And who's going to actually do the running here? And I get the feeling that there's at the moment one team that can dictate the pace of this match, and it is the Lions. And I'm almost certain that once they get to 400 in an area of safety, looking to play the Titans out of the game, and then look to up the run rate and maybe get themselves to a good score by the end of the evening, and aim to bat once.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the conversations that I had with Bjorn Fortuin early on in the morning, just trying to gauge where they were as a team in terms of what the thinking was in how they were planning to win this game. And the idea that came up was we're possibly looking to bat once. And I think the conundrum then comes with what is the score that you're looking for?
Was that an inside edge? Or it was an outside end and just went into the gap? And it's gone through for 4 as well.
Yeah, I'd mentioned on a couple of occasions, I've never enjoyed just having a gully. It's almost like you're hedging your bets and hoping that the ball will go straight to that fielder. And the bowler that Andile Petlugwayo is more of a skiddy looking for that outside edge, and he gets it on this occasion. If you have that field a lot closer, you might give yourself an opportunity to be able to grab that opportunity. But unfortunately, he's been at gully. And you feel the gully position is more suited for the taller bowlers hitting the splice.
Yeah, I'm looking at that field very carefully, and I hear exactly what you're saying. And that's another conundrum that a captain and even the bowler has. Where exactly do you want that one fielder alongside the wicketkeeper? At gully, at third slip, which is... the difference isn't very much between the two. Another single picked up. That takes the score to 384. And that's also 50 for Bjorn Fortuin. He's batted beautifully today. His 9th first-class 50. We're going with 7 centuries, 2 in this particular season as well. And hasn't he deserved all the accolades that he's had in recent times? Wonderful with the bat as well. He's come to light. I think he's matured a hell of a lot more with the bat in hand. And those are his figures. Coming off 64 balls, and he's hit 6 fours in that 95-minute stay at the crease.
Yeah, his second 50 of the season, alongside 200s as well. 335 runs in this series before this innings. It shows you how in fine form he's been, with an average of 47 as well. So he's been a valuable player for the Lions this season in this 4-day campaign. And again, I always joke, he's someone who comes across as someone who doesn't enjoy the 4-day stuff.
A very intense type of a character. Even on the field, you rarely see a smile. And he's actually a real hard nut. And what has happened is the way he's taken responsibility since arriving here and then given the leadership, he's certainly raised his game. And there's very few who can actually do that when given the responsibility to maintain consistency. And in his case, he's actually gotten better.
Yeah, certainly. And I think as well, he's got that appetite to score big hundreds. It's not something that you often see guys batting at 7 and 8 in most teams. He scored some big hundreds for the Lions, really getting Lions out of trouble on many occasions. And mentioned the final here last year against Western Province.
This is beautifully turned away. It's a lovely reverse sweep here. Tilano, just in his own quiet way, just shows that he's such a talented player. Repertoire of strokes, and can play all around the wicket. He can play the power game, and then he can hold fort as well. Class player.
Yeah, it often, I mean, we saw him in the SA20. We associate him with brute force, hitting some big sixes. And the 50 over and the 4-day stuff is a format that he particularly enjoys a lot more.
I like the fact that he actually looked to play that reverse sweep, because he's seen in the previous deliveries the ball coming into him. So in order to not allow Brunt to get on top of him, he changes tact and maybe forces a change in the bowler's approach as well. 389 for 6. And that's after 107 overs.
Yeah, someone certainly for me, it's I think is relishing the opportunity now to consistently be playing in this Lions team, and I think that's a confidence that's come from the SA20 for him, doing really well, and now he's got to run in and the backing, and of course that 100 probably set him up. He wasn't as consistent in being in the Lions team in that season. Once he scored that big 100 in the final, you can certainly feel that the confidence from the coaching staff was there, and he's played a lot more cricket for the Lions, and the cherry on top as well is that confidence from SA20 doing well against international players at a really high level. And yeah, they've grown in stature between him and Bjorn Fortuin. They know each other really well. They've forged some big partnership for the Lions.
Yeah, in fact, there was an 80 in the first innings, which was a rescue act of high class. And then posting that century in the second innings and really putting the opposition out of the game, left it for the bowlers to put in the finishing touches.
I think the contest for me right now, it's going to be between the Lions bowlers versus the Titans batters. Really looking forward to see how the momentum multiplied Titans are going to approach their innings. And I think the Lions bowlers are more suited into terms of bowling on the surface, as they'll bowl a lot fuller. Cody Yusuf, Skiddy, sharp bowler. Luto Sipamla will also look to be fuller, something that he was speaking about as well in the warm-up. And then we've got the likes of Tsepo Mureke. Well, for me, I think in his recent seasons has really grown in stature, runs in hard, never say die attitude. And that's going to be really interesting to see how these momentum multiplied Titans batters really approach the Lions bowling attack.
Well, all three of them, Sipamla, Mureki and Cody Yusuf, have been exceptional with the ball. One of the reasons why they find themselves in this cup final is because they've been the nemesis for most of the opposition. They've really done a fantastic job as a unit. And then Fortuin comes in there, and they've got Potgieter to turn his arm over as well. So, but what I think I've enjoyed watching, especially in Sipamla since he's come back after the number of injuries, is that he's now leading the attack. And Mureki is always there. He's always at you. And without a doubt, I think if there's a prize out for a most improved player in the last 2 seasons, Cody Yusuf stands out head and shoulders with the ball and bat. So they've been the mainstay of the attack, and who knows, maybe they could extract something out of this particular pitch that the Titans haven't been able to do. Take the game to the opposition.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I'd mentioned the contrasting styles of the bowling attacks. The Lions bowlers tend to be a lot fuller in nature, look to bring out the drive, and because of the ground that they typically play on,
on better understanding, better understanding of your own surface.
And you felt that a lot of the Titans bowlers, especially the junior dullers and Yaku Smith, the more into the surface type bowlers. So for them to be a lot fuller, it's taken a bit of adjustment of the length of what is required, because we've seen a lot of delivery just standing up whenever the Lions batters have been batting, being short. Charles, there's not a lot of life or hard back of a length on the surface, but it's still an important delivery. You just keep the batters thinking.
Oh, he's gone for the top shot. It's high up in the air. And he's dropped. An absolutely easy catch. Dandwana was taking it too easy. He thought this is really one that he'll gobble up with his eyes closed. Unfortunately, he's grasped it. And just to add to the demoralized attitude or atmosphere within the team. And this catch has gone down rather tamely.
Yeah, just after mentioning the importance of the short pitch delivery, Andile Petlukwa mixing it up really well, caught Bjorn Fortuin. A surprise. Tsepo Ndwanda was underneath it. Unfortunately, maybe just the hands being too low. Always talk about having those hands near your eyes and your face. And give yourself an opportunity to see it all the way. But opportunity goes a-begging.
Yeah, if there's... Since I've been watching from after lunch, that was the most effective short ball I've seen at the Wanderers bowled today by Petlakwayo. A perfect delivery to try and induce the false stroke. Got it all right. Unfortunately, dropped catch means that 14 continues on. And a very well played 53. 392 for 6. The partnership now 87. It's almost gone unnoticed in the way they've just gone about this partnership.
At one instance, Delano Potgieter was 11 of 31 deliveries. Now it's of 36 of 70. So he's caught up and joined Bjorn Fortuin on his charge.
Goes for the big stroke, and that's where he shows his true power. High over mid-wicket for 6. Beautiful pick-up stroke. Close to 400 is the score now. 398 for 6.
Yeah, just as mentioned, that feeling a lot more confident, and brings out what we've seen of Delano Potgieter in the SA20. He's got a fantastic swing. Clean as he comes, clean as you like. And you just have to sit back and admire.
Well, there's one very disappointed fellow at the end of that particular over, and that was Andile Petlakwayo. He stood for a cold 30 seconds with that famous teapot and just wondered what this over could have been. Unfortunately, he's been struck for 6 of the last delivery, and that's just adding salt to the wound. Add a little bit of vinegar to that as well.
Yeah, taste of his own medicine, Andile Petlakwayo. But Tsepo Ndoando thinking hard about that opportunity that's gone down, and as a fielder and a player right now, you're hoping for another opportunity to just kind of seize it from yourself and for your team.
Generally, the point to make to youngsters, especially because they get so emotionally caught up in a mistake that your colleague has made. So I remember saying to the boys, listen, the next time you run in, when you take the wicket, you take it for the guy who's dropped the catch, because that's what teamwork is all about. No spectators, so fielders having to move all the way around that eastern stand to try and find the ball. In the meantime, the batters will have a quick drink. Or is it the fielders?
Is it a bad thing they don't find the ball?
They're probably, whoever's out there will want to take a little longer. But yeah, they found the ball. And that's the scorecard. 398 for 6. Hamza with a classical 100. Van Buren with a wonderful 73. A good solid innings it was from him. And then Fortuin and Delano Potgieter continuing on from where his partners left off. Jaco Smith has bowled beautifully, 3 for 84. You feel that he should have been rewarded a lot more. Junior Dala, as always, tries his best. Khalim has got just the 1 wicket. And Neil Brunt has bowled 3 overs, none for 13. Petlakwayo, unfortunately, doesn't have his name on that bowling card on the in the wickets column. So Brunt will continue to the right-handed Fortuin. Plays across the line. It's possibly going to run away to that fine leg area. There's a fielder after it. The wicketkeeper's going there. It slows down, but just enough to beat Ntwandwa. And that takes the lines across the 400 mark. 402 for 6. And interestingly, I keep looking at that run rate, and they've managed to just keep it around that 3.5, 3.7 mark for most of the innings. At one stage, up at 4 as well. I get the feeling that this particular pitch is hard, and it's a good one to bet on, but because there's this extra layer of grass, that softness that you speak about, that's the reason for it. Yeah.
And I think in these last couple of balls as well, I think we've seen signs from the Lions that they're looking to maybe press on here. There's been a couple of aggressive shots played by Delano Potgieter and Bjorn Fortuin in the first delivery of Neil Brunt in this over.
Goes for the big drive again. It's a heavy 45 offside field. There's a backward point, deep point on the boundary, and then there's a deep extra cover, a wideish mid-off and a long off for Brunt's bowling. Oh, and this has taken the thick outside edge. It's going to run away to that vacant third man area for 4. So he's been given up by Moon Sammy. So maybe what you've just mentioned now is that they're really looking to go for it. And also to confirm that that boundary has brought up the 100 partnership. between Fortuin and Potgieter. Coming off just 108 minutes, 138 balls, they've hit 13 fours and a 6.
I'm certainly convinced now that's definitely, they've got to that 400 mark, maybe looking to press on quickly to 450.
Yes, they'll be looking at the cloud cover, not that there's any rain imminent, but more so for the bad light issue. And 32 overs remain. I'll just confirm as well whether we're going to 5:30 or 6 o'clock. And then there's quite a bit of cricket left for tomorrow. 5:30. Theoretically 6 o'clock, I'm told. Well, the sun now sets, I know, at exactly 6 o'clock over the Highveld. Hitter wants 2. They'll stay for 1. Once again, it's Dala.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I certainly feel with that new ball, you might see umpires twitching, thinking about how dark it is. So, again,
hits him in front. There's a lone appeal from Brandt. It held its line. It may have been just maybe going down the leg side. And there may have been an element of height in it as well. End of the 109th over, 408 for 6. And if you're just joining us here on Pitch Vision's special coverage of this CSA 4-day series cup final, we're into the 3rd day. We've lost 1.5 days of cricket. There's still 2 days to go. And just to update you, the Lions won the toss. They elected to bat. 38 for Richards. Hendricks got 15. Hamza, magnificent, 103. And then Van Buren, 73. 31 to Connor STAs. And just as he was looking to come good, he got a peach of a delivery. He was trapped in front of LBW. And then Makwetu was caught by Pretorius of the bowling of Dala for 26. And since then, these two fellows have added yet another 100 partnership to the Lions innings. Lots of discussion there. And I reckon they should keep going with Petlaquaya because he's looked the most effective in this post-T period.
I mentioned he got a bit of a taste of his own medicine there from Delano Potgieter, all-rounder to all-rounder, right-arm seamers, batting left-handed.
Yeah.
Says, I'm the younger version of you.
Well, let's see what happens when the roles are reversed a little later in the match.
We often speak as well about spinners. Spinners tend to go after each other. I remember Dale Deep being very hard on most spinners at the time when we used to play him. He'll come hard at the opposition spinner. So there are these battles within battles that you tend to see. South Africa always looking for all-rounders. And I think the name of Delano Potgieter is a name that's been mentioned quite a lot in recent times as well.
Yeah, contest within a contest. When they meet early in the morning before the match starts, they're probably having a go at one another. This is a pull drive. This has gone straight past the bowler through the straight mid-off region for 4. 412 for 6.
Yeah, and they brought out the teapot from the Andile Petlugo, not impressed at all. Delano Potgieter certainly now feeling confident, running down the wicket and placing it well. Because there are 3 fielders on the onside, long on, cow corner and square leg. So he had to really pick his spot.
Yeah, that teapot was all about how dare you. How dare you do that to me? Dance down the wicket to a reasonable length ball. It wasn't too wide outside the off stump, but he made room. Did Potgieter. That was a beautifully executed stroke in the end, rewarded with a boundary. He's forced to change. Mid-off has now dropped to long off. And of course, they've deposited mid-on to the long-on boundary. They've sensed the Lions are on the charge now. They've needed to adjust those fields. Short delivery pulled across the line. Gets nicely on top of it, so controls it nicely, does Potgieter, but just for a single. 4 fielders on the onside for the left-hander, all on the boundary. There'll be a slight change now because of the right-hander facing. So Neil Brunt will come off the deep cover boundary. Still 3 on the boundary on the offside. 1 lone slip, third slip, a wideish third man, deep cover point on the boundary, and then a long off. So 1 fielder in that inner ring in front of the wicket on the offside, a deep cover. Deep mid-wicket, or mid-on. Looking to do some improvisation, and he misses it completely, does Bjorn Fortuin.
I have to say, it's probably the hardest time now in a 4-day game because your mindset is more of a longer format, look to hit top of off. When the opposition now decides to change gears, it's always a lot harder now for the seamer to get to those white ball skills.
Mm-hmm.
And Andile Petlukai is one of those good exponents as well of those skills.
That's right. Those very effective slower ball. The one hard into the pitch, the short ball bouncer. This is dancing down the trick. It's high up in the air. And finally the catch has been made in the deep. And that is the end of Bjorn Fortuin for a very, very well played 62. An important one for the Lions here in the lower order. And that also signals a declaration. So after a wonderful partnership of just over 100 runs, the 7th wicket falls with Bjorn Fortuin being the victim of Petlukai of the bowling of Petlukai, caught by Brevis, and 413 for 6.
Yeah, certainly good effort from the momentum multiplied Titans clawing themselves back into this game, but it's come from Andile Petlukai. We spoke about him being a good exponent or mixing it up well. Ball the slow delivery in the end. Bjorn Fortuin looking to deposit the ball over long on. He's gone for 62 of 77. A really good innings from an experienced, informed all-rounder for the Lions. And, gets the Lions to 413 for 7. Really going to be interesting to see how this possibly last hour of play. And there's some good solid start from the top from Josh Richards with Dom Hendricks. Gave the Lions some foundation. Zubair Hamza with a fantastic 103 of 198 deliveries. He's 18th in first-class cricket. And a good knock as well from Mitchell van Buren. Enterprising knock from Mitchell van Buren, really setting the tone for the Lions. 73 of 107 deliveries. And it became a stop-start in this morning. A couple of partnerships, but not necessarily big, but done well from Delano Porgeter and Bjorn Fortuin. Over 100 partnership. The bowlers. It's been a tough first innings for the bowlers. 24 overs from Dayam Khalim, only getting 1 wicket. The standout has been Yakun Smith. 3 wickets, backing up his debut game at Supersport Park. Junior Dalla contributing with 2 wickets as well. And Andile Petlukai in the end, bowling 13 overs today. And it's led to the Lions getting 413 for 7 of 109.5 overs after electing to bat first. And all of a sudden, we might have a game on our hands.
Now, I'm glad to see that the declaration has come, because we were just talking about the fact that how would the opposition feel? They suddenly go on the defensive because they see the opposition coming after you. And on the other hand, as a batting team, you wonder, is it too early or too late? But I'm sure that 400 was clearly on a part of their plans, I reckon, from about lunchtime. And now that they've achieved it with, as you say, plus minus an hour to go, it's a fantastic opportunity to perhaps just make early inroads into the Titans' top order.
I think also what's important, I think a lot of people, when you think about declaration at international level, you think about being 200 runs below to avoid being 200 runs ahead. You can avoid the follow-on. And what's important here, it's 150 at domestic cricket. And the Lions will be hoping that, with this 400 here, 250 runs might be the score where they're giving themselves a chance, possibly being ahead of the game, and then they might have to force the follow-on. So those are the considerations that they might have, because it has to be really poor batting from the Titans for the Lions to really have an outside chance of possibly winning this game. But like I've said, it's about the Lions' bowling attack now versus the batting of the Titans. Got some really exciting players, the Titans, and it'll be interesting to see how they even approach this little session that's left.
Yes, so stay tuned because within 10 minutes it will be the Titans batters who will come out to face the music, literally, on a beautiful autumn afternoon here. I live in a city rooted in diverse and vibrant culture. Catch the pulse at the theatres and festivals around town. Vibe to the Joburg rhythm, old and new, from contemporary African jazz to Kwaito and Amapiano, all the way from Sophiatown, Newtown, Alex and Soweto. For an authentic Mzansi feast, visit the Shisa Nyamas in Sandton, Kyalami and Soweto. For an elevated dining experience, the gastronomic gems of Rosebank, Melrose Arch, Sandton, Waterfall, Monte Casino from Sophiatown, Newtown, Alex and Soweto. For an authentic Mzansi feast, visit the Shisa Nyamas in Sandton, Kyalami and Soweto. For an elevated dining experience, the gastronomic gems of Rosebank, Melrose Arch, Sandton.
Okay, gents, all good. All good. Yeah. Sure.
Enza Construction, provider of integrated property and infrastructure solutions. Enza undertakes all aspects of the property implementation process. It offers a holistic and integrated solution from property development, design, construction, project management, and asset management. Enza Construction, your infrastructure developer of choice. Hello and welcome back to DP World Wanderers. Day 3. The final session where we have witnessed the home side, the DP World Lions, electing to declare. Plenty to talk about. Is it enough? Is it timely? We did talk earlier on in the day. Perhaps they'll be looking for an hour, hour and a half or so, 15 overs, to try and pick up one wicket. They've done well to put runs on board after winning the toss, electing to bat first. After a day and a half waiting in those changing rooms, coming out, warming up, back to the changing room, and eventually we got play underway in the third and final session on day 2. Today, starting on time, it's been a good old-fashioned first-class contest between these two sides. Surprised by the declaration, Dion Grace, my co-commentator?
Not really. I think the indications were there that it was going to happen. I think it's a really good one. It's probably the only way you could have done it to get the game going forward and try and get a result from it. If you have a good hour and 15 minutes now with the ball, you can maybe have the Titans 3 or 4 down. Ideally, maybe more from a Lions point of view. You don't want the Titans to get away to a flyer. But I think it's given this game a little bit of life, and it's nice to see that there is actually another team involved in this match.
Right, underway. Yusuf, Cody, charging in from the golf course end. And as you would expect, a heavily packed slip cordon.
Very different to what we saw earlier as we just have a look at Joshua van Heerden's record. It's not a bad one. It's maybe one where he would like that average to be a little bit closer to 40, potentially. But this will be a challenge. You haven't been in the field for 3 days, but it's probably going to feel like it mentally because you get here the first day, you think you're going to play. Second day is also quite a long wait and then some play. And then today you were in the field most of the time.
Yeah, and there must be some sort of benefit as a bowling unit or a batting unit that has been batting for a day and a half. You've got your bowlers feet up for 2 days, 2.5 days if you were. And you're just giving them an hour and a half for a full, proper burst.
And as I said earlier, at least with this approach, the ball will still be relatively new tomorrow morning when you have another bite at it. So your bowlers know we're probably going to have one spell each. You run in, try and hit your lengths as good as you can.
Tucked away, nicely targeting that leg stump. Cody Yusuf, who has really just stood out this season for the Lions. His partnership with Lutos Pamla. And in such a short time, having been spearheaded that bowling attack by a young Kwena Mapaka, all three of them really been wonderful. Complemented beautifully by Bjorn Fortuin.
I really like Cody Yusuf. He's also a big-hearted cricketer for me. And I think as a bowler, we've mentioned this a few times today, you need that attribute. You need to be able to still run in when it is flat, and I've not seen anything different from him.
Past the outside edge. Brunt looking for that vacant extra cover area.
That's loose. He played some unbelievable, exquisite drives last week, Sunday, and that final day against Boerland. But I'm afraid as an opening batter, driving is high risk.
Certainly not surprised by the declaration, but I sit here and I wonder, did the bad light from yesterday play a role in the time in which they've gone for the declaration?
I'm sure it has, because I don't think realistically that we'll get play until 5:30. There are a couple of clouds around, but even if they weren't, I think we are starting to see the sun dipping a little bit earlier than usual.
Going back to our point, this is exactly the kind of time you want to be bowling. Into the over, first one, 2 on the board, because sun has evaded. Just a cool, gentle breeze now across the Wanderers.
You still have to have control, though. You can't just run in and, as I said, let them get off to a flyer here, the Titans. You still want to get the ball in the right areas, bring in those 3 slips in a gully that you have to your disposal. So it's controlled aggression. Lutos Pamla, he's since the SA20, he's been really good. He started training with a guy in England who I actually trained with, and I recommended to him, and it's made such a big difference to him. He's picked up a yard of paces, what he's wanted. His body's been so much better. The exercises are unbelievable. It's a bespoke program, and I'm really happy for him. He's such a wonderful young man. Always respectful, always speaks to you in a wonderful, great manner. And as we also mentioned earlier, you know, this game is not just about taking wickets. There's as a professional sportsman, you've got other responsibilities too.
Great point, that. Immediately, he finds the outside edge, Lutus Pamla. These are the oohs and ahs that the Lions are looking for. 4 more.
It's in the right area. It's something that always bugged me as a bowler. When you feel you've bowled a good ball, the batter has played a shot that could have gone to the slips, and yet he gets 4 runs for it.
Tell you what, Lutus Pamla told him about that delivery. Perhaps asking him to try the same shot.
See, as I said, he's respectful, but as a bowler, when you cross that line, you have to have white line syndrome. You have to have a little bit of aggression in you. There's obviously a line that you can't cross, and that we sometimes do, but that's only when you're not in control. When you're in control, you don't really step over the line.
Sri Santh, the Indian, who I think of here at home. Can you think of one where at times... In fact, they crossed each other's lines. Andre Nel at this very ground. And Sri Santh.
Yeah, but I think that was Andre Nel's role in the team as well, to do that.
The enforcer.
Yeah. So some guys have that. You wonder if Morne Morkel had a bit more of
I
that.
was going there.
How good he would have been.
Dion Grace, I was going there. Because if Morne Morkel had those beady eyes from Palabora, he could have added another 150 wickets to his tally.
Could have been scary. Luckily, he was too much of a nice guy.
Yeah, we'll never forget that spell in Cape Town to Michael Clark. Morne Morkel rolling down the years. Eventually, Michael Clark going on to score his 100. Well played 100.
I'll throw in another name for you, Monantu Hayward. Imagine he had a bit of Nanti redhead in him.
Yeah, that bowling attack. Nanti Hayward, Nell, Stain. Oh.
You'll learn some new words. And you'll find out all about your family that you didn't know of. And you might just get the odd short ball. And then throw in Merv Hughes as an Aussie there.
Fast bowlers. And I always mention, and talking to the youngsters like Lutus Pamla, always mentioning that he's not just representing the Lions, he's representing his family, representing his neighborhood, representing his former school, all the people who have helped him to get here. So it's not just the coach that I'm playing for, or the captain that I'm playing for, or the wife, or the kid. Neighborhood, where he goes to church, he knows he's got a support there, he's got fans there as well, give him words of encouragement everywhere he goes. He gets a great deal of support, Lutus Pamla, and the family that he has, the parents that were always there when he's playing. For the final, they were here, the T20 Domestic Cup, they were here, enjoying the final. And it's always the feet through the stop mic that you need to hear when someone's in rhythm. End of the over, 2 gone, 6 for no loss.
Yeah, I really try to find him an opportunity to play county cricket. I think he bowls great lengths for English conditions too. So imagine with the Duke's ball, if he just nibbles it around. And I know he wants to have an opportunity somewhere with the county too. And I've got no doubt if he keeps producing the way he is at the moment, he will put his name up somewhere and for someone to give him an opportunity. I think the main thing for him is to have a full season with this new program and stay completely fit and trust his body. And if he can get closer to the 140 k's an hour, he's going to be a factor.
Particularly now with the uncertainties of Amrich Nakir, the injuries that have happened now to the likes of Williams, Berger, Kutsia. You almost want to be there in and around that pecking order. And in particular him, he would have had a phase where he might have been frustrated looking at how things started for him. And I'll go back 5-6 years where we were all excited to see the 3 paces, Ngidi, Rabada and Sipamla, And we were all excited. Otis Gibson at the helm at the time. And as we've been mentioning throughout the day, the process and the road is not the same for everyone.
Or a straight one.
And the key thing is not to feel like you've been left out or fallen behind. Got to understand all the injuries that he's gone through, Lutus Pamla, and other commitments that have come about. Because there are times where, if I can remember, where he was being called up for the SAA but couldn't go because he had family commitments. And so there's a lot that has happened in his career, not just injuries.
He's still young enough, which is great. So I think he's only coming into the prime of his career as a bowler now. Yeah, he might not have the raw pace you had initially, but I feel he can get it back. But you've got the experience now.
Better shape for Cody Yusuf. Certainly won't worry Van Heerden because it's wide outside that off stump. Clear tactic to force these two batters to play on the offside with all the protection that he has. Really, really like everything about Cody Yusuf.
I think he would be a really good bowler to take to the subcontinent. I always like skiddy bowlers on the subcontinent. You look at most of the subcontinent bowlers that do well are the skiddy type bowlers.
Perhaps too much effort that time around. Yeah, Del Steyn enjoyed his time there.
Well, he bowled pretty well most places. But yeah, I think it's almost like even leg spinners. Leg spinners on the subcontinent are more googly bowlers because you've got to attack the stumps, where in South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, England, they're more normal leg spinners because you're bowling for caught behinds, etc., because there's more bounce. So the same applies for me with bowlers. When in the South African type countries, we're bowling for caught behinds. There are times you bowl straighter, but subcontinent, most of the time you want to get out LBW or bowled.
Oops. Oopsie. Elowadin Palake, oopsie. Just wants to take a reading. There was a reading taken yesterday, and so that will be the standard throughout. Seems like we're fine to go for now.
It would be sad if we lose another hour out of this match.
I don't think you can afford any further delays. Certainly a result is needed.
Yeah, it's almost looking like now if you get to 5 o'clock, you'd be lucky. So maybe that's why the Lions also knew you would never play sort of past 5, or if you do, it'll be a couple of minutes.
Yeah, those are the sort of things we were talking about with the declaration. It couldn't have just been a case of let's declare. Many factors to consider. And the possibility that even if we get those 5-6 overs tonight, we come back tomorrow, the ball still new. I don't mind that delivery. Even though it's a no ball, I do not mind that delivery at all.
He's a little bit quicker than you think as well, Cody Yusuf. He's pushing 140s here, I'm sure. Brunt played it quite well, but it was a bit of a jerky reaction to get out of the way. Was called the no ball by Mr. Smith.
And I think it's what you mentioned before, looking at just how he's hustling through Cody Yusuf. Perhaps it's one spell. We'll come back tomorrow morning. Pretty gone. Good bowling, fantastic from Cody Yusuf. It's 8 for no loss.
See, that's where I think you could have maybe been brave and dangled the carrot a little bit more. First ball, Brunt had a drive, missed it. It's worth going for 4 runs now. If you nix it, you are ultimately the winner.
Alawadin Pelake just showing Dom Hendricks. A light reading. And in picture, Bjorn Fontaine, perhaps the option was given to Dom Hendricks to, if you are to continue with your quicks, we will go off, unless if you've got plan B.
It's not a bad plan B to have.
particularly with his experience, knowing how to bowl with a new ball. Yes, white ball most of the time, but certainly not unfamiliar territory for him, looking at those numbers.
It might actually be something that the batters will like less than facing the seamer. The seamer, maybe 3 out of 6 balls in an over you'll have to play. Where here, you're most likely going to have to play 5 out of 6 balls each over.
Particularly how clever Bjorn Fortuin is. He want to dart it at the stumps as much as he can.
And how many times do you face a spinner in the 4th over of an innings?
In the 3rd session with sort of bad light going on.
Well, it's the new trend in Pakistan, but we're not in Pakistan at the moment.
So, got a leg slip. A rather short leg. We've got the 1 slip. Mid on, mid off, mid wicket, short cover.
See, you've got a guy out on the sweep. I would bring him up. Make him sweep.
Look at that! Oh, Bjorn Fortuin! Full and straight and is castled. Absolutely bamboozled Van Heerden. Oh, what a bowling change.
See, that's why I get paid the big bucks. Because I knew this was going to happen. I told you. This is something different. He's so clever. You've almost got to play him as a slow in-swing bowler in this case. But what a player, Bjorn Fortuin.
It's that round arm, that laboured round arm right over his head. Gets the bounce, gets the purchase through the gate. That's their first wicket. Van Heerden. Absolutely bamboozled. Titans. 8 for 1.
This is where batting is so cruel. You survive 3 overs against the seamers running in, bowling fast, the ball's moving. And first ball against the spinner, the guy who's bowling slower. You miss a straight one, and it's the end of your effort in this first innings. That's so beautifully bowled, isn't it? It just shows you. So I've got this theory. If the ball hits top of off, it doesn't have to do much. So the length is just perfect for the pitch. So have a look how many times with DRS and so it's just below, just above the stump. So that sort of length on each surface creates the doubt.
And with that doubt, as you see there with Van Heerden, almost at the very last second, he's thinking of just blocking it out. Whereas there's a gap between bat and pad, and he's gone. It's that late decision.
It's actually missed that by a long way. As the sun comes out and the shadows lengthen over the square.
What now? Do you go back to your fast bowlers?
I don't know. This is also a bit of a challenge. You'll see there's in front of Peterson, there's a big shadow, but halfway down the surface, it's actually light. So the ball's going to come from light into shadow.
Pass the outside edge.
You need one to turn, one not to turn, and that creates doubt.
Did talk about how this game is bubbling up nicely. Once spinners are into action. Edge. Lost it for a second, Seppo Moreki. And so he'll go retrieve it towards that 3rd area. 4 more.
That's another one that could have been out. Just a little bit more bounce. It is a new ball. I mentioned this early on, and I said Fortuin would play a massive role in this bowling innings for the Lions. And it's only been 3 balls into the spell, and already there have been things happening.
That's exactly what you want as a captain. Yes, your strike bowlers are generally your fast bowlers, 140 clicks. But Fortuin, in each side that he plays for, is that striking option for you. Whereas perhaps Ndwandwa will expect to hold an end and try pluck out one end for 15, 20 overs. But Bjorn Fortuin, really one of those players who you want to bring into the game as early as possible.
I keep saying it. So the deep square is going out for Neil Brunt as well. I would bring him up. Make the batters try and sweep you here. New ball, might just bounce, might stay low, might just skid on. You can play with 20, 30 runs even this evening if the ball goes there. But if you get an extra wicket or two, that'll be worth so much more.
Leg slip. And just short.
I think it carried, actually. Hands on heads, yeah. I think that reaction says that that ball carried. It's a minefield. It's not Minecraft the movie, it's a minefield.
On the back foot this time around. So a lot of South Africans playing the likes of Noor on the back foot throughout the SA20. A successful over. 13 for 1.
Successful and eventful over. Could have had 2 for in the over. Just low down to the left. Richards couldn't hang on. But an absolutely perfect start. Almost said for Cody Youssef because his name's on the screen. Luckily I was concentrating for Bjorn Fortuin.
Yeah, young Diavo Brevis. Luandre Pretorius. And with all the time that we've lost in this match, those two, Pretorius and Brevis, become so important for the Titans and how rapid they get their runs.
Well, I think from a Lions point of view, you want Brevis in now. You want to put him under pressure.
And say, all right, go on, young man. Go for the 400 runs. Go get yourself a big 100.
See, this is once again where the education that he'll get now going to Hampshire will be so good for him, because you've got to learn to adapt. It's all good and well saying this is my way of playing, but there has to be some sort of adaptability within that sentence. Shadows are moving quickly. The whole pitch basically covered in the shadow now. It's amazing, this wonderful word called momentum. And I know it's not just the sponsor of the Titans, but batting looks so easy for the Lions batters, and all of a sudden now, different scenario, momentum with the Lions, batting looks completely different.
Yeah, but players talk about scoreboard pressure. Then I argue, why not walk out? I don't know, it's a massive scoreboard that you have on your right or on your left. Forget about it. Act as if it's not there and just play your game. Probably happens naturally for some players, like the likes of Jacques Callis, who looks unbothered, unfazed, just goes about his business. But some players are mindful of the match situation, what is required to the finer detail.
Well, one of the guys I loved watching that also seemed to not take too much cognizance of the situation and just play his way, Adam Gilchrist. Would never forget the 200 here. They had the sign up there, and he was trying to hit every ball at the sign to win some more money.
O's and R's. Right on the money, the DP World Lions. This will always encourage a captain because he can just put fielders where he wants to. He's got his spinning option in Fortuin on the one end, and he's got Cody doing exactly what is required. But I want to know how long his spell will be, Cody Youssef, because I'm not happy with the 1 over we've seen from Sipamla.
I think it seems like it's darker from the caller drive end, so they're only looking at the light from this end or towards this end.
Airborne and just short again. It's certainly happening for the Lions.
It's got to be the worst time for you as a batter to bat now, because you've got almost nothing to gain. You know you've got, let's call it 20 minutes. I still don't think we're going to play much after 5. But you have to try and get through it. Do you send in a night watchman and risk losing him? But all of a sudden things are just happening. It's looking like two different surfaces. I played on many of these sort of games where when we bowled it was flat, and when we batted it seemed to go all over the show.
Nothing to do with the roller or anything.
No, it was unfortunately the skill level.
Good, Cody. Some words being exchanged all around. End of the over, 5 gone, 13 for 1. And as we mentioned that, it must be a tough decision for Hendricks. Because he's thinking, Fortuin, that 1 over, picked up a wicket, plenty of oohs and ahs there. But as you say, sun has come out since the reading of the light. Now he's thinking, still the new ball, and I still want to see Sipamla. And so here, he gets his second over from call it drive end.
I know he's done well, and I like him a lot, but I would have gone with the spinner this side. He's probably going to pick up a wicket just to prove us wrong.
And also as the captain, if stumps is called at 5, at least you go into the changing room having used all your options in that limited time. It's the shoulder of the bat.
Well, this game that's been quite placid for most of the day has certainly come alive.
You Formula One fan, Dion Grace?
Not really. I've never really watched it. I don't really understand it. I watched the Drive to Survive series a little bit. I think I need to see it live to really appreciate it, because same with fast bowling, you don't really get the idea of how fast things happen on your TV screen.
It's just cars moving around in circles.
For
an hour and a half.
Little bit quicker.
Yeah.
Almost the pace that the taxis move around on our roads in South Africa.
Yeah, David Coulthard was in South Africa a few months ago speaking about these mini buses that are everywhere in this country.
Yeah, just having been in Sri Lanka a month or so ago, or those tuk-tuks, driving in those as well, and yeah, it's amazing how there's more congestion, yet it flows.
Ferrari fan, maybe?
Definitely.
Schumacher?
Definitely.
I know someone is a senior statesman in this commentary box who probably remembers Ayrton Senna. Probably watched him as well.
Yeah.
Frost.
Alain Prost.
Damon Hill. Red Bull fan over here, Dion Grace.
Oh, Verstappen. See, I know
Max
a little bit.
Verstappen.
Max Verstappen.
Yep, still crossing fingers for the return of Formula One in South Africa. Plenty of murmurs between Western Cape and Gauteng, but we just want Formula One in the country back.
I'm sure you do, but unfortunately with the rand plummeting, it's become even more expensive now. Because I know it's a rand and cents event too.
Lovely. That's a lovely, neat and tidy cricket shot. On the offside, that's a beautiful off drive.
If you compare that to the first ball he faced and flashed at a wider ball that wasn't quite full enough, this is absolute complete control. Let the ball come to him, never in risk, just use the pace.
Yeah, and with the protection he has behind those 2 slips, and sort of 5th slip and a gully, I would encourage him to bowl in that sort of length, continue in that length, Lutos Pamla, particularly coming around the wicket. Force him to drive in that extra cover area. Perfect.
He's getting quite close to the danger area there. The umpire's already looked at it. Let's come to the end of over number 6, 17 for 1.
If you just joined us here, it is the CSA final of the Domestic 40 Cup. Momentum multiply Titans up against the Deep World Lions. Fairly relaxed in the changing room, the Titans.
They relaxed, but Keegan Peterson isn't relaxed. He's had a bit of a working over the last few balls from Cody Youssef. He's just looking to survive here. Anything you can score of will be a bonus. And this is what I referred to earlier when the Lions were batting. There are going to be times when batting is easy and you should absolutely cash in. And there are going to be times when batting is a lot more tough. And this is exactly the situation for the Titans.
I think the term batting may seem easy comes with earning the right. And by earning the right is spending time at the wicket. And as we know, if you spend time there, conditions become, or you read conditions slightly better than you did as you arrived.
Yeah, I did say when I made that statement, it looks easier, but it isn't necessarily easier. It's just the situation of the game, maybe the bowlers, etc. Where here you feel the ball's always doing something and you're just thinking about survival because you want to come back tomorrow morning and bat again.
Lovely. This is good cricket. And a fine example of what we're talking about is that Zubair Hamza. 6 hours. And if one player can bat that long, then you're well and set to score 400 and beyond.
And usually when you do score 400, you dominate the game. Or dominate, or dictate the flow of the game, rather, should I say.
Inside half of the bat once again. Really just tentative outside that off stump, Keegan Peterson.
It's rushing him. I think the light is definitely a factor. There is sunshine, but there's so much of a shadow across the field now.
And as a batter, you've got to have the theatrics for that to almost buy yourself some time to get off the field.
You don't want to do too much because now also if you get out of your routine, you might just get out.
Attacking the stumps, continuing to attack the stumps. The question still stands, and you perhaps can join the conversation. Was it a good call? Would you have continued with Bjorn Fortuin from the caller drive end, seeing that one over?
It's an easy answer for me. It's the only time I can maybe be America's Got Talent judge and say, you've got a yes from me.
A multi-talented Dion Crace. Final ball. This is potent bowling. Fantastic, Cody Youssef. End of the over, 7 gone. 17 for 1.
Luto Sapamla continues from the quarter drive end. Oh, well bowled. He struck the front pad. He's given out. Well. Luto Sapamla joins the party now. And this is just the start. The DP World Lions would have wanted with the ball. Titan skipper Neil Brunt out for 9.
Yeah, he's been good with his lengths. Was driven down the ground in his previous over, but you just thought Luto Sapamla is hitting really good areas, attacking off stump, and just around that off stump line, there, right in front. Got to say, hitting middle and leg. Good decision there from umpire Aladdin Palaka. 2 wickets from the Lions now for 17 runs.
You'll see this just straightens enough from around the wicket. Definitely pitches just about on off stump. Definitely hit in line. And I fancy there's enough straightening there to almost hit middle stump. Wonderful bowling by Luto Sapamla. And Nono Pongolo, I was going to ask you before that delivery. I'll admit I would have kept Bjorn Fortuin on. How about you?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I just thought to keep Bjorn Fortuin from the quarter drive end and move Luto Sapamla towards the golf course end. I thought in terms of making batters play in the overs that he's bowled, he's certainly done that. And just feel there's a lot of energy, there's a lot of excitement from Cody Yusuf. But the name of the game at the moment is about making them play as many as possible. Don't know how much play we still have this day. Yes, there's a bit. The sunlight has improved a lot in the last 20 minutes. And it's brought in Devil Brevis, who has been absolutely in outstanding form this season. Playing really well, a really healthy strike rate around the 80 mark as well. And it's going to be really interesting to see how Devil Brevis approaches this situation of the game. Not a lot to gain for a batter. It's about you now ensuring that he survives the evening and ensures that he's batting early on tomorrow.
It's going to be a good test of Devart Brevis because, as you say, very different situation to what he's accustomed to. Edged! Taken! A third slip! Luto Sapamla, 2 and 2 balls. What a performer he's been for the GP World Lions. Devart Brevis gone. First ball. What an absolutely vital strike.
Yeah, I mentioned it's going to be the battle between the Lions bowling attack and the momentum multiplier Titans batting unit. We know how aggressive they are. But this situation, tailor-made for the Lions bowling attack, nothing to lose. And again, the length is impeccable from Luto Sapamla, making him play. And you got to say, it's a good catch from one Dilemakwe to diving to his right. And look at them, aren't they jubilant?
Well, they know the importance of that wicket. What a great delivery. Devart Brevis had to play. There's no question about that. And one Dele Makwetu, the safe hands of a wicketkeeper, diving. What a great take. And the Lions are buoyant. Titans 17 for 3.
Really good catch. And 17 for 3. All of a sudden you're thinking, is the coach going to send a night watchman? It's going to be an important question. That's going to keep the bowlers even more excited. An opportunity to get one more.
Yeah, I think because whoever you send in now, it's either going to be Moonsamy or Pretorius, who are both very key batsmen for the Titans. I think there's a good case for a night watchman to come in and to face the hat-trick ball from Luto Sapamla. And it is Junior Dala who has played some valuable innings as a night watchman before. He certainly has capabilities with the bat.
It's one of those things in cricket where maybe one might find hard to understand in a situation where probably a batter is more accustomed to dealing with this situation. And then you're sending one of your bowlers who's bowled over 20 overs today. You've had all your hard work. Now go in and also rescue us from the situation we find ourselves. And he's got a good record, Junior Dala. For someone that comes in low order, he's played some phenomenal innings as well, especially in the white ball format. 79 with 250s. And again, I think he has to hold most of the strike. Ensure that Keegan Peterson faces as little deliveries as possible. Slow down the play if you can.
Yeah, I think this is a prudent move from the Titans because the Lions are on such a roll. You really don't want them to get another one of your big guns. So, Sapamla, hat-trick ball, 3 slips, a gully, a backward short leg, and point is quite close in as well. Oh, nearly the run out as well. My word. Everything's happening here at the Wanderers. On the bounce to short leg. And Dala had wandered out of his crease. And I fancy it's probably Josh Richards under the helmet. It normally is.
That's Delano
Potgieter.
He's been put in under the lid. And really picked it up quickly that Junior Dalla just gone wandering. Good ball again. Junior Dalla typically thinks that without a short leg, he's probably getting that ball to fine leg. And Delano Borgete well placed behind square. And all of a sudden, things are happening. We found life in this game, kid.
Junior Dala just composing himself. I think there's going to be a lot of that, walking away towards square leg, shuffling the gloves. Beaten again. This is wonderful bowling by Luto Sapamna. The hat-trick ball could quite easily have gone through the gate or been LBW. Junior Dala just managed to get an inside edge onto that one.
Again, this absolutely fantastic delivery, leaving Junior Dala on the last moment.
And unfortunately, our fun is being ended because the pitch is now totally in shadow. And as Siksot Yelewa said earlier, they have to use the benchmark they used yesterday in terms of bad light. I think this is very, very unfortunate. Well, the Lions won't be too disappointed because they've got everything they could have hoped for out of the 7 overs and 4 balls. They've bowled 3 wickets. They've managed to claim Luto Sapamna 2 and 2 balls and Bjorn Fortuin a wicket in the only over he bowled.
Yeah, they would have hoped for 2 wickets. I think the third wicket was certainly a bonus. 17 for 3. I mean, any team will take that. And look at this batting card from the Momentum Multiplied Titans. Joshua van Heerden was the first one to go of the bowling of Bjorn Fortuin after there were issues with light early on. And Neil Brunt was the one to follow. Luto Sapamna trapped in front, Midland leg. And Devil Brevis, 2 of 2 of the over of Luto Sapamla. And all of a sudden, the Lions have thrown the cat amongst the pigeons. It's going to be an interesting morning tomorrow, Ken.
Yeah, so there's the match situation with the Titans still trailing by 396 runs. So they've got a long way to go just to avoid the follow-on when you're 17 for 3. Obviously, the follow-on will be first prize for the Lions. They don't want to have to bat again.
The only way we're going to have a game all of a sudden, the results being possible, is the Titans being bowled out cheaply in the first innings. And all of a sudden, they're looking to defend and see themselves out of this game. And we've mentioned that the contrasting style of the bowling attack. The Lions bowler have certainly straight away found the fuller length. And they've got some road as well. And as well, I think what's really fascinating, we saw some turn for Bjorn Fortuin, which also has made it even more interesting. So that means all their bowlers are really going to be in the game.
Yeah, there are a lot of threats out there, and we're going to have to do some research, Nono, because normally in a 5-day game, the follow-on is 200 runs. But now, because the first day was abandoned, I think there is a clause in certain playing conditions that if it turns into a 4-day game or a 3-day game, the follow-on mark is adjusted accordingly. So it might have gone down to 150 runs. So if it is 200, then obviously the Titans need to get 214 to avoid being forced to bat again.
I know what the Lions will be hoping for.
Where is this guy?
I'll be looking for that 150 mark as a good place to be. And that means there's still a lot of work for the Momentum Multiply Titans. But again, they still possess some really good batters. Rivaldo Munsame has been in fine form. Luandre Pretorius. And we also have Andile Petluko, who's had some good performances as well with the bat, especially here at the Bull Ring. I think it was a 90 odd as well early on in the season. So still plenty of cricket to come. And what a last session we've had. And I did say at some point this game would quicken up. And I didn't expect 3 wickets inside 10 overs from the Lions.
Well, you and I spoke about it off air, about how it looked like a relatively good pitch for batting, quite easy just to stay there, easy paced. But Phil Russell, the former Dolphins coach and groundsman at Kingsmead, always used to say, before you judge a pitch, it depends who's bowling on it. And I think we've seen that the Lions are extracting all sorts of demons, at least in the minds of the Titans, out of this surface.
And this is not the first time as well the Titans find themselves in this situation. Remember, there's another final held in Durban against the Dolphins, where I think there was 2 days of lost to rain, and all of a sudden the Dolphins won the game inside 3 days. So it's a scenario maybe the Lions players might just be reminding them, we've seen this movie before. And you don't want to be a team that, on 2 occasions you lose a final after so much loss in time, overs in this game. It should be a draw, really. And all of a sudden, there's a game in our hands.
And also in the back of both teams' minds will be the T20 final this season. Between the same 2 teams, here at the Wanderers, one Luto Sapamla took 4 for 11, I think it was. And the Dolphins were bundled out very cheaply in that final. So there's some scar tissue that the Titans will need to deal with overnight, as we just leave you with a message from one of our sponsors. Mahindra is celebrating 20 years of driving South Africa forward with authentic SUVs and authentic bakkies built for every lifestyle. From the adventure SUV of the year, the Scorpio N, to the high-tech XUV 3XO and the high-performance XUV 700. You do not have to compromise between style, performance, or practicality. Prefer true, authentic reliability? The proudly South African-built pickup has your back. We have a bakkie for entrepreneurs, adventurers, and everything in between. And we are the proud vehicle sponsor of the Pride of Jersey, Lions Cricket. And it is the DP World Lions who are driving on the highway at the moment, having put up a commanding total with the batting first after winning the toss. They've now made 3 massive strikes at the back end of the 3rd day, reducing the Titans to 17 for 3. Nono Pongola, any closing thoughts?
Yeah, I just think, again, tomorrow morning is going to be such an important start from the Lions. And I think what's been good here to see how quickly they've managed to adjust in terms of length. So I spoke about that 4.5 meter to about 5 meters length, making the players play. And the difference, Ken, I think from the 2 sides, Lions held 3 slips in a gully. And we saw how quickly the momentum multiplied. Titans got rid of their slips, and all of a sudden, maybe that one Dilamakwete opportunity, if the Lions came with that similar mentality, it would have gone a begging, especially of a batter like Devil Brevis. So that's going to be the mindset. And Bjorn Fortuin did mention runs were going to be key for us to keep those fielders for as long as possible. So they've got the runs on the board, 413 for 7. And now it's going to be a fascinating day 4 to see how the momentum multiplied Titans claw themselves out of the situation they find themselves in.
Morning sessions at the DP World Wanderers stadiums are always fascinating. And we have no doubt that tomorrow will be the same. Do join us at a little bit before 9:30 in the morning. Play will start at 9:30 in the morning, but we'll have some interviews and pitch reports hopefully before that for you as well. From myself, Ken Borland, from Nono Pongolo, Aslam Kota, 6 Sotyelewa, and Dion Crace. And it's a very good night. And do join us tomorrow.